Selamat malam, friends. Selamat malam, everybody. Apa kabar kalian semua hari ini, teman-teman? Kembali lagi ya sama kita ya di sini ya, aku lebih tepatnya sih sama kita, sama siapa anjay? Tadi sore lupa Xtreem. Iya, cok, langsung tidur gua anjay. Maaf ya. Lupa Xtreem, ngantuk euy. Watch party sampai tanggal berapa? Sampai championnya tanggal 18 September. Cuma gua nggak tiap hari, guys. Ini karena hari ini boom main, makanya gua bela-belain dari jam 7 kan. Gua bela-belain watch party bareng kalian dari jam 7 sampai jam 12 nanti. Ini jam 7 ZETA lawan Loud. Terus ntar jam 10 boom lawan OpTic, bos. Terus ntar jam 1 PRX lawan Leviathan. Tapi PRX lawan Leviathan gue gak ikutan nonton ya, karena gak kuat gue.
Ini mau diem-dieman kayak lagi marahan nih, bro.
Kan belum mulai, bro. Lagi baru intro, bro.
Lagi main Dota untuk menang.
Sabar dong, bro. Intro dulu nih sama Pure nih, gak boleh nih.
Boleh bang, boleh bang.
Nah, ya udah, bro. Udah mulai. Udah mau mulai game, makanya gue streaming.
Ini emang gak ada suaranya apa gimana nih?
Emang gak ada suara?
Intro dulu, bro.
Nah, ini gua mute. Ini gua mute ininya. Coba nih. Ini ada suara nggak? Ada kan? Ini gua mute. Karena kan lagi ngobrol, bro.
Dibilang intro dulu, bro.
Iya, bro. Ntar ya, bro ya. 5 menit ya, bro ya. Sampai jam 7 ya, bro ya.
Iya, bro. Gua mandi dulu deh, bro.
Oke, bro. Boom jam berapa? Boom jam 10. Kalian dukung siapa, guys, di match ini? Jujur ya, gua kan ini pertama kali ngadain watch party dan pertama kali gua udah bener nonton full match. Jadi gua belum tahu nih ZETA tuh sekuat apa, terus Loud ini sekuat apa juga di di pertarungan mereka lah pokoknya di APAC. Jadi gue nggak tahu nih, gue mau ngedukung siapa, gue nggak tahu. ZETA Asia Pasifik, APAC. Tapi gue denger fanbase-nya ZETA kenceng banget, bro, kuat banget nih fanbase-nya ZETA. OpTic, VALORANT. OpTic itu Indo ya. Pendukung Loud kok kecil sih? Iya kan, makanya yang ngedukung Loud nih kecil. Tapi gue denger Loud ini juga gokil gitu loh. Tim Brazil yang satu ini tidak boleh diremehkan karena mereka ini juara 3 Valorant Master yang Reja Arab. Grafik tuh. Mereka tuh juara 3 ya? Juara 2 anjir. Mereka lawan OpTic doang kalah itu. Mereka menang lawan OpTic 2-1, tapi di Grand Final mereka kalah 3-0. Loud ini jago anjir. Juara 2. Runner up pas di Reykjavik. Juara 2 mereka anjir, runner up. ZETA itu kan juara 3. ZETA kalah sama OpTic di lower bracket kan. Tapi di Master Copenhagen ZETA itu gak masuk ya. Kenapa ya, guys ya? Kenapa ZETA nggak masuk di Master Copenhagen ya? Gak lolos kah ZETA di Copenhagen? ZETA Jepang, iya. Kok ini lo jadi tanda tangan kontrak? Sebenarnya nggak tanda tangan sih, Vio. Cuma kontekan sama orang Riotnya aja pokoknya. Jadi lebih ke arah agree aja gitu sama peraturannya. Tapi gue nggak ada tanda tangan apapun. ZETA kalah sama NTH makanya nggak masuk, tapi NTH kalah poin. Oh, oke. Ya dari juara 3 jadi nggak lolos anjir. Tapi sama sih di 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 Copenhagen si Loud, oh Loud masuk ya? Enggak ya, Loud nggak masuk ya? Copenhagen Loud juga nggak masuk, iya. Loud kalah di group stage. Kalah sama kru dia. Kalah sama kru sama kalah sama OpTic, jadi sama-sama nggak masuk ya. Boom itu Indo. Oh iya dong Kesha, gimana nih? Sama Kak Joko yang kata Jota siapa lagi? Sementara mereka berdua sih ya. Yang kontrak itu kayak Manson. Enggak. Pokoknya yang watch party ini nggak kontrak sih, sistemnya lebih ke arah ngomong aja ke mereka, terus nanti agree, ya udah jadi official partner, tapi cepet-cepetan karena slotnya sedikit. Loud masuk tapi nggak masuk playoff. Iya, Loud masuk ke group stage tapi nggak lolos. Kalau ZETA sama sekali nggak masuk kan. APAC itu Asia Pasifik, iya betul. Sampai tengah malam lagi, iya. Let's go OpTic, maaf gue NA Pride. Nggak apa-apa, santai aja. Gue juga realistis kok bro. Gue nggak banyak harapan sama Boom. Tapi gue tetap dukung Boom. Kenapa? Karena the fact mereka bisa masuk ke Champions itu something amazing gitu. Aku kan nggak ngikutin tim Valo, tapi kan Boom itu kan nggak cuma tim Valo, banyak gitu. Bang, kenapa Asia dibagi APAC, JP? Kan satu Asia. Karena kalau misalnya diambil region kontinen Asia itu kebanyakan. Jadi makanya mereka akhirnya dibagi per daerah, per region gitu loh. Jadi yang APAC itu Asia Pasifik. Kalau Jepang itu masuknya ke yang Asia yang kayak Korea, Jepang gitu-gitu loh. Kalau Asia Pasifik tuh yang kayak Singapura, Malaysia, Filipina gitu. Terbang ke Istanbul dong. Gila, tinggal 5.000-nya. Ngapain gue ke Istanbul? Nontonnya dari sini lebih enak. Semalam Leviathan sama Liquid menang siapa? Leviathan menang 2-0. Igoy main nggak, Vin? Enggak, Igoy nggak main. Igoy kan divisi COD, guys. Ten. Tapi sekarang tahunnya Boom e-sport, yoi. East Asia mereka, iya. Bagian kayak Cina juga berarti itu. (2-0) sama Babang Takolila AWP. Halo Alen. Urus anak dulu, ntar join lagi pas Boom main. Jam berapa? Jam 10 sih kalau jadwalnya. Juta, tapi nggak tahu kalau misalnya lebih cepet. Ini nonton sampai PRX main. Enggak. Gue nggak nonton PRX, nggak nonton PPRX gue. Capek. Kemalaman. Nggak kuat. Jot main nggak bang? Kagak. Jot sama Igoy nggak main di Boom. Buset. Aku dukung Boom ID bang, siap. Stream ini full watch party ya? Iya, kita full watch party sampai jam 12 guys. Nonton sampai PRX? Kagak nonton sampai PRX. Ini kayak udah mau mulai nih. Oh, udah mau mulai nih. Yuk nonton deh. Udah mau mulai guys. Kita nonton deh. Kenceng banget anjay. Anjay. Keren nih. Introduction-nya keren banget. OpTic. Boom. Anjay, Boom. Anjing merinding gue denger Boom dimension di internasional. TForce. Leviathan. Jai, hari ini 3 match coy. Sayangnya gue nggak bisa nonton semua.
Oh, now it's time to dive in to our map vetoes and see where we're going to be fighting first here, Mimi. Honestly, I feel like there are the options.
Masih amazed sama stage-nya, thumbs up production timnya bagus emang. Ayo guys, kita mulai guys.
Yeah, I think Haven has to go. Bind, I think they'd be perfectly.
Boom,
happy
si
playing
famous
against
pinjaman dari PSG, tahu kok.
Both teams are looking fine on Bind, but Loud do not want to be playing Haven against this
Zeta
squad.
Jepang ya, Zeta
The
Jepang.
Zeta ban to me is where it gets more interesting, the one after that, because they have the options of trying to get rid of like a
Manson main kan? Anjing kenapa Manson tiba-tiba lu?
getting rid of Ascent. I think those are the big two picks for how this series goes forwards.
And at one time, each of those maps was their perma.
Nah, jadi FCT. FCT besok.
Back in Iceland, they were pretty much always getting rid of that Ascent. Then coming into their domestic competition in stage 2, they were willing to play that map, but it still wasn't looking.
Reynolds
that great.
Siburian,
I
welcome
think
back to
either
Definition
Blaze or
Silver.
Ascent coming through, they're likely to be punished by Loud.
Yeah, to me,
Cuma sendiri Bang
Loud is
Devin,
still
Coach Anton
one of the
mana?
best teams in the world
Nggak
on
tahu
Ascent.
nih.
So I think that should be the map that
Anton
Zeta
mungkin
gets.
nonton ntar malam kali ya.
Otherwise, they're leaving themselves open.
Boom udah bisa diakui sebagai e-sport nasional dari Dota, Valorant, PUBG udah sampai ke scene internasional. Gokil emang.
All right, well, you know, here's
Boom mainnya jam 10. Ini match pertama Zeta lawan Loud dulu.
Do you think we see Pearl in play? Like maybe do we get like a little toss like we did with yesterday with Paper X and
I think there's a chance because again, like we've said, Zeta has
Perkiraan berapa? 21 kayaknya deh. Feeling gue 21.
Try to implement something new, but they also have just kind of last minute.
Kalau skornya 2-0 nggak jam 10. Nah, feeling gue tuh 21. Kalau sampai 2-0,
have played in officials, I wouldn't really expect it here.
berarti bisa jam 9 mulai. Ya, kalau 2-0 jam 9 Boom main. Let's go Blade, let's go.
Half of them were on split. I mean, that was the map that powered them to go on that run, and it's no longer available for them here at Champions. And I don't think the maps play similarly. A lot of the teams are talking about how similar it is because of small choke points.
2-0-nya biar cepet gue pengen.
Deny info to the defenders. On Pearl, you have to go and
Sulit
take
sih,
all
dua-duanya
of the map
sengit
control
aja.
away from the defenders. It's such a big
Loud
difference.
atau
I think people
Zeta?
can quite
Gue
internalize
Zeta
it.
lah.
I don't think Zeta are going to be great.
Gue kan
Yeah. Now, just
suka
an
Jepang,
FYI,
guys,
to everyone, you know,
Jadi gue
there's a
mendukung
little
tim
bit of an
Jepang lah.
issue here with the, you know, the graphics.
Little
and things
glitch in the
and,
Matrix.
You know, little glitch
GB
in the
unplugged
Matrix.
something.
I did. I do have a
Thank you for
tendency to
admitting
do that. Don't know the difference between an HDMI and a USB cable, but we actually have maps, picks and bans available.
picks and
ready to
ban,
go,
okay.
the good old-fashioned way. So let's see what we
Kita
end
lihat
up first.
mereka
here,
veto
BB.
apa.
It's going to be Loud's first veto. Let's see what they go for.
Heaven, oke. Akhirnya nggak ada Heaven malam ini. Breeze, oke, nice. Heaven Breeze, oke. Loud pilih mapnya apa nih? Ascent, oke. Zeta pasti pilih Bind. Zeta pilih Bind, ngaku lu pilih Bind kan? Lu pilih Bind, ngaku lu. Fracture.
Yeah, it makes it very tough, but Zeta Division going
Okay.
for has been historically one of the weaker maps for Loud, but Loud have actually shored up their fracture a little bit, so that should be a competitive map too. And now we get to see whether people are happy.
Loud Bind nih.
Yeah, and
Pearl.
they will not. Loud gets rid of it. As to the fracture point, I
Okay.
think it is a little interesting to see that tested. Loud at Copenhagen, I felt, was looking pretty
Icebox.
good there. I like
Please,
the way
please.
they play this
Decider
game.
match-nya bind dong, bind dong.
Post-plant heavy
Bind, bind.
position.
Bind, bind.
Icebox is gone by Zeta Division.
Yes!
Final ban,
Bind.
which
Let's
leaves
go.
us with Bind. And this is a map that
Decider
hasn't
match-nya
seen either of these teams in
Bind.
at
Let's
least
go.
3 months.
Akhirnya.
So it's a little bit of a question mark.
Yeah, I think
Fracture nih menarik nih, kita lihat gameplay mereka nih.
Always favors Loud. Zeta Division with split out of the pool have actually quite
Zeta lagi nggak ada main duelis ya. Siapa si Ten nih?
But the thing about Zeta is, the last time they came to LAN, they looked infinitely better than they were online. So all of your expectations for Zeta coming into Champions, they should be quite low, honestly.
Decider map kan sisanya bang. Iya maksudnya untung nggak di veto. Kalau di veto di ban kan nggak bisa kepilih.
It's all about whether or not you turn up at LAN, and that apparently is where.
Kenapa pengen banget bind? Soalnya kemarin nggak ada bind dua-duanya. Gue pengen lihat bind aja gitu.
Stage, this is where these players feel really comfortable. They had so much experience even in front of an audience regionally. Now they're back here at Turkey to try and do it again.
All right, well, guys, the map picks are locked in, and in just a few moments, we're going to have Zeta and Loud take the stage. So stay with us, folks. It's VCT Champions.
Iya kayak Ten masih cedera deh. Tapi tadi dia ngomong Ten udah recover. Tahu lah. Pengen lihat gameplay Yoru. Apa?
Malam Ten juga ini kan, nah ini nonton juga dia.
Nonton apaan?
Ini yang peprek semalam.
Oh iya. Bukan Ten sih kocak.
Oh,
Literally ada orang namanya Ten di ZETA. N-nya 2 apa 3 gitu. Ten nggak pakai Z. Bukan Tensi ya guys. Di ZETA tuh ada duelist yang namanya playernya namanya Ten. Dia tuh habis cedera matanya operasi kalau nggak salah. Tadi caster yang ngomong. Wih ini kursi gua guys. Yang lagi dimunculin nih. Kursi gua nih.
itu punya lu yang ini ya? Yang XL ya,
abu-abu.
Vin?
Iya, XL. Gak muat gua kalau nggak XL.
Coach kita mana nih? Coach Anton nih.
Coach kita nanti kan pas boom.
Oh iya bener Coach.
Kalau misalnya 2-0, berarti boom main jam 9. PRX gue bisa nonton nih.
Semalam ini TL kalah mental bro.
Dibully ya bro. 2-0
Asli,
bro. Berapa 2-0 yang kedua berapa
2-0.
skornya?
Berapa ya? Tipis kalau nggak salah deh.
Sampai OT nggak?
Enggak nyentuh OT Vin.
Berarti kayak 11-13 gitu. 10-13.
10 kalau nggak salah.
Oh. Ten masih ada kemungkinan main mungkin pas playoff. Iya, makanya nggak ada Ten kan kali ini di ZETA. Nah, Ten itu kan duelis andalannya ZETA kan. Secret Lab endorse Devin kursi yang bisa nyala dong. Iya nih mau dong. Halo Dina, menunggu kehadiran Coach Hasta nih. Iya Coach Hasta nanti ya. Kalau jadi dia baru nggak tahu sih, kita nggak bisa pegang omongan Coach Hasta dia. Aduh, gue pengen cepet-cepet balik.
Mulut Coach Hasta bener semua loh tadi malam.
Apa anjing ngomong apa emang? Orang dia nggak ngomong apa-apa.
Prediksi dia itu loh. Ini menang nih Ron ini. Bener tapi Vin menang.
Gue juga bisa kalau kayak gitu mah. Gamble 50-50 doang itu. Kalau dua-duanya 2-0 bisa nonton PRX sound kelihatan. Iya bisa gua. Tapi kalau 2-1 ya udah kagak bisa udah. Aspas. Wih, megang apaan di boneka? Nah, ini ketuanya nih. Ketua sama ketua nih. In-game leader anjay, IGL. Balik Blade, balik. Oh, inisiator. Nah, loh kok ada Ten?
Ada nih dia nih.
Katanya operasi di bangku cadangan. Sadhak.
Tapi Lot ini sih kuda hitam juga sih tuh Vin.
Siapa? Loud, iya.
Si Lot, iya.
Loud itu sama kayak Edward Gaming kemarin anjir. Tiba-tiba jago aja dateng anjing. Dari Brazil. Kok yang lain gak ada suara manggil nama nickname-nya sih?
Mic-nya mati mungkin.
Cuma Ten doang anjir yang ada. Pankada. Dep.
Mewah banget anjing stage-nya.
Kok nggak bunyi makanya? Oh ini coachnya XQQ. Aduh, XQC.
Dikasih anjing bonekanya.
Nggak dipinjem bang, dipinjem. Wih, suka nih gue nih. Friendly, respect. Gak kayak perek sama kemarin anjing. Lah, itu pincang.
Iya.
Coachnya. Anjir. Respect.
That's one wrestling reference for the broadcast.
Was that
everyone.
the face thing?
Oh, goodness gracious, Mimi. So, these two teams getting ready to take the stage here in Sideshow. I think like
Di stretching dulu ya, Ten nih, siap Ten.
feel like perhaps, and obviously you can't take any opponent lightly, but maybe for them they feel like it could just be business as usual, but for Zeta it's a massive...
Kalau udah mulai sama aja kok taunting-taunting. Kemarin mah si Edward sama ini, gua nggak nonton sih. Kayaknya nggak se-friendly itu. Coachnya pincang tapi masih bisa tampil, respect. Ya, fighting! Anjay, itu IGL lagi ngoceh tuh. Hah?
Jepang ya, dari tim Jepang kan?
Jepang.
There's some pressure on them because they have finally kind of regained their full roster. They were constantly
Jadi translator bang nggak bisa bahasa Inggris, nggak usah didengerin, gue nggak dengerin. Mereka ngoceh mah biarin aja guys. Yang penting kita lihat gameplaynya aja.
I think though for Zeta Division and for any Zeta fans out there, expectations should be low for map 1.
Yes.
If you think about how the series should go, in quotes, Ascent is massively favored towards Loud.
Itu Red Bull cuma figuran doang tuh di situ tuh.
Going down one map and then winning the second is a feasible route for the Japanese team. But this first map to me is about whether or not the players have turned up at LAN. And Sugar Zero Laz have done it before. Laz multiple times.
Keringetan gini, coachnya belum apa-apa nih coach.
He actually really struggled last time. Even though his team made third place, Depp did not turn up. So he's a player that I'm going to have a serious look at in this map to see if he can find value.
Jadi fans OpTic biar dapat BK gratis.
94% win rate for Loud. On Ascent, which kind of just goes
kemarin mah Cywar, kemarin Cywarnya kenceng banget. PRX sama Edward.
These guys step up if they're going to do this, but obviously this map 1 is going to be pretty difficult for them. And if they actually have a pop-up performance, that could maybe spell doom.
Kenapa pakai headsetnya 2? Biasanya itu buat supaya kedap guys. Jadi mereka kan mainnya kan bukan di ruangan kan. Kalau beberapa match kan mereka tuh isolated room. Kalau ini kan mereka open nih. Nah supaya mereka tuh fokus dengan game dan suara dari TeamSpeak aja gitu. Makanya mereka pakai earbud sama pakai headphone lagi biar double.
Headphone itu cuma buat
peredam doang, iya.
Peredam.
Sama ada mic-nya itu.
Iya, mic-nya buat ini.
TeamSpeak.
Dikasih es krim sama Bengkai. Oh kemarin tuh di opening Bengkai cosplay tukang es krim. Terus ngasih es krim ke Edward Gaming ditolak. Oh gitu. Parah.
Yang gue tahu dia bikin sandwich.
Salah Bang Devin, earphone buat suara in-game head. Iya. Earphone itu suaranya, headphone-nya itu cuma peredam sama mic doang. Kalau nggak buat apa ada headphone, ada mic-nya anjir.
Zetanya defender.
Zeta defend dulu Ascent.
And most of that is because they can't retake. I mean, their retakes have been shocking.
Kita lihat nih, harusnya ada race sih. Harusnya auto pick race.
So they cannot allow Loud to get onto the sites.
All right, well you heard from our analysts.
Andreoki, welcome back to Definition Silver. Lu streaming aja.
It's going to be our first battleground, but let's go ahead and send it over to your casters who truly are the papichulos of Valorant. It's done.
Oh, kan dulu.
Thank you so much, GB. Man, he's
Lu streaming, Jo?
at the beginning of every throw. It's great, and we're so mean to him. We really should probably
Dapat email kemarin gak jadi.
Oh serius?
we might have to. Paul, a chance at redemption for both of these
Sumpah lu dapat email?
As the Des mentioned it, last
Iya,
stellar
Vin.
performances last
Apa katanya?
Yeah, I think the Loud one stands much
Itu
more
kayak
clear in people's minds
di
because
take
it
down
was
tuh
that
videonya.
goal. Zeta failed to
Oh
make
dapat
it.
email dari YouTube.
But they've also played a lot of
Oh gua
international
pikir
games, and they
personal
went on
dari
that game
Riot
for a
anjing
run.
serem
Josh
banget.
was mentioning a lot about
Enggak,
how the stats online
Oh,
the
anjing.
lead up to stage 2 when
Kemarin
they
banyak
came
loh.
through were really poor. But actually
Banyak
it
banget.
was had the same
padahal.
story, and he mentioned that
Pada
as well.
dapet kah?
Before Reykjavik, it did not look like this team had anything notable to go for
Anjing,
them.
serem juga ya.
And they turned it around completely.
Jangan dah, jangan.
Jangan coba-coba deh sama Bapak Riot. APAC singkatan negara apa? APAC itu bukan singkatan negara, tapi singkatan region, benua, Asia Pasifik. Nice Zeta. Wah, kena ding Zeta. Hati kanan. Nice. Straight kill kanan lu. Wah, nggak ngecek corner. Nice. Anjim. Nice cover, nice backup.
Ngeri amat ya.
Wah, tipis. Laut sesi nih. Oh, dia beli half armor ya. Ayo lu nge-pick mati lu.
Double pick itu di situ.
2v1 nih.
And Sugar Zero has the frenzy. Also, they're playing the high-low in case he went for an aggressive play, which Sasi makes it a wise choice not to. He still wants to. So much time on the clock. Like
Ayo
you
lo nggak ada
said,
yang nyadar anjing.
they could get caught in the
Bang.
backstab.
Bang. Sama-sama nggak nyadar anjir.
I mean, chaotic after 10. Missed the shots to end it.
Oh, 10 main guys. Gila, 10 nggak di bench.
Really close an exploration mission. And unfortunately, Sugar Zero is just on the other side of that window, and it's not broken too. They go for this really nice paper-esque play.
Check your corner, guys.
Does net them a kill. You could already see Depth
gila.
going over towards this jet. Them giving up the chamber is prepped, no matter what the sub situation was.
Let's go.
And actually, it mattered here on this map because 10 was playing Raze. And that's not a role that XCLL, the sub that they came here with, was very familiar with, so.
Oke, beli. Kena hit. Lihat tuh si ini. Sesi.
Ini nih, itu tempat paling anjing itu.
Wah, udah deh. Udah kena ding.
Pisau nggak sih?
Nggak dong, respect dong. Masa ronde kedua ada pisau anjing.
Itu tempat pick yang tadi tuh, itu tempat pick paling anjing tuh.
Iya, yang di corner.
Iya, dipikirnya kosong loh, itu lorong situ, padahal ada orang.
Fungsi coach di Valo buat apa? Buat ngelihat hal yang tidak dilihat ketika pemain sedang sengit bermain, guys. Itu gunanya coach. Dan ngelihat strategi lawan. Kalau lagi turni gini, konsel lewat in-game atau lewat apa? TeamSpeak lah.
Good start from them, and they will go for a bonus now. And Josh was alluding to a little bit of their stats, right? Specifically the one about their defensive rounds being
teriak.
Also, they have some of the worst bonus conversion rates out of any team here,
Kangkang.
and that is even more.
Itu kupingnya kan kedep ya, dia teriak dengannya pelan.
Enggak lah anjing, itu tenggorokan sampai serak dia teriak pasti. Emang gitu aja itu mah. Conge sama sengaja beda jauh anjir.
Technical pause.
Siapa nih, Laut ya?
Enggak, gear ada yang bermasalah.
Headsetnya nggak ada suara nih, cuma sebelah. Anjay, pakai kupluk. Emang style Harajuku. Kayaknya dari tim Zeta ada yang bermasalah ya. Nggak ada yang gerak. Sumpah.
Just not methodical enough so far, and I think those are the types of things you expect Loud to certainly get better at.
Itu kamera apa anjir? Gepeng gitu.
It was interesting to hear the coach from Loud talk about it. Like
meja lagi ditaruhnya.
Iya, itu cuma di mount ke meja doang itu. Di bor aja.
Kamera.
Iya, kameranya lihat deh, kameranya gepeng, Cok.
mean, I guess we'll find out if they have or if
OpTic,
they haven't, but
OpTic
they
gitu doang.
believe they've come into this tournament having shored up all of the problems that ruined
Gue tuh
their
kepo
run in
sama
COVID.
ini kamera-kamera
And
yang
obviously, it's very
buat
early to tell, but you can tell the
IRL
confidence
itu.
is at an all-time high with this.
HP kebanyakan mereka, Jok.
It felt like he was hedging a little bit on
iPhone.
performance through their regional
Motherboard juga
stages,
berarti ya?
right?
Sure.
iPhone,
There's
kebanyakan
talked a
mereka
lot about
iPhone.
how they're getting,
Tapi
you know,
iPhone-nya
experience
dikonekin
against
ke laptop
other
di belakangnya.
teams, and when you come to an international event, it's
Jadi makanya botas kan kebanyakan orang kalau ARL.
formidable opponent when it comes
Power
specifically to
bank
that,
sama
right?
laptop,
You have
jadi
to
nyala
be
terus gitu loh.
to take down a Zeta
Betul,
division
benerin
team
si
who is
ini,
going to be
Unity
disciplined
tanggal
on their end.
Yang
You're not
cewek
going
ya?
to see the same types of
Iya.
rank
Itu dia.
peaking that you're seeing in Brazil that
Nggak
he's
pernah
talking about, right?
bawa tasnya bukan tas ransel gitu, tasnya kayak tas dia.
Be interesting to
bawa
see
barang-barang
whether or not that
gitu.
patient from Zeta
Iya
continues.
dong,
I do
cewek
have some
dong,
info
Vin. Namanya kan
for you good
Unity,
people
kalau
at home.
cowok
It seems to
Jono.
be an audio
Nah.
issue on the stage. As soon as we get it rectified, we'll get back
Itu tuh pakai
into the
apaan?
action again. A little bit of audio. I mean, minor details.
Kamera
right? Do we really need
GoPro.
audio in Valorant? I mean, come on.
Nggak tahu deh kasih tau kamera apa. Otak anjir. Nggak, bukan GoPro, soalnya ada lensanya, kayak mirrorless.
Loud too, but we saw them at Copenhagen. It didn't go that great. Yes, I want to see the redemption arc potential.
Jangan leka,
right?
leka.
They were kind of befallen
Wah,
into the
anjing,
second
nggak mungkin
place
leka lah.
curse after Reykjavik.
Leka buat
Pakai
facecam
ini.
sih,
Zeta we
menangis.
didn't get to see. That was a
Leka yang
miracle.
bisa kan, Leka kayaknya
Something
cuma Leka
that
deh yang
we
bisa cepet
rarely have
pasang
seen.
sama
Have not really
Leka.
played that much Valorant so far
Tahu
in the
deh.
game's lifespan. There was the
Kayaknya
crew
Sony deh,
champions
kayaknya.
last year, and then this one is
Kan
so
sponsor.
memorable. So to see them back here again
Oke, Sony deh.
inspires confidence.
Bisa jadi.
Inspires a little bit of giddiness.
Nah, ini lama amat technical pose-nya jir apaan sih?
Like, is it going to be Zeta?
Yeah.
Is it
Keyboardnya
gonna be
patah
someone
tadi.
else?
Buset,
Nggak
buset.
gebrak. Aduh.
You know, I saw some headlines. They shocked the world yesterday.
Manfaat
And while
layar
some
monitor
people may
sedekat
not been
itu
as
buat
high
apa?
on the liquid
Biar
train
fokus,
as others
guys.
were, it was still an impressive
Itu
win.
kan
So you
cara
kinda
mereka
go, okay,
fokus beda-beda.
Who is it?
Yeah,
Who is it this time?
Yeah, I mean, there was EDG yesterday too.
Ada tuh streamer di
Showed up
Twitch
and
tuh kalau main
kind
tuh
of played
deket
right
banget tuh
into
sama
the hype
monitor tuh.
that is around that team.
Kayak jaraknya cuma
Player
5
yang
cm.
sebelah juga
Lost
gitu.
a little bit of
Lah,
that.
tim Indo juga ada Onyx anjing.
Oh iya sih, ini.
Uproar to see Zeta try to make another one of those runs.
Gue pernah lihat tuh pas kemarin turni, bunyi deket banget gue bilang.
We just didn't get it. We just didn't get it. Thankfully, we got a little bit of taste of them in front of a
Diem
crowd,
semua
but
ya.
Ya kayak
Ada yang
lama
ngomong
nih.
langsung
see if
didis
they
ini.
can try to experience that again. It's so long. Such a grueling process to get it all the way through.
It really is. And with a bigger field, there's so much more at stakes. And it's a gauntlet. You're absolutely right. But I think this kind of
For real,
kind of goes to
Burger
what
King
we were
anjir.
talking about, right? Like, do you believe in magic? Because that was the Zeta run.
Gue streamingnya kemarin kena copyright lagu-lagu ininya nih anjing.
Continue to stomp team after team after team
Bangke.
in the lower bracket.
Bentar dah.
And on the flip side,
Pin lu
Des
ada
was
update
talking
OBS
about
nggak?
how these teams did not
Nggak
play
ada.
against each other. Loud went through
Yeah.
the
Gua
upper
update OBS
bracket gauntlet here.
berubah anjir
And it's
di
just
warnanya
so
biru.
interesting. Now we're here.
Lu Streamlabs apa
in
studio?
Turkey, and we've got
studio?
essentially the group of Reykjavik, right?
Oh, nggak ada,
OpTic's
nggak ada update.
waiting later to play.
Gua juga
and
nggak ada
they're in this
update.
group as well, so
Ini baru nih
so interesting to see it
28.00.
rehashed again. at the
28.00.
ultimate tournament of the year.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than that. Very quickly, I want to go back to the EDG. Do you think Mimi feels bad about changing her prediction after she saw
And you
EDG?
called her out like that?
Yeah, I did.
That was completely off air.
Gua nggak
That's
I was
wild.
like kicking back there. She changed predictions on the desk.
I know. She's a flip.
Oh,
Kind of sorry, not entirely.
jadi ininya doang ya. Apa kayak jadi kayak
Again,
Streamlabs
audio
deh.
issue. We're getting back
Iya,
into
jadi
action
Streamlabs.
very, very soon.
Wiwit,
Zeta,
welcome back to
well,
Definition
the round-
Silver.
I mean, it was the first round. The
Jadi
second round less
lebih
so.
gede tulisannya.
First round was
itu.
very close. Zeta have the lead here.
Lu
Zeta have the
ntar
advantage.
streamingnya ini Jok,
And again,
full
to harken back
cam
to what
doang.
Josh was saying on the desk,
Sama
this is
biasanya
the
di atas ada ini, ada
side for
skor.
Zeta, where they were
Sama
they were
suara
bad,
biasanya.
right? Like, they were bad. Let's
Oh,
not sugarcoat
kirain kayak gue
No,
kemarin
plus
nekat
50% win
tampilin
rate on the
dikit.
defensive side, and that still
Kalau
netted
nggak,
them
paling
a grand finals berth in
Lu kemarin full screen kayak gua sih, Jo.
Kagak. Jadi gue bikin layout lagi, Vin.
Imagine that they're
Discord,
kind of similar when you look at the Reykjavik stats too, but
Cam
either
sama
way,
ini.
it's something
live-nya.
that they need to shore up against a team like Loud, whose stats are ridiculous, by the way. On
Kayak
all
si
sides,
Goy
on
kemarin
fundamentals,
tuh.
everything. We are back in the game. Aggressive look
Oke.
down mid for Zeta and
Lanjut.
into A for Loud as well.
Now Les has to be careful. He's the only one who's been sectioned off.
Finger
He is
gaming,
gonna
bro.
get some info that they're pushing this
Udah
way.
beli Vandal, bro.
Doesn't land and he was shot on two instead.
Oh,
Ini bonus round ya masih ya.
Thing is, though, they've lost
Zeta
all
ya.
mid control. They have no presence across that area of the map, and you see Depp is already looking to take that space away.
Loh kok gak kedit ya?
Alarm bot is just in time too.
Enggak, jarak segitu mah nggak kena.
But he's going to be isolated, so these guys have a chance to take this 3v4.
How
Wah, mati nih.
Aspas down low, can't hear
Aspas.
anything. They're dropping
Waduh.
into smoke right in front of
Anjir,
them.
Zeta.
Aspas swinging
Anjir,
around, he's able
anjir,
to 1-2.
anjir.
It looks like they're gonna trade back. Dashes right into Laz and is punished for it. Laz in a
Gokil.
1v2.
Waduh.
Not able to pull it off. Louder on the board.
Ente.
And Last just
Bonus round,
destroyed
bonus round.
the
Nggak
top
apa-apa,
end
nggak
flank.
apa-apa.
That was crucial. He needed to be isolated because even in that
Oh,
final
Devin jadi
situation,
Asian
he
Pride
could've been a
nih.
1v1 on site.
Asia Pride lah, bro.
Asian Pride, let's go.
Chance to flank, but completely shut down. Well handled from Loud.
Pasti
And
itu
I was
pingnya 3
mentioning
ya
the
kalau Devin kalau di
struggles that
sana.
Zeta
Ya ini
had
kan
in
ini
both
LAN
sides.
guys, pingnya 0 guys, bukan 3.
Continues.
Ini LAN mereka. Mereka nggak main internet.
The way, not even just on the site, but the way they handled that round entirely. Their execute starts as less.
Kalau LAN tuh ping 0, bukan 3 lagi.
And that's the cue for them to go. They know
Mereka
that
mainnya
there's
semua
space,
pakai kabelan ini.
and they know they're an advantage.
Aspas using the blade storm right off the bat.
Biar nggak ada alibi
Saw
ping
some
difference.
to work with as well on the side of Loud. Going back to the middle of the map. Aspas, the tip of the spear. Gotta get a shot at depth. First 2 blades go a bit wide.
Oh, lewat.
They used a lot of utility there, but they did net at least some safety.
Whoa.
Nowhere to run.
These get canceled instantly.
Yeah. Great night from Laz.
And you kind of wonder like what it was that he saw in that
Oh,
moment.
what a read! How did he know?
Obviously has X-ray vision. Sugar Zero not around much longer.
Saya doakan Boom nanti selamat lawan
Some
OpTic.
timing. You still have the middle of the map to work with. Also note, the Blade Storm's still available. He dashes forward. Aspas up top. The Cloudburst to provide some cover. 10 not able to land the shots. Aspas not either. Has to give the
Aspas
space
miss
back up.
semua ultinya, bro.
We're down to 40 seconds left. How many options do you have? Knife misses. There's gonna be a
Zeta
bit of
semuanya
utility
nge-retake
there.
dari lokasi yang sama tuh. Wah, gak ada yang iniin. Lah, kok kenapa nih?
Aduh.
Kok buffering bang? Lah, halo? Kenapa nih? Halo?
Gua nggak ada, gua aman. Halo, aman.
Laz using his own ult. It's a 2v2. And he gets the defuse.
Wah, tiba-tiba menang.
Unbelievable decision. They just put the
Ngobrol,
lockdown down and
ngobrol.
spawn
Biar
and try to
aman,
cover it
biar-
from inside of
itu,
sight. They
Jo.
just go so fast. Never seen that done before.
And you've got, I wish we could see it again because
Streamingnya
Laz
jelek,
is still at the
ngobrol-ngobrol.
very end there. That was that could not have been closer.
Ping mereka berapa ya?
Sorry.
Nol.
I'm not sure if Pancado was able to see him. He
Ini
tried to
LAN, Jo.
pass the
Masih
one
0.
right as the Hunter's Fury was getting canceled, so he just gets unlucky. But they still win the round. Remember, that was a 4 versus 5.
Wah, Zeta sponsornya Monster. Sedangkan ini sponsornya Red Bull.
Excellent start. You hear the other Blade Storm use this time from Deb. We'll see what he can do with it.
2 big ults here from Loud, though. The KO ult already popped. The lockdown, too. They could use that in the post plant.
Ooh, but that knife out from last spotted a whole lot of people down A long, and they're going to persist. They're going to go forward.
The problem here is they're broke, too. They might have won the last round, but they didn't win that bonus and lost all players.
Deb is the key here. Can he find some success?
Zeta
with the Blade Storm?
Iko anjing gara-gara
Well, Sheriff's Crow has a frenzy too.
gak menang ronde 3.
Storms, man. No one wants to get anywhere near that, but the timing isn't great for Aspas. Lands the shots anyway.
Bisa gitu ya, bro ya.
Deb has been so tagged.
Waduh.
He's been so peppered. A prime gaming flawless comes through his loud punch back.
Flawless.
Flawless.
And there was definitely no fight there from Zeta. I realized because I was so hyped
Ini nih baru
that their
belanja.
buy was so weak when that hit started. So they did, Loud did using ults in that situation.
Duitnya banyak, bro. Laut, bro. Uduh.
I love those kills.
Uduh.
Spam into a smoke.
2 kali, bro.
And also
For the
great
smoke.
angle from Aspas on top of that box to control everything on top of the mollies that Les is throwing. And great to see Les.
Emang iya masuk turni dapat 100.000 Valorant point gratis.
Not a star at Copenhagen.
Oh, dari mana lu
For
Silpong?
the young buck on the side of Loud. He's got that lockdown still to
DP
work
langsung
with.
jadi pengen pro player.
Enggak
Dia
apa.
bisa beli skin.
Actually on the opposite side of the map right
Gak
now.
usah dong.
Looking over towards A.
100.000 Valorant point itu berapa rupiah ya kalau kita mau beli ya? Kan 7.000 kan sekali beli kan? 7.800 itu harganya berapa? 17.000.
Just trying to work a pick.
7.800 kali 10 aja deh.
First and the second Cloudburst.
7 juta kan berarti?
Still his. The flash in his face.
Iya.
The door goes down.
8 juta lah. 8 juta.
Down to try to push forward. No.
Ya sekitar 10 jutaan untuk 11 juta lah. 100.000.
But what defenses are left? Tap still causing
nggak
problems on the other
dijaga?
side of the door. Switch clear, but Les once again on the flank. He's got a chance to blow
Ayo.
this thing up. No, it's wise
Dep,
to it, but is
Dep.
it gonna land his way? No, it's not. Les takes care of him. 3v2 in favor of
Kenapa
Loud.
dia nembak ya?
Know that Les still has his ultimate. If things get hairy.
Tree, there's a good spot for it.
Yup. How do they get
Turun
out?
satu.
Hellbound
Aduh.
Hound. Crow not able to get it. And Laz
Double
already of it himself.
Nggak bisa.
Drops one.
Harusnya mereka
But that's all
pick
it's gonna be. We're
barengan.
tied up at 3-piece.
And a great round again from Loud. They're just really abusing
Ini
their
jadi
default,
caster deh, itu
giving
ada
room
jadi
for
caster di
Aspas
tempatnya
to
Hans
work
aja.
They just
Turnamennya Hans,
slowly,
mana udah jadi
slowly
caster
work
gue,
their
susah
way
tau
out
jadi
on
caster.
their side.
Cobain gue.
And again, they have been covered. Les continues to play in tiles.
Halo semuanya, join.
Oh, 100.000 tuh akun Riot kali.
Great setup. It's early map control, and then you have the flank you have to consider at the end of the round.
Yeah.
Even when you get what you want.
Well, also it's conditioning.
Kayak kalau misalnya gua waktu itu pernah mau dikasih akun buat early access. Misalnya waktu Pearl, waktu Breeze, itu gue mau dikasih, itu isi akunnya emang berapa puluh ribu Valorant point gitu, terus selalu mau beli apa aja dah.
Itu kan untuk ini streamer kalau ada update-update kan
Iya.
bisa ngasih lewat situ.
Itu shopnya nge-refresh setiap 5 menit anjir.
It is a nice attempt though, I
Buset.
think, from them because they're aware of how Sugar Zero is playing on the side.
Dia bisa pilih-pilih
He's trying to
gitu
jump
ya.
spot, see if there's utility coming through, then he pops the smokes.
Heeh.
And he's trying
Iya,
to
itu
play
akun
around
khusus
the ball.
turnamen, nggak bisa
Langsung
buat
dari sini
personal.
Bikin di mana? Bikin di
To try to
Topet guys,
support,
biasa kan
potentially
warnanya Topet.
fight on that side.
Putra Rea, welcome to Definition Silver. Gila, itu keren banget mousepadnya anjing. Zeta, mau dong.
Warna putih ya?
Iya.
Perhaps predictability, perhaps close rounds going either which
Mereka
way,
mousepad tuh
but
bisa beda-beda ya? Bawa sendiri ya?
wave crumbles. We are tied up at 3-piece here on Ascent.
Apa?
See
Jok?
if they continue their
HyperX
default
kayaknya.
off of a timeout.
Masa
Oftentimes
sih?
this is when you see a little bit of spot,
Tahu sih gue
right?
itu.
Something a little different.
Sure.
Ini
I think
deh.
it should be an eco here though from Zeta, and it will be.
Yeah.
I'm curious though, because
Tadi gue kurang,
right
gue
now in
lagi
this
dipinjam
round,
sama
you're
saudara
seeing
gue.
them swap the Killjoy over towards the A
Betul.
side. You have Sugar Zero potentially playing towards the B side. Actually, no, they're going to decide to stack over towards A, but that's something I
Boom,
think
jam
that they
berapa? Boom,
might
jam
try
10
to do, right? Where maybe
malam.
that fade can get a little
Bisa
bit
lebih
more
cepat,
value.
bisa lebih
Right now,
lambat
he's just on
tergantung
Hawk duty on B main.
Ini game ya.
game ini.
Laz once again finding value with this knife. I believe tag
Ih,
2
Grace
there outside
kemarin
of B main.
pas lagi di gua nggak lihat. Aduh, gua streaming susah banget tuh.
They're out, and he
Tolong
plays
dipinjam
the
nih.
corners, and you see Laz already preparing to drop some utility.
Oh,
It's going to be a very similar hit that we've seen out of the paranoia, the full dash to try to create some space. It's a great startup from Sugar Zero though.
Ada
Laz
satu
is
di
also
backside,
pulling
ada
back
satu di
right.
backside.
They haven't given up very much space.
They're in
at all.
sight.
Yeah, they haven't given up an inch. They haven't given
gila,
up a
bro.
single inch.
Banget.
Now Sadak and Peccado though, 2 left. We'll make it just
Wah.
one.
Waduh.
What a round out from
Gila,
Zeta.
flawless thrifty, what the
Third
fuck?
round as well.
Flawless
That
langsung.
gave them third
Flawless
place at break even.
thrifty anjing.
And they're doing it to the runner-ups.
Gila dah lu.
No weapon nggak
What
tuh?
a thrifty.
Wah, miskin
And
dah lu.
again, that fast
Miskin
pace
lah abis ini lu
push
kalau kalah lu.
into B-side. You realize the moment that was happening.
Ribet.
All of a sudden,
Dia nggak dapat
last
bonus
ball,
score, nggak menangin bonus round, tapi ini lebih lumayan anjir.
Anjing, flawless thrifty tuh jarang banget anjir.
Ini katanya ngecek ah, demi keamanan channel saya, jadinya cuman skor Zeta, sini Zeta sama Loud.
It seems like Loud go back to what has gotten them to this point
Gak
so
apa-apa,
far.
itu coba aja.
Last
Oh,
minute
gitu.
tiles, it's a teamwork
Iya,
name.
biar gue ada temennya.
Sayangnya di warning doang kan? Emang kalau kena ini strike kagak kan?
Kagak di warning doang.
Oh, warning kayak
Kayak copyright.
lagu gitu.
Iya, kayak copyright.
Berarti kalau misalkan ini gue delete nggak apa dong?
Gak apa-apa.
Gak masalah.
Oh, bilang tuh.
Kayak gua biasa react video MV Korea kan? Kayak gitu.
Oke. Tapi
Waduh.
kalau gue waktu itu reaksi ini Ayu punya Dingo langsung ke take down.
Gue juga ke take down react MV Korea. Kan makanya gue restream. Cuma gue delete abis itu ya udah aman gitu.
You mentioned awareness, and he is perfectly timing his turn there. Potentially Sugar Zero a little
Okay,
fast
sabar,
on that
guys.
one. They had 3 ults to play into that. And that
Zeta
is
dari mana?
what
Zeta itu dari Jepang,
They're
Asia
fighting
Timur.
so long to help
Ya, kenapa sih tiap kali megang senjata kalah Zeta?
because of all the smokes that are going down on that execute. There's so many weird angles that you have to be paying attention to
Ini
there.
kalau OT
And
sih,
unfortunately, Zeta's not able to
misalkan
convert
ya
any kills
adik-adik.
off of it.
Jangan dong.
Quite the far cry from
Jangan
what we
dong,
saw in
pengen
the
nonton
previous
Paperek
round.
nih.
Now, Zeta in
Ah, iya nih.
high situation.
2-0 dong.
Shorty.
Kayak kemarin gitu kan dibantai itu Paperek Edward Gaming kan 13-6 gitu.
He's going to be posted up a tree, so keep that in mind. If anyone goes that way, We've got a chance for fire.
Kalau full sih
Dev,
ngerti sih.
Yacht holding the middle of the map.
If you're just joining us, too, first time you're watching Zeta in a while.
Enggak, Jok,
As
serius, nggak
giving
apa-apa.
up on the chamber on this
Oh,
map
pakai ini aja kali gue ya.
and going back to
Kalau
his
lu bikin jadi
prior
layout
role
baru
in Michigan,
aja.
which he played all throughout 2021 essentially.
Dari Asia Tenggara ada nggak? Boom sayangku. Boom nanti Tandi
He was
dari
just
Indo
as good at
bahkan.
that role. And we're already seeing some really nice value out of the KO, but definitely not going to have the same power as Chamber. Here he goes again, onto Cap.
Yeah, Zeta should have a really good idea of what this hit is. They know that Dev got smoked off, and as soon as that smoke went up, they pinged the middle of the map.
Guys,
I
kalian
think they
perhatikan
slightly
cara
misread
main
what's going on here. The Nightfall across
NA
A doesn't
sama
take- I know they tagged one.
APAC
Asia.
nih. Beda banget.
They're misreading this,
Yeah, just
rotating
barely.
off, but there's still room for them to work. Sugar Zero's still here, don't forget.
Hunter's Fury, Sugar Zero,
Oh!
like you said, gets 2, and the spike. Oh, it's delayed.
Wih.
Sugar Zero gets the third.
Sugar Zero perih banget. Pakai Phantom lagi anjing.
There's no way in for Sasa.
Hidup Phantom.
Less with a massive
Sah.
flank, but I don't even know if there's time he has to make it
Nah,
through mid. He's
udah
got to
guys,
put his
tuh.
sneakers on. Get running. And they're giving up.
Yeah, you just gotta go super fast, man.
10 seconds
Yeah,
left.
there's just no way.
Oh.
Nope.
Yeah, he's
Awas,
not
awas.
Laut dari Brazil.
Cari
That's
duit
close.
doang nih
Just
sesi
a
ini.
dar-
Lah. Kok nggak jadi
Ya,
plan?
nggak jadi plan.
4 seconds to
Kenapa
play.
nggak jadi plan?
Sometimes I just don't trust.
Tahun yang lalu.
Tetep mati. Duh, ngilang nih.
Tell it or not.
Kalau Inggris kan nice kan?
Iya.
Three ults for Loud as it
Kalau
carried
Korea
out in the next
nice ya.
round, and it was ultimately Sugar Zero
Nah,
stall here, but
nice.
that one Zeta
Itu Jepang, Bang.
Iya.
This was really,
Kalau
really
Jepang
nice.
nice kan?
He's
Nice,
using the time
nice.
that
Oh iya deh.
Not actually used a lot of.
Kalau dia asu.
I don't know.
Anjing.
Their pressure
Oh,
right at the beginning
wow.
of the round. They were fast. Last had to use
Nah,
it.
salah.
And then they used that time of quiet to reposition.
Apa lagi? Timeout
Ini
lagi.
nih, nggak boleh ingin sebenarnya nih.
Heaven, that's
Aduh,
one of the
kawan.
places where
Relax, adik-adik ya.
Because he knew.
Nah,
Our
kita
team was
matiin
kind of in the middle of
Ayo,
rotating there.
Apa lagi? Timeout siapa lagi nih?
Loud calling a timeout
Gear
here.
tau ya.
and
Masalah
it's been tit for
gear
tat
tadi.
this entire
Oh ya tadi technical ya. Oh ini loud.
line, knowing that we're nearing the end of the first
Vin, lu nonton yang Inggris kan, Vin?
Ya iyalah lebih cepet goy.
situation and see if
Oke.
there's something different.
Mas gue kok lanjut?
Remember the last time we saw this timeout, it was from Zeta, but they went towards B and they got obliterated off of Zeta's pistol. So we'll see if they try to dial up something different. We've seen
Tapi nggak nyampe Oktober kok, Mas, gue
we've seen
tenang aja.
NBA, just not a ton.
Enggak, sampai Oktober gila.
Nggak nyampe Oktober. Kan gue bilang, kan gue bilang sampai September kan, tapi nggak tahu September berapa, mungkin 28.
Nyampe Oktober itu.
Fake it.
Ya, Oktober mah nggak nyampe, cuman nggak tahu kan September 28.
Enggak dibikin Candy Jul seru kali ya, gue ya.
Right now, I think Zeta is
Kenapa?
really kind of just
Saya udah tinggal 5 menit ditambahin. Ada.
That's giving them full normal advantaged fights on the site. It's not advantaged, but
Indo kapan main? Jam 10 guys.
Sure. Sitting on the fact that if we see something, they're going.
there's really no misdirection.
Yeah.
This round, there is no less over towards B main. But he still has his turret there watching. It's actually a really nice turret where you can spread really wide here.
And Depp is there with the op.
Keyboard bawa sendiri biar nyesuaiin dengan tangan pemain.
Semuanya bawa sendiri, keyboard, mouse. Mousepad.
Setahu gua iya sih. Tapi
Pasti bawa sendiri.
Tapi buat
Yang
apa
bilang monitor.
HyperX pro sponsor HyperX buat apa anjir?
Kan disediain juga, Vin.
Important here, Sadak did not
Disediain kalau
Duit,
mereka
kan?
bawa sendiri. Enggak maksudnya
lockdown that's coming.
si HyperX kalau misalnya mereka bawa sendiri HyperX ngasih apa gitu?
Duit.
Hah, duit?
Duit.
Going for it still.
Kan setiap tim punya sponsor, Vin, nggak boleh pakai HyperX.
Oh.
Benar
juga loh.
Pas gua di boom, gua nggak boleh pakai merek apapun kan.
Oh.
They were gone as he dropped, and unfortunately, for him,
Samsung
he's
berarti
not
apanya
gonna be able
harus.
to take that fight because that
Oh,
smoke
headset
that
katanya,
was
Goy.
potentially to drop
Apa?
out
HyperX headset.
was covering, so they couldn't fight. Good
Oh,
one,
earphone-nya
but
kali.
still, there was just two.
Earphone-nya.
Dia pakai earphone khusus itunya, kursus yang biar nggak dengar suara crowd.
Of approaching Laz entirely,
Oh.
and then as well, their lockdown just
Nggak boleh, bro.
obliterated
Setiap tim kan beda-beda.
by the nade.
Masa dipakai?
That nade's not actually that
Sabar,
easy
Pal.
to- I
Relax,
mean,
nanti.
it's easy
Oke,
to
oke.
land, but
Tiba-tiba
not
mulai
easy to
aja gua.
choose which
Halo,
spot
Mr.
that
Adit.
lockdown actually is.
Pemain OpTic ada yang positif COVID. Semoga jadi opportunity buat boom. Aduh, kalau PRX sih COVID buff ya.
That's nice. That's a combination of the lockdown they were using inside of A main.
Iya juga ya.
Anjing, Jason sama Jing diisolasi dewa banget, cow, main sendiri.
Iya,
Pas sudah sembuh, ini ya kalah malah ya.
Iya. Covid buff anjing.
Tapi ini gue dukung Zeta nih, Zeta sama Lot.
Gue juga dukung
Asian Pride dong.
Asian Pride kita, bro.
Gua Brazil Pride, bro. Sorry.
Aduh, diem deh. Kenapa Brazilian waxing lu?
TikTok is useful for, oh, that's cool. Not useful for much more outside of gimmicks. Gimmicks are nice.
Casternya denger tuh lu ngomong tuh, ikut ketawa.
Ketawa nih.
Picking up the op is not super uncommon. Look actually at the position of Sugar Zero. He's got stars spread really wide, and that's an anti-KO setup. Sadak, who's sitting A main, they've used it every time.
Ini kalau PRX pasti udah nge-push nih. PRX nggak betah diem anjing.
Iya.
Zeta sih termasuk gameplaynya nggak beda jauh sih sama NE sih. Mereka sabar mainnya. Waduh, AWP-nya berani banget nih. Aduh. Nice. Wah, nice. Nice trade.
Ayo, let's go.
Jangan dipitahan.
Ayo lu 3v1, kalau kalah konyol.
30 seconds left.
How the heck does Aspas do this?
Ada step.
Just waiting. Reminiscent pistol round, waiting.
Ketahuan.
But they're getting too far away. He might get last.
He's gotten him to at least one.
Wah, nggak sempet ngedash. Langsung kena.
Kok lu duluan sih, ntar gue pas lah.
A lead right now, potentially. They have the opportunity.
Kalau lo mau sama, udah nonton Discord aja.
And there were many doubters specifically.
Kotak Jok kadang-kadang.
Apa?
Gue nonton Discord kotak-kotak.
Oh.
Lu refresh.
This could be.
Gimana cara refresh Discord?
Refresh hidup.
Already above their averages.
Nice.
Already you're seeing players who needed to step up on LAN doing just that. But most importantly, the team play and prep is already there.
No extra oomph behind this punch allowed. Just that ultimate from
Lo,
that we mentioned in the previous round.
Jam 8 flight ya ke Istanbul ya?
No command, nothing.
Iya gua. Kan gua orang keenam.
Aduh.
Sayang banget, Dep.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a huge thing for Loud. They rely on him so much for entry picks.
Oh, nice smoke. Oh, ketahuan. Ketahuan. Ayo lu.
He should be able to, if they take B, he should be able to get over there quickly.
Oh, rotate.
Predictable. And it looks fine.
Gue ini mau caster ya gue.
But look, there's still mollies and there's still
Gue ini serius gue nontonnya nih, nggak bisa ambil ngomong gue.
So while this fake might be the first time it actually works out, never mind.
Anjing.
There's no follow-up.
And there's nothing behind.
Oh, ini nih, angle tai nih. Nggak jadi.
Perfect too.
Bolt comes through.
Waduh, conge.
Swings out. Can they find anything? Oh, of course, there's a judge.
Banget anjing mereka di B.
Lewat tuh, KO-nya lewat. Oh, nice rate. Di 30 baru masuk side. Gila. Tawan deh.
Oh, udah 3 di side, bro.
Ayo Ten, kalau lu jangan kalah Ten, lu kalah. Nice banget. Nice.
Menang udah Zeta nih.
Udah dapet nih. Gameplaynya udah dapet nih, feelingnya nih.
Momentum nih. Tapi bentar lagi di pause pasti nih ntar nih. Udah dapat momentum di pause nih.
85 lah. Tuh kan.
Pause kan?
Pause kan. Kan pause. Bukan meta pause dong, kan emang ganti kan. Switch side.
Oh iya.
75 bos. Switch side bos.
Had a nice adaptation, and specifically a couple of the players that we were looking at, you know, Depp performing well, and less on the other side too. Having a good performance here.
Nggak tahu sih, nggak sih kayaknya sih. Tapi Leviathan kemarin gila, Cok.
Are actually turning up. Yeah, now he's back on that comfort, playing the killjoy. He's freed up to really slow down the game.
Ntar si boom OpTic anjir itu jago loh dua-duanya.
Having him in play,
OpTic pamungkas
OpTic juara master, bos.
Iya, dia ketemu 4 Rejavik loh. Boom grupnya ketemunya ngeri-ngeri loh.
Iya loh, menangis. Dia kalau nih, let's say boom kalah. dia bakal ketemu antara
No mid round
ZETA atau
whatsoever. Now this pistol
ini.
round I think was gorgeous. It's
Laut.
one that a lot of other people are starting to use with the fade horns and Depp getting online. I think they definitely need another one of these heading into the next
kita
half.
lihat
And just
Famous
secure
guys.
it out. This would be such a
Apakah
blow
Famous
for Loud losing a set.
bisa
Yeah, it really would be.
bersinar
and I think the
nanti?
momentum they managed to build off of this round was really nice. It's just that kind of vote of confidence.
Kenapa nggak nonton yang bahasa Indonesia? Karena yang di YouTube delay. Kalau yang di Twitch lebih real time. Streaming gua kan delay. Kalau gua nonton yang di YouTube juga, delaynya makin delay.
Makin lama.
Loud though, they are a very strong defensive team, and especially with Aspas on that jet, fighting for that extremity control really.
Naruh ke mental nggak sih kalau post? Banget, banget guys. Merusak momentum banget tau.
Itu justru part of strategi jatuhnya ya.
Iya, dulu gue juga begitu kok diajarin.
Lagi panas-panasnya tiba-tiba dibikin cooldown.
Ya, sebenarnya pas tag apa? Pas timer tuh cuma ngoceh, dah nafas gitu doang tuh ngomong itu.
Iya.
Relax, minum air le ya, semangat ya gitu doang tuh ngomong coach itu.
Bukan Eval nggak main. Nanti dia mau tebang.
Naik kan. Di-pause langsung
And Loud too, you
drop
just saw
lagi.
such a good defensive team.
Nah, ini kita lihat nih Asia nih yang ngeras nih.
Asia kalau ngeras jangan diinin bro, udah pasti ngeri bro.
Iya makanya.
Tim Asia tuh ngeri banget kalau jadi tero.
Jadi tero.
Tero banget kan nih.
Nih lihat nih ya, sekali masuk berlima nih, kiri kanan nih. 1, 2, 3.
Masuk nih.
Oh, masuk 1, 2, 3. Oh, tapi kena 3 orang, cok, random shot.
Oh. Shotnya.
Nih angle anjing kayak begini nih. Tawan dah.
Tawan.
Dengar.
Nice trade. Ya.
Adlah.
Aduh.
The pistol goes in favor of Loud.
Damn.
And Josh said how important it is for them to win that pistol. You saw the very
Tapi ZETA IKO-nya ngeri, cok. Tenang.
Flawless thrifty, bro.
They sit around slightly above 50%.
Wah guys, saya
fantastic.
Minoritas di tengah mayoritas ini guys.
Apa? Lu Brazil.
Yoi.
Lu kenapa dukung Brazil sih?
Samba dia mau nari samba dia. Berapa tuh itu gila.
Vou, caralho! O piso é nosso, velho!
Oi, Rukara! Messi portuguesamos!
Vamos!
Itu Siu tadi habis ngangkat koper tuh dari lantai 1 ke lantai 3 tuh.
Dia kemarin bermasalah tuh dia tuh pas di bandara tuh streamingannya tuh. Waktunya nggak jalan.
Udah 3 orang. Aduh.
Ya kan? Ngeri kan? Kalau tim Asia nge-push tuh. Shortnya udah masuk.
Ayo lu.
Wow.
Wah, di run and gun, bro. Sulit.
Oh, dapat Spectre.
Oh, di gangbang dah.
Waduh.
Udah. Kalau masuk ke situ mah di gangbang.
Economical damage. Asik bahasanya.
Let's go.
And the split really nice. Pancata and Les, you could see the 2-man unit that they were running with. Wow, the rest of the team was just working inside the middle, kind of seeing which side Zeta Division was going to poke at the beginning of the round. And so they're fast on the road.
Champion yang ini ada audiensnya nggak? Audiensnya nanti Silpong pas playoff. Ini kan masih group stage.
Itu pas playoff nggak karuan tuh.
Aspas does have that Vandal.
Suara masuk semua.
Kayak di game sebelah kan gitu, banyak yang ngakuin juga tuh. Kadang kan dengar suara left, your left.
Iya.
Harusnya sih stage-nya nanti beda ya pas playoff sama yang ini ya.
Zeta Division did not get any kills, they didn't stay, and they're worried about
going into Master kemarin kan enggak, Vin.
Sama ya, Master kemarin ya.
Sama.
Berisik banget anjir.
Makanya pakai itu Vin, headset mereka itu loh.
Emang bener-bener kedap banget itu.
Sedap, sakit Vin. Sakit banget kuping pakai itu.
Tapi kalau di game sebelah ada triknya tuh.
Dibuka.
Pakai topi, enggak pakai topi. Banyak kan makanya pro player pada pakai topi kan. Sampai kupluk kalau jadi agak kendor dia. Sedikit jadi masih ada masuk kayak udah kenceng banget tuh masuk.
Oh nice. Check corner. Sugar. Nice.
Wah, nggak di trap.
Nice. Waduh. Crow nggak bisa apa-apa dah.
Udah half ya.
Udah half.
They instantly swap there too on the diffuser.
Sengit nih bro.
Full HP to take the fight. Sassy, very low.
Iko lagi aja
on the
dah.
shark attack, and they convert the bonus. The difference could have been made just then in this game, in this first map.
Temen gue ngadi-ngadi anjing.
Good composure from Loud in the situations that they need. Sugar Zero had a chance to potentially do a little bit more, but also Loud worried about that. As soon as it comes out, they're off the defuse. They have to make sure that they get that kill
Gila,
down.
Killjoy top fragger bro.
And let's see again, Sadak wants to get inside of B main. They're doing a great job with the extremity control. Actually have both sides, A main and B main right now.
Just funnel them to mid, and you already see the rotations from out. Look at where they're facing on the minimap. The drone, 3 people close by to challenge. You've also got
Crow. Oh, gila.
provide some cover, and Saucy's there to save it again.
Aduh.
Waduh. Mereka potong-potongannya enak banget lihat deh. Ngintip gitu Ten.
Dar. Hampir tuh kalau dia keklik. Itu aimingnya udah pala itu.
Wow, I mean now they've got the lead in pretty comfortable.
Amat ya orang-orang ini ya.
Dua nih.
As a couple ults come
Gila bro, kalau skornya sih beda 2 ya, tapi KDA-nya loh, lihat tuh.
It's something that has been, I think, certainly a pattern for Zeta, right? Where they give up a lot of space early, but then they're able to work back at it in such good fashion. I don't necessarily think they have
ulti sih, mereka bakal pakai ulti nih pasti.
Back to the split games that they so commonly able to work those mid rounds, so there might be another shark attack here.
Ini pasti menang sih round ini ya, Zeta nih.
Missed the flash.
Harusnya kalau mereka pakai ulti ya. Nice. Ayo pakai ultinya. Aduh.
Timing no.
Oh, nice.
Info hitnya. Timingnya.
Udah dapat info tuh B-nya kosong.
Wow. Miracle comes in favor of Sassy, and now this was a 4v2 that they snatched back. It's gotten down to a 1v1.
1v1.
Oh, now they've got the lockdown. He's got the spike is nowhere near him. He's gonna have to clear that out and make a play for that space.
Plenty of space, and he has smokes too. If Let's commits all the way back into spawn.
Tapi Sugar Zero sering buat clutch tau.
Iya.
Les wants to fight it.
Udah lu diem, gak usah mainan pisau.
61 HP. Now down to 21. They were so outnumbered.
Gila.
But they don't expect
Kismin lagi dong.
And the
Aduh.
Killjoy to be following that after they win the fight against the Shark.
Mengerikan.
You 100% expect, Pankata, the Omen, the Jet,
Ada ulti
the
lagi
KO are
depnya.
going to be aggressive, but when all those guys fall, you see it's just
meta pause
Killjoy,
nih.
and it's just Sova, there's no way those guys are pushing the follow-up. There's just no way.
Momentum bro,
And
udah
also,
4 win streak
you
bro.
don't necessarily even expect
Iya,
that. 2
harus
rounds
deh.
in a row. So final timeout used here.
Final timeout
And
use.
Cloud played that really well, but specifically less too.
Kira-kira apa gue yang coachnya ngomongin gue?
After that smoke went down, immediately he knows he can't be close to this yet, so he can't.
Lu kenapa sih? Paling gitu. Kenapa sih lu?
Ayo dong, jangan blunder dong. Ayo, ntar pulang kita have fun deh, happy gitu.
Gak biasa dibilang, ingat kalau menang tuh duitnya buat elu. Biasa digituin.
Oh gitu ya?
Dulu sih gue digituin ya, sekarang nggak tahu deh. Masa mental lu cuma sampai sini, lu nggak pengen ngangkat piala? Anjay.
Super low economy.
Gitu-gituin tuh.
but it's getting to the point where Loud has
Lu tuh cuma denger coach atau lu bisa ngobrol sama coach lu juga sih?
Bisa. Kalau lagi meta bisa. Lagi pause bisa.
Lagi meta.
Bisa dong.
Pengalaman banget. Wah, ini kan emang gue interview narasumber langsung guys, mantan pro player.
Gue sampai pakai jersey gue loh, karena hari ini tim gue bro dulu main
Mantan
bro.
deh.
Internasional cok.
Parah ya bro. Meskipun
Iya,
udah
makanya
nggak bagian tetap pride ya.
Pride. Gila cuy.
Gila,
Jadi
cuy.
internasional game PC lagi ya.
Iya kan? Lu pernah join tim yang internasional itu kan?
Iya bro.
Oh, iya beneran, dia pakai jersey bro.
Gokil.
Boom gue bro.
Well, the re-exploration right now is giving up a
Yang
lot
bisa
of
pakai
space.
bulu tangkis itu ya.
Iya.
Badminton, gue gak ada baju olahraga nih, olahraga kan e-sport.
Oh, they just jumped. There was just noise there, so Sadak is instantly.
Timing bagus tuh, kena tuh. Zeta kok nebein gitu anjing? Anjing.
What happened with Zeta? Omo.
Ayo dong. End dulu nih match ini nih, biar gue keluar beli rokok dulu nih.
The only hope they had was to get past Sadak fast enough.
Crow, ultinya disimpan aja Crow.
A little bit of jump noise just costed them an
Lagi nggak beli
opportunity
kayaknya makanya
because there was no way after that.
Ada Kuroki anjir.
Tapi ini menang nih. Ini udah bye.
Go again.
Set menang ngejar 5. Udah menang Zeta.
Yeah, it looks like they want to be
GG
much
udah.
faster here.
Temen gue beli banget nih, suka gue.
Actually challenging
Menang.
what Loud wants to do at the beginning.
13-11 udah.
Tapi lu harus mendengar ini sih Goy.
Apa?
Analis dari Coach Anton nih. Wah parah sih analis.
Ada Anton.
Belum.
Ntar, tunggu boom.
Dia nungguin boom.
Dia kan special appearance bro.
Try to take advantage of
Iya. Kemarin lawan
Dilepas. Ternyata dilepas loh retake.
kocak banget anjir.
Oh, the flank fight. He goes in Astral Form and he misses the flank. They've gotten right past him.
Timing parah.
How have they missed this? They have no idea.
Zed jangan Corsair.
Not realizing there's someone right behind him, and there it is.
But he doesn't know Sugar Zero
Dia lagi
too.
pasang
They're
bintang-bintang.
about to get flanked. Is the timing gonna land their way? Zeta with almost nothing for numbers.
Aduh.
Zero finds something. He's not
Wah
just
nggak bisa bro, begitu mah bro.
Sure.
He didn't get half.
Yeah, he's pulled him off.
Oh nice.
Turret cleared out 58 HP. He has to push forward. He's got past the shot.
Oh, nice. 1v1.
Last week, Sugar Zero as well. The swing, the shot. Sugar Zero with the Red
Gue
Bull.
bilang Sugar Zero.
Sugar Zero.
But still,
Gila, bro.
with the 1v3 at the final moment. And he's so
Sugar
decisive.
Zero,
This is why this guy turned so many
teman-teman.
heads.
Memang
When he
nggak
made
boleh
his
kebanyakan minum
international
manis guys.
debut,
Dia sering kelas di
the
13-11 nih.
smoke went down in milliseconds after he got the first kill. And he was just pushing, just through the smoke. Gives him a gap to peek out. What a clutch.
Bukan kupluk, Vin.
Kupluk itu.
11-8 in favor
Bukan
of
pelindung ini.
Still
Ave.
hanging on to that lead.
Headband maksud tuh.
Iya.
But remember,
Headband kan cuma di jidat doang.
Headband mah Naruto bos.
claw their way back into things. We'll see if they
Ini
can
cuma jidat doang. Biasa buat
Itu
kipas
kupluk.
kan.
Wih, nggak klik kanan tuh.
Prowler in his face. And off of that, mid control, a little bit towards Zeta.
But it is so difficult to break Loud. Look at how dynamic they are on
Ini
this
kalau
side.
udah kontrol
compared to
mid
what
si
we saw
anjing,
on the-
sumpah.
Look, they're re-cleared B main
Udah
again.
mulai
They
main
just
mid nih,
fought a
Zeta
little
nih.
bit in mid, helped Aspas
Main
get
default
away,
mereka.
and now they're retaking the space. And
Ayo
they're
lo,
never really
awas.
fighting. They're
Aduh,
always getting enough
aduh.
space that they can make the
Loud.
right reads. Like right now,
Aduh.
they're rotating Sadak and Sasi all the way over towards A.
And if that's not enough, you have Les who's
Buset,
tucked in a
sampai di
ratty
wen
little
tuh.
corner.
Ada yang hold di
That's
wen.
exactly where the spike
Iya.
is headed to. This setup could
masuk.
be disaster for Zeta.
Wah, anjir. Awas, awas, awas.
Gak dicek, Wen.
Gak
Pasti
dicek. Aduh. Oh nice. Untung nge-whiff. Untung nge-whiff anjing. Wah anjir. Anjir.
Numbers once again in favor of Loud.
Wah tuh V2 jangan. Lu kalah angle. Oh waduh, di spray down gitu anjir.
Sugar Zero gets across.
this crossfire right now.
3 lawan 2 ini.
Nice.
Mantap.
Nice. Aduh. One. Boom.
There's nothing to it. Loud map point.
And look at the money, Doug. There's nothing
Mereka
left.
Iko, bro.
There's nothing
Aduh.
left.
Kalah dah, bro. Udah, bro.
Just
Ini
a
kalau
couple of
Ikonya
volts.
menang kena mental nih, Loud nih.
And that's not how you want to go into match point against Loud. Their conversions of these anti-Ecos,
Bye-bye, Alwan. Good
they're
night.
solid. And we've seen it over
Itu
and over
si
so
Cecil
far.
sih ngeri sih tembakannya tadi.
Karena
Lagi
Kenapa?
naik gitu loh, lagi
If he's
lompat.
able to get that kill,
apa dari dulu
maybe he has a chance, Crow.
Lu lihat, Goi.
Europe-
2-2,
Europe-
Goi.
Not enough support over to what
Europe,
Sugar Zero was
US,
trying to
Latam
do, but
itu
also
sukanya
not
pakai-
enough time. Crow is pressured on two
ini
sides.
suka pakai
Waduh, meta Odin nih.
Gimang anjing.
Odin Gimang.
For the jugular, spam with the Odin, the op looking cat. Manages to avoid the haunt.
Oh, detect tuh.
Kena tuh.
Si Ten kena sama Dep.
This buys a blissful from Zeta.
Buset. Udah mulai. Set.
Sugar Zero's catching
Pancada.
is really trying to
Pancada.
make sure Loud has to be holding these positions and reacting off the information they're giving them. Prior rounds, there was no
Loud
information.
udah pede banget main ya.
Iyalah, udah mereka tahu Iko.
The lack of information.
Iya.
This time,
Kayak
they're
di
showing
pick-pick
something. They
lebar
can't make
gitu.
the same reads, but they are walking still into the kill booth setup.
It also doesn't look like there's a setup for a fake or anything. Maybe if Crow's on the other side.
Kalau bisa one tap, mantap nih, Ten.
Something to think about. But
Oke,
no.
masuk. Udah mau entry mereka. Ya,
Oh,
udah.
no. Saucy gets two right off
Kelar,
the bat.
bos. Udah, bos. Dah, GG dah. Ente dah, Zeta dah.
Bro, ada Sugar Zero, bro.
Flipping the map now, trying
Sugar
to
Zero
make it
megangnya
all the
Sheriff,
way
bro.
back towards Cat.
Sheriff
But
dia
they're
kayak
so
panda.
terrified of what's on the other side of the cosmic divide because they
Aduh.
Aduh, di hold.
They have
Udah.
to burn their
Udah nggak
flashes.
bisa.
They have to shoulder peek through this.
Nah, udah ketahuan.
Udah nggak bisa. Udah.
Oh no.
Wih,
Masih bisa.
Paranoid.
anjing dapat gitu.
Cat is there, he's
Crow.
waiting.
Bro,
Bro,
masih ada ulti kan, Crow?
Was hit
nggak ada. Udah dipakai ultinya.
from
Udah
up top
dipakai.
with the
Aduh ini.
blades. 13
Ini di atas gini, di atas gini.
Ah, udah.
It doesn't get
Dah.
much easier than that, dear
Go.
friends.
Well played, anjing. Lot.
To clean up map 1.
And it's
Serem
again,
banget
them
yang
getting
Killjoy-nya,
their time.
cu.
Really good second half from Loud. You saw all of their strength.
Brazilian waxing mania mantap ini, bro.
The way they were moving that was beautiful.
Ente sih.
Right?
Ente,
The way that they were
ente.
really letting Zeta try to just sit there and not.
Woi, coachnya sedang kayak, woi gaji naik.
Actually seeing something.
Eh.
Gak jadi dipecat, gak jadi dipecat.
Iya.
They won one round.
Gaji naik.
That's a scary Loud, and that's why you don't challenge them on a set. I mean, 90% win rate.
Ini mah pilihan Zeta kan?
This is
Enggak, ini
such a
mah
good
pilihan Loud.
statement from Loud. But I will say, Zeta obviously they made this game close. I don't know if that's what people really expect. Yes, in the first half, but also a map that has been kind of weak.
High five. Ini nih kelas Sugar Zero. Oh, bukan yang ini.
And that's a map where they have plenty of room to make these adjustments. It's a lot harder for Loud on defensive side to be proactive.
Nice.
Flooded my mind with memories of Sugar Zero hiding in tower with the shorty in his smoke.
And you saw how good he played this game. too.
Domai.
I mean, maybe not necessarily all the way up there in terms of the scoreboard, but he was so good with his smokes. It's exactly the same thing that we expected from Sugar Zero. This guy is top tier controller play.
And it wasn't always those cheeky antics of like hiding in his smokes, things like that. He showed his rifling was good, the aim was on point, and ultimately
Coachnya awal bulan. Iya, pas lagi awal bulan.
The strength that Loud
Udah nggak
showed
seneng timnya
on
menang.
Ascent, namely the defensive side, that's terrifying.
Yeah, really nice from him.
Fracture
So,
nih,
we'll have to
pilihan
see.
Zeta nih.
Map 2 coming up, and it's gonna be a banger. So don't go anywhere. We've got the test
Coachnya Boom siapa ya guys?
orang Korea.
Oh,
Pak, gua namanya siapa?
Gu Junpyo bukan?
Bukan. Pak namanya.
Lee Tangkek.
Halo, Risman masuk.
Coachnya Boom Mushi.
Bener.
penasaran sama teh botol. Dipanggilnya apa ya?
Teh botol.
Teh botol kayak ngomong teh botol. Itu deh kan pernah dia kalau ini.
Teh botol.
Teh.
Pas loss.
Teh.
Loss. Pas last chance qualifier kan ada itu orang luar.
Miao, namanya Miao.
Natik kapan main Natik tuh?
Fnatic ini hari Besok.
Oh itu besok.
Besok.
Besok jam 10 malam match kedua. Nanti kalau 100 Thief juga seru sih sebenarnya, cuma nggak.
100 tips sih.
100 Thief sih kemarin gokil ya bro. Waktu lawan Sentinel.
Kayak Fnatic deh. Kalau kata orang-orang kan NA near airport.
Waduh.
Dari dulu kan gitu dia.
Miao out tuh.
Wah, tapi game 3 sih seru banget, bro.
2 game deh per tim.
Ya kalau ini 2-0 kebagian bro, Piarek. Terus Boom juga 2-0.
Menang kan udah Boom 2-0.
Iya, Boom 2-0 menang dong.
Menang bro. Menang lah. Lu gila ya.
Gila lu.
Gila ya.
Gila lu, Indo Pride bro.
Indo Pride cok.
Walaupun OpTic yang dilawan.
Indo Pride pokoknya ya.
Indo Pride
Iya.
ya. Apapun yang terjadi sih.
Hati kecil gua OpTic, tapi otak gua Boom. Gimana bro?
When we had that side flip,
Buka kubu besar
had the
dengan
game plan through and through.
ada apa
They're
namanya?
a fantastic defensive team on Ascent.
Lampu
And that's the thing with Ascent.
baru.
You need to be putting up tons of rounds on the defensive side. That's just the way that the
Ayam,
So,
ayam.
I think it was admirable that Zeta were able to do that much on their defense side.
Iya makanya
But they
Boom
just
ini
didn't have
lagi
the answers to
strong
grab
banget
on
nih,
the
Dota,
strike.
Valo,
And,
PUBG, semuanya masuk.
Asli,
I
iya.
actually think
PUBG-nya
though, one of the
masuk
good things
CA ya?
for Zeta, they were able to shut down Aspas.
PGMC kan?
That's kind of the
Apa sih?
style of Zeta, is that they're gonna focus on
Nggak tahu gue deh sebutan itu.
PMGC kebalik ya?
Yeah, that would
Gila lu lihat tuh, Les 274 combat score-nya anjing.
His Astra is still looking like I would say just the best.
Oh tapi sesi juga 268 anjir, kenceng amat.
Smoke to funnel people into the site, but for Loud, what they had was the adaptability.
Ini di backstage Boom lagi ngapain ya?
And if you look at the timeline here, particularly in
Lagi
that
nunggu
second half, it was
tanding
so
gini nih, di
often
backstage lagi ngapain ya?
Kayaknya belum nyampe. Kayaknya belum nyampe.
Udah tadi udah interview kok. Openingnya interview si siapa? Si Eggman. Chef Jeder.
Ini PUBG dulunya ya? PUBG, PB.
Oh, PMPL.
Ngapain nih mereka di backstage nih, lagi ngapain nih? Gue penasaran.
Lagi mantau palingan.
PUBG masuk PMPL CA, yang ke PMGCL ke
We didn't really talk
Rigo.
about him there at the beginning, Mimi, but really Les was playing some damn good Valorant.
I mean, we came into this series talking about
Lagi makan nasi uduk, mana ada bro di Istanbul nasi uduk.
Nasi kebuli.
Nasi kebuli, kebab tuh. Ini nih anjing, gila spray transfernya Loud.
Really intelligent plays on the Killjoy on that defense are super adaptable, using his turret, using his utility to set up in different
Kalau
ways.
di rank diamond kayak gitu di report chat ya pasti ya. Dikira nge-cheat.
Wah
Kayaknya
gila.
kalau dilihat-lihat aimnya lebih sakit si ini sih sebenarnya si kemarin Edward.
Iya Edward anjing free banget.
Ngeri banget sumpah. Karena
Headshot.
Jasonnya ngaku anjir. Aimnya sakit.
Bukan manusia itu Jok mereka.
Headshotnya 35% bro.
Itu kalau dipoles lagi sih ngeri banget
It
anjir.
was more focused on that, but also with that, came Loud. I think just obviously
Kalau
Itu jadi
mereka-
sebelum yang lama gue, iya.
they had the better
Lama.
trades. They clearly
Tahun
were on
depan
the
main
same
lagi sih
page, and that's part of the
bisa
reason why they
menang
walked
itu
away with this
EDG.
victory.
Yeah, and the trade game is something you've been talking about a lot, Josh.
Pasti main
And
lagi.
additionally, for
Jadi
Loud,
tahun kapan,
they're
Goy?
so good at trading out their
2016.
Lupa gue jadi pro player tahun berapa sih?
2016, 2017.
17 lah.
Fourth best in the tournament for Loud.
Masih ada casket ya?
And Zeta Division plays a very
Hah?
spread
Masih ada casket
kind of
nggak?
game. So they don't
Casket
play
siapa?
with each other in big death balls. So they're actually at
Kapten
the
Dotanya
bottom
dulu.
of the tournament right now in terms of deaths
nggak tahu gue.
traded. This is coming
Kan beda bootcamp. Gue bootcamp 3. Dota bootcamp 1, PUBG bootcamp 2, gue bootcamp 3. Yang dijadi bootcamp Valo itu kamar tidur gue dulu.
Yang Bang Bet.
And you can see it's the duo of Aspas
Iya.
that does most of that.
Harus
kind of
disebut kah,
trading
Bang?
overall. For Zeta Division, it's getting behind 10. That's difficult on a map like Ascent where he plays the Killjoy. You're actually looking for him to be
Reliving memory saja.
in order to get that
Oke,
system
oke.
flowing for Zeta.
Yeah, and I think that in this map in particular, Zeta was kind of pivoting and
Sebelum
playing
mulai, ntar
more
kita
of that
kayak
heavy
badminton nih.
execute style that required
Indonesia.
those trades to be on point, and I think the spacing was still off at times.
Pasti
and
Twitch
Loud did a
chatnya
really
ntar
good job at capitalizing off of that.
Indonesia.
And well, their Copenhagen was struggling in this matchup. They
Loud
came
pasti
in
win
into
ini mah.
all
Woi.
of those very heavy
Zeta,
site
bro.
retakes that were
bro.
necessitated by the style of play in this
Zeta
matchup,
menang.
and were excellent on being able to trade out for Aspas, even though he was being shut down.
Yeah, well, you know, guys.
Nggak, tim Asia tuh emang suka dibikin satu-satu dulu, guys.
You want to pay some more bills?
Pay some more bills.
Kalau kata chat, streamer respect mereka respect streamer.
For some good old-fashioned shoulder creeping in our aim lab shoot around. We're actually going to be sticking around with Pro. What do you mean? I think it's perfectly fine.
Nggak kayak Yehen kemarin, pelan, ya miss.
It's perfectly fine. Also, what's that crosshair? God bless.
That is an amazing crosshair.
It's waffle.
Itu hashtag anjing crosshair.
You do look like a waffle, so it actually works out very well.
In what way do I look like a waffle? I mean, I've
waffles on
Ya
circular.
walaupun 97% ya, tapi pelan.
Itu skornya masih 30.000, Jason dari 60.000 ini.
You thinking of eggs? You're losing it?
Yeah, no, I'm thinking you can have circular waffles. You don't have to have waffles be squares.
Itu jadi netizen banget nggak sih ngomongin orang gitu.
Emang.
I don't know. I've just lost my damn
Memang
mind.
itu tugas kita.
Lucu banget
Jumping into our
gitu.
next map here in a moment. It's going to be Fracture.
Mospetnya juga bagus
And, you know, looking forward here, right? We had mentioned in the pre-show.
Mospetnya
kalau si Dave udah dikalungin tuh anduk tuh.
That win, if they got the Ascent win, oh boy, that was cherry
Baju-baju
on
tadi,
top.
ya.
But we all were very
Kalau lagi
realistic.
ngepick, iya kayak main bulu tangkis sih, bener-bener.
This is where hopefully Zeta starts cooking.
Yeah,
Taufik Hidayat mukul, negara lainnya mukul.
Viper gak sih?
Depan kalau Indonesia ngewakilin lagi, gue berangkat ah. Seru banget pasti anjing.
Apaan lu? Berangkat kemana?
Rumah lu. Ya ke Champions dong. Kalau tahun depan ada Indonesia.
Bisa kesini dong, ke APAC dong, sini dong APAC.
Di ASBSD.
Gimana ya kan Singapura deket.
Di ASBSD bukan cuma datang gue, jadi IO gue.
Ih, deket banget.
Deket bener.
Tinggal ngesot itu.
Ngesot maksudnya apa Mas Boy? Stay hungry, hungry base. Itu nggak sih? Apa sekarang udah beda ya? Tahu deh gue.
Kan bapak pak yang mantan pak.
Enggak, dulu tuh konyol, kita tuh dulu konyol.
Kenapa mulainya baru 43 menit?
Bercanda-candain dulu, kan lu tahu member gue siapa ya dulu. Bercanda-bercandain dulu gitu dah. Setengah hari tetap lapar gitu.
Di bahasa Indonesiain.
PCT di Singapura tinggal naik kapal. Ah, kalau Singapura juga, wah itu seru banget sih.
Oh Singapura gue mau.
TI.
Singapura gue gas kalau Singapura. Gak ada tim Indo pun gue gas. Serius?
Terus di sana lu ngapain?
Lah
Nonton.
Yang ngerasain gue, lu emang pernah ngerasain international world turnamen gini? Belum pernah cuy.
Iya sih.
Itu pengalaman sekali seumur hidup aja.
Iya sih.
Gue pernah ya.
Iya katanya gue mau berangkat bro.
Nggak jadi kayaknya deh.
VCT di Bali, itu bukan VCT, dugem ntar di Bali bos.
Oh iya, kalau VCT di Indonesia bener bisa kena mental orang-orang luar sama orang-orang Iya.
Gue nggak ngerti kalau playoffnya kayak gimana cok.
Iya.
Tapi crowd itu keren tau.
Tapi kita suka begini lo tau kan? Kayak misalnya, nama timnya misalnya Igoy anjing.
Enggak dong,
kalau tim luar digituin, Cok.
Gak tau e-sport sih kok kayaknya enggak deh. Pas kemarin Dota sih yang zaman dulu tuh enggak ya. Yang apa sih itu namanya itu. GSC kalau nggak salah deh. Tempatnya maksudnya nggak segede TI tapi hampir kayak TI gitu crowdnya ngeri banget.
Kalau tim Indo nge-clutch mampus lu anjing.
Waduh, miss dong, Dep.
Menang.
Tuh Vito nih.
Darahnya dikit tenang, laut dikit banget darahnya tuh.
Gue liat deh tuh Vito nih.
Pistol bang, ini apa, ZETA juga ngeri sih.
Ini baru 40 detik loh, kok di Vito sih?
Menang, ini kalau kalah sih kacau sih. Darahnya low banget ini laut.
Kecuali nge-whip.
Nice. Yes, correct.
MGC PUBG M di Indo nanti wah gua nggak ngikutin PUBG M.
Ini yang nyerang laut kan?
Iya.
Yang nyerang laut.
Laut attack.
The problem here though is you actually have no clue what's happening.
Termasuk norak atau budaya? Norak sih guys, itu guys.
And also for the I mean, there's just so many holes right now. They could be coming behind you if they walk through halls, because I don't think they can hear the door open. There's just
Disiplin sekali ya.
falling down right now. They have nothing
Lo kiri,
to actually
lo kiri.
cover off the gap.
Lo kiri.
Buat sampai 30 detik anjing.
Ya gimana Pak, mereka 1 HP Pak.
Here now. Both Zeta
Oh,
Division
oh,
members are here.
nggak usah nengok lu.
Jangan ke situ.
Z. Aduh, 1v1.
Dapet ya.
Udah kelihatan. Iya. Kelihatan tangannya lagi memasang bom adik-adik. Itu ganti dong. Nah.
The same story. That one was a really again a nice set piece.
Halo, Man.
Right? We saw
Bukan
that.
yang bagus.
This
SF apa tuh ya,
time we
SF?
see basically every team whoever runs Neon strap.
Tebak skor yuk. 13-7 gua.
Gua 13-9.
Aid was good though from 10-2.
Siapa 13 Zeta kan?
13
Gue
Zeta.
13-4.
Gua 13-9.
13-11 ini.
Gua 7.
Definitely try to fight. But it's hard
Lu
to
13-11. Siapa
Kalau
Jo?
bantai dia.
Laut.
Lo 13.
Tubukin yuk guys.
Gue 13-4.
13-7 gue ini.
13-9.
11 biar agak lamaan dikit matchnya.
Aduh, belum jadi malam dong.
Respect streamer bro.
Enggak, jangan dong. Aduh.
Keras lu.
Ketahuan.
Dapat info.
Dapat info tuh.
Asian style nih.
Asian style nih.
And Laz is completely
Mampus.
isolated here. They're not really rotating off of the fact that look at 10. He's literally wide swinging the south side. Finally they rotate.
Itu di B cuma dijaga. Oh, udah pada rotate ke B semua ya. Oh, udah mau masuk nih. Udah keluar util nih. Udah mau masuk 5 arcade.
Info dia tuh.
Arcade 5. Wah, nice banget. Nice. Aduh, nice.
Nice trade.
Nice trade.
Sabun dikit.
4v1. Nggak mungkin dong.
Wow.
Wah.
Untung aja.
Ngeri banget. Ini 13-4 nih guys, stat nih.
I do love what Depp did there.
13-4 sih. Boleh sih lu.
20-22 jangan dong guys, lama banget. 20-22. Lama banget.
Oke, meta res neon. Wah, kelar itu.
Kalau neonnya dia berani ya.
Ini bonus roundnya menang Zeta ini. Nih, lihat nih.
Ini Asian banget nih. Kan terakhir Jing sama Forsaken nih. Res neon.
Asian gameplay banget mereka.
Wah, kena itu.
Lari seru.
Oh, lihat.
Wow.
Gila, berani banget. Waduh.
Ini kita lihat ya. Ini.
Waduh, gila refleksnya.
Lihat.
Waduh.
Way too much pushing on the
full
south side.
darahnya.
Has to eat.
Udah.
Nice. That's a good
Dikit lagi
shot.
tuh.
Nice banget. Dapat senjata.
Oh,
Nice. 2v2. Nggak apa-apa. Itu trade.
Good timing.
He equalizes, does exactly
Ini namanya economical damage.
Ini kalaupun mereka kalah, Loud
Mereka
ekonomiknya rusak, bro.
Iya.
Iya banget kalau lo kalah banget.
Iya. Aduh.
Kalah senjata bro, wajar.
Wajar.
Oh, nggak ketahuan. Aduh, jadi ketahuan.
Kedengeran.
Nice one. Gak apa-apa. Bonus round. Emang harusnya menang Loud. Kalau Loud kalah sih tadi udah 5-0. Uduh, itu tuh anjing craves banget, bro. Berani banget, bro. Anjir.
Gue pengen punya temen yang sejago itu dah.
Nah, Asteris
yang benar-benar begini mainnya.
parah.
Kacau jago, bukannya gitu dong. Kacau juga jago. Jadi salah gini gue kesannya. Langsung parah. Anjing emang netizen banget. Iya anjing.
Monster kalau ini gini nih.
Forsaken, lu nggak temenan?
Sama engkonya temenan, dia juga jago, Skewerat juga jago. Tahu lah.
Hui, lu nggak temenan sama Hui?
Hui, kan dia bukan pro player.
Iya, tapi jago mainnya.
Ya.
So Les is aware of this fight coming through, but they've actually really controlled all of Southside right now in such a way that they could fight on both sides.
Ini Neonnya kurang berani nih. Kurang masang wall.
The nade could really punish them here.
Nightfall, I believe tagged anyone Laz with a warning shot through the Viper wall.
Uduh.
Cleared out and now a nade towards tower.
Wallnya, woi, Dep. Wall lu di wah, HP Sugar Zero apaan sih?
Jangan dipik, itu operator anjing.
Dia nggak tahu dong bang.
Oh iya juga ya.
Dia nggak tahu dong.
Udah menang nih.
Wow.
Nice.
Udah deh. Iko time. Iko time.
Beliin gudang. Oh, nggak kan dibeliin.
Udah pasti Iko. Laut.
Enggak sih, tanya kan ada yang mati, nggak duit. Beliin dong. Gitu.
Ini si Las dari mukanya sih ini ya. Kayaknya anaknya asik ya, seru deh kayak.
Kayaknya dia suka makan curry rice deh.
Oh iya, headband itu headbandnya gede, Vin.
Hah?
Salah, rambut atasnya nggak ketutup. Weh, ada Pak Keno. Halo Pak Keno, welcome to stream, selamat malam.
Nanti live sampai PRX. Enggak PRX enggak guys. Kayaknya kemungkinan besar enggak.
PRX udah rebahan guys, nonton dari HP.
Gitu.
Igo itu yang sampai PRX tuh, ya kan Goy?
Enggak.
Dar.
Gua PRX sampai di kamar tuh.
Nice.
Seenggaknya tadi si Les pakai ulti kan ya? Through the force kan?
Iya. Bukan operator kan?
Enggak mungkin. Hah?
Operator.
Enggak, Les OP.
Lesnya beli OP.
Les sama Les. Les itu tadi pakai TForce.
Les, bukan Laz.
Les ulti.
Makanya kan mereka lagi Iko anjing masih beli OP.
Iya. Nama-namanya sama lagi.
Namanya mirip nih sialan.
Mati nih.
Awas.
Nice.
Nice, des.
Itu kiri lu.
Domai.
Aduh, nge-whiff. Nice.
Beli bang AK-nya bang. Vandalnya.
And an opportunity there for them. They wanted to just kind of dry walk up with a fully fueled Viper wall.
Chambernya kena burungnya. I'm out of here. Ya, momentum.
Ini nih.
Momentum.
So just slightly flipping that. Unfortunately, they're not able to get any value on the walk up.
Loud call timeout here, down 3 rounds. Note, as we think about this and kind of let this one simmer and get us all excited for the next round.
Malam MU main on MU main on
both online for Loud, a team that for this entire half we haven't
MU udah keluar gua belum?
We haven't seen much go. It's very patient. They have tools there to go explosive if they want to here.
Kirain masih
Tidak masalah mental. Sebenarnya bukan masalah mental sih nge-pause gini. Emang sedikit untuk ngilangin momentum lawan aja.
Kalau si PRX menang pun time out deh.
In halls, right? That's my only place that I really can see that viably working. At least.
Tuh lihat keyboardnya. Mereka pakai sponsor masing-masing tim, Vin.
Like a sand push with a prowler, those types of things to open the door for you. And then the Viper pick can go down later. Out of tree, it's going to be very difficult, especially given Lass is peaking very early. And you kind of have to wait.
Itu rasanya apa ya di tengah-tengah bunderan tanding itu impian gue masih kecil anjir.
Kan udah.
Tapi kan nggak sampai internasional gue.
Kan
cuma ke Bekasi.
Sampai ke kecamatan, lumayan lah.
Gue kesedek asap rokok lagi anjing.
But for us, I think we're all thinking the defensive win rates for ZETA, no matter what, have been weak. And if they're flipping that in this game, it's a good sign overall for the tournament, but also a massive win condition here.
It's interesting here. Crow holds his
Boom menang satu ronde aja udah GG lawan OpTic. Nggak segitunya dong. Lo pikir Boom gua sama Igoy? Kalau gua sama Igoy, iya kayak gitu. Nggak apa-apa.
They invested so much to deny that control.
And it's huge. Literally no space gain
13-4 guys.
from Boss's ult just then.
Kayaknya bisa 13-4 ya ini. Kok jadi takut sih Loud deh mainnya ya?
Zeus didn't really find value. Det was just in that corner. He's been getting there consistently. So they gave
Ini-
up making sure, okay, the fault line's gonna go out.
Masalahnya,
but they didn't really actually
yang gue
understand
bingung
what's
ya,
going on the
Zeta
other
tuh nggak
side,
pakai Viper
even though
loh.
that's been happening probably 3 rounds by now.
Tapi ada Brim.
Iya.
Ada Brim sama
They
Bridge
still
kan.
have that Viper's Pit in the hands of Sadak. You see him on your screen.
Duo,
No armor,
bapak.
85 HP to work with.
Aduh.
Shot goes wide. Less than Zed
Oh,
duel
oh,
out.
oh, angle.
Push into spawn. Less push into
Uduh,
spawn.
ketahuan.
He spots them rotating in.
All 4 players here from Zeta have to come through this, right? It's covering. Oh, not actually covering the side of Jen. They find that gap.
What the frick?
Oh, and the
Gila.
goes down. There's the
Uduh.
rolling thunder. It's going to push him back, and they're going to work on
Nggak
the
kena.
side of that.
Nggak
But
kena.
Less goes untouched.
Nice lewat atas.
Eventually
Nggak sadar
falls.
dia di
Numbers
atas.
2v2 here.
Udah plan ya?
Udah
Taking
plan.
away 10 so weak.
Uduh.
But Saucy finds a kill.
Wah.
10's got to do it himself, and he's not able to. Loud get to
Waduh.
2.
Gila.
And it was plan B at the
Hilang
end of
udah kan
the day that
momentumnya
worked out
kan.
for him.
Yeah, they didn't need plan B at all on their attack side on Ascent.
Yeah.
Remember, it was just consistently
Ini kayak
going
tadi
towards
lagi
the
nih,
same
bro.
side that they wanted to go towards at the beginning of the round.
Kayak tadi lagi ya.
A little bit of
Iya,
slow
dicumbek,
default at the
dicumbek.
But wherever they leaned, they went. This time, finally, you have a pivot that works.
Kalau semuanya sampai ke map 3,
And I think
nonton
their
Pepres
lives
bisa sampai
really
jam 4
wanted
loh,
that
jam
kill.
5 loh.
They cleared arcade for a while here. There's not that same Viper wall that's going down. I think we're going to be safe on
Tadi
this side,
pagi
given
untung
Aspas
2-0
ult through in halls. Another exploration though. Again, 4 players here from Zeta.
Oh, di-push nih.
Ayo Asian. Aduh, ayo
Neon
Asian.
dan Raze. Masih seperti for second dan Jing. Mantap.
Buta lu.
Has to back up.
Oh,
and with the shot,
wow.
gets 2.
Nice
Another
banget.
nade to potentially hit the third.
Nice banget sih.
Saucy gets away.
Nice banget itu.
How the heck did
Gue
he do
ditinggalin
that?
ya. Neonnya mati.
Last lagi pakai AWP apa Through the Force? Oh, Through the Force deh. Enggak deh. Iya Through the Force bener.
Excuse me, Labs on one side
Oke, ulti
with
dia.
the Tour de
Mati.
Force. You know you can't go A.
Wah.
Everyone's still there.
Ngapain? Fake TP.
Touting that hallway.
Iya, fake.
And you couldn't see a dang thing.
Yeah.
Timing nih. It's all about timing nih.
How long the round has gone on and the delay, Crow has his fault line again.
Itu apa
There
namanya?
just isn't any cue for him
Charmnya-
to drop off of.
Dude, they're so
WCT
comfortable
anjir.
playing last,
Mau dong.
completely isolated on this B site.
Yeah.
Costed them last round, but look at what happens
Oh.
when
Oh.
you go to the other
Oh.
side.
Oh.
10 should have
Oh.
spotted that.
30
Yep, you see him
seconds left.
instantly rotate over. Crow
10.
goes by.
Oh, nice. Nice di smoke, nice.
Smokes there.
This angle from
Very
Sugar
side.
02 can lock down the round. I think they want to save now.
Yeah.
Save sih. Iya, ini udah pasti save ini. Nggak mungkin mereka push.
I mean, they have a haunt. Maybe they can force their way through with that, but
But
Dia
I
udah
think
pasti
it's great
save
to
tuh
see
kan.
it on the HUD. The economy's not great
Buang round.
no.
for
10
Loud, right?
seconds
Like,
left.
Saucy's okay.
Yap.
sure,
Mereka bisa Niko soalnya.
and Aspis maybe, but yeah, there isn't very much to go around.
Tengahnya si Sesi bisa beliin 1 tuh.
Law's happy to fight right now
Wah,
as well.
tapi ini
Tour de Force can expire,
Taker
Yeah.
so he can get any of these guns
Zeta
down.
juga perih-perih. Nyoh juga nih.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Yeay, berarti 13-4 itu saya.
But what a hold.
Tejo.
Again, you
Ini
see
nih,
the
anjing.
fault line, the Roomba.
Ini buat
Ini
enak-enak
nih.
buat
Space, drops that
Mm,
to stop, goes forward.
der.
Honestly, I still
Mau
wonder
ini
how he
gajok
doesn't get
taruhan
third
cat time,
there.
gajok
But
kita
Saucy's
jok.
trying to jump across the spam and the nade.
Yeah.
Main Devin taruh
You notice
time
too
ngobrolin
that
kalah
no
aja.
player on Zeta was
Itu ngapain lo gitu ya? Apaan ya? Nembak
hurt
apaan
by
ya?
any utility there, right? No, no.
Apa ya, gue juga nggak ingat.
Upnya Zeta nih, ih.
On the flip side,
Itu
it was
kan
not
kita
that
lagi
safe.
nobar Valorant juga.
Neon Race oke juga ya di sini ya.
Waduh, ini lagi. Oh, udah di TB-in gitu, Bos.
Berani banget.
Nebe banget.
Dep rotates off.
Anaknya nggak takut
Kejar.
sama racun, Bos.
It's just the bluff that there's pressure going in. And this is going to be a really interesting position to see if they're ahead of them. But no, I think the Prowler down into Hall just cleared out any fake of attempt at pressure there. They can go into
Slow
A and it's
rotate.
going to be uncontested.
Yeah, because remember, you just mentioned they're flipping the map.
Ini kalau ada yang ngebokong dari belakang lucu ya. 3-3,
Four
ding 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 ding.
4-1 setups. This time over towards B though.
Enggak, yang lucu kalau yang CT-nya juga pakai. Jadi
Papasan. Papasan anjing.
Itu lucu tuh.
Itu lucu sih.
Kayak lo
Loh.
mau kemana?
That's not happening. There's got to be something else.
Terus gak ada yang nembak, liatin doang.
Iya.
Good read here from Loud,
Kosong nggak ada.
and they'll get the sights.
Ada yang kena.
They'll force it.
Mereka mau retake ini.
Setnya.
Retake percentage to be successful here from Zeta.
Line up dong, Bang Loud. Line up dong.
So early, but they find themselves
Udah pakai Viper masa nggak line up dah? Oh, udah habis poisonnya. Udah nggak bisa line up.
Buka jalan tol, masuk. Dapet.
Mati nih. Waduh.
Nice.
Mati Sugar Zero. Mati Sugar. Wah, timing. Sugar Zero. Timing. Wah, timing. Timing udah dibilang tuh.
Masih ada smoke lagi.
Let's
go.
Beli rokok dulu, rokok gue udah habis, Cok.
Set, belum beli lagi, belum beli.
They just want to get in and find any
Kalau
sort
lagi
of
nggak live
picks.
sering nonton turnier kayak gini kah? Sering. Gue suka banget ikutin kompetitif scene gini.
Sugar Zero got this. Yeah, he was actually blind a second before.
Waduh, headshot kayak gitu anjir.
And the flash is so.
Ayo kita ini guys, jadi caster itu ntar TI.
Oh iya, ini headband nih. Raski, welcome back to Definition Server. Jadi ingat ada anak AE yang jatuh di Flying Fox pas by face. Itu ngebug nggak sih jatuhnya waktu itu? Harusnya kan lo nggak bisa jatuh.
Awal-awal ya?
Iya. Yang lagi Indo lawan Indo, AE udah 4v5. Baru mulai.
This is the same look we saw the last time they had that.
Mereka demen arcade ya, mainnya ya.
Walk up arcade.
Soalnya ada si Omennya, Goy. Mereka pede. Bisa nge-smoke.
Au.
Mati, jangan. Crow, jangan Crow. Aduh. Tuh Fitri nih. Ayo bisa yuk. Ya bisa yuk. Aduh, planting. Oh, itu enak tuh di judge.
Last work challenge while the op shots are going off.
Sulit sih ini sih dengan save.
Oh wait, they're challenging.
Aduh, angle-nya salah.
Thankfully they trade. So Loud still has this.
Oh my gosh.
1v1.
He has a judge.
Bisa nih.
How the heck? Yeah, Sada can't close the gap.
Let's go, Las.
They challenge off the last second.
Itu
And the
tadi
best
kliknya
part
itu
about
ngeri
that
banget.
from Zeta,
Ngeri banget.
Depp
Sumpah.
didn't show himself at all that entire time. So they think, okay, if there's nobody
Ngeri
peeking
sih.
yet, surely.
Ngeri sih.
For the judge at the end of the day to be the deciding factor in this Red Bull clutch is outrageous.
Mantap,
He
bro.
gets the opening kill, and then Sadak switches to it, and you're not gonna hit that from that far away. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Gue jadi mereka juga gue teriak sih.
Si Las sama si Depp kakak ade ya?
Mirip ya?
A little bit of mind games.
Iya, anjir.
Really won because you expect him to play a little
Mirip
slower.
banget.
That's such a massive boon in momentum for Zeta.
Well,
That's the kind of round that can flip things.
yeah, but remember, they had pistols.
Wah, pede nih. Udah main nih, Zeta udah pede. Aduh.
First point of contact
Baru
has
dibilang
lost
pede.
for Zeta.
Oh,
What
bener-bener.
is this? He almost
Kan
pushed
lagi,
way
kan kita
past
lagi
the
nobar
ball
nih guys,
Zero.
sama Devin dan yang lain.
Meanwhile, Les is just gonna
Mati nih.
Semuanya sama gak sih mukanya? Enggak dong.
Aduh, timing.
There's an alarm bot there.
Sama-sama lagi nggak siap padahal.
That gets cleared out. Les backs up.
Gue mau tanya deh, chamber itu kalau misalnya yang TP-nya dihancurin sama dia pick up, lebih cepet cooldown dia pick up ya?
Oh, he's gonna get smoked off
Ya.
by Deb.
Berapa detik bedanya?
Cooldown ya?
Iya.
He swings out and he
Yang update
falls.
baru udah dicanggah, nggak ada cooldown kan?
The fire they're training
Ada
down
dong,
for
kalau
that.
misalnya dia retake.
Nice.
But once again, the kills traded back and forth, and Laz finds
Wah,
himself
mati.
alone,
Mati. Save
trying to
AWP.
save whatever he can. And the challenge
Wah.
is on the other side of the wall. The elbow betrays him as Laz falls.
Oh, depan itu sponsor batang merah. Iya, Red Bull. Mereka sponsornya Red Bull.
But Depp just tried to hide inside of that orbital strike, swing out against Aspas after the
Kalau diambil 25 detik, kalau dihancurin 45 detik. Oh, gitu.
Very bold.
Pantes orang-orang kalau chamber tuh kayak
well, the interesting thing.
mereka selalu pick up gitu loh, nggak mau sampai dihancurin.
Sight, right? He cleared the top of it, obviously with his vision as he's satcheling, but didn't really pay attention to the bottom side.
Pick up, pokoknya intinya pick up lebih cepat cooldownnya dibandingin kalau dihancurin. Wih, bagus banget anjing.
I think Laz comes through when he comes through the door. There's
Pick
so much
on.
there that they have to be
Belum
concerned
sejam
about.
terus
They
ini.
haven't really addressed it just yet.
Well, I think Louder's starting to get a really good read on what Zeta are trying to do here.
Kelihatan.
They had so much
Wah.
Yeah, that they knew that there was pressure coming in through halls, and Les did just walk right into Les's lap, but 10 trades him out. See the Viper spit go away?
Ngilu anjing.
It's a fake, and they're gonna bite.
Last biting here is definitely a problem for them. Oh, the trademark.
It really seems like Loud have gotten to beat on the situation here.
Dipotong sama Chamber tapi nih.
Chambernya mati kok, Chambernya mati tuh. Just, anjing.
And of course, that's again. Trusting Pancada to cover him.
Itu ulti bait doang anjing.
He has that Nightfall. Yeah. And they've all retreated to tower. They've all retreated to the northern side of the map. Sadak smoked off.
They have much more control than it appears right now, Zeta.
Face your fear.
There's a Nightfall.
Oh, dibikin setengah dulu.
Enggak, di-commit.
Oh, di-commit.
Ancient
style, bro.
Sugar Zero gonna have to do it himself.
Kiri lu.
On both sides, and he's not able to isolate.
Kalau dia commit bisa menang ya tadi ya?
Iya.
What
mati
a
sih.
round for Loud to win. Last tried to bring it back within his grasp, but
takut.
at that point, Loud gets back on the site. That fake worked really well.
You can see it unfold at the very beginning of the round.
You mentioned how Loud looks to have the beat on the situation. The thing
Itu tadi ngilu banget sih
Zeta's only shown
hasilnya.
2 looks.
8-4 ini habis 13. Tenang.
We're in the 4-1 on one side, we're playing the 1-4.
Yeah.
And consistently, it's Depp throwing out both the stun from him and then Crow with the fault line too. And again,
Apa tuh duanya dia TP, omennya TP ke situ?
And there are 5, literally everyone is on the
3
other
kena
side
nih.
of this wall. The
Anjing,
Prowler,
piercing shot
Uptick
3 orang sih anjing.
And he's gonna hold the angle.
Mati nih.
The second Prowler, the
Mati.
Surely you
buta
don't
lagi.
overstay your welcome this much, do
Ya.
you?
Wah,
Oh, one tap with the judge.
Of course.
gila.
Gila sih, last.
And now that's still in
Gila sih.
tow.
Wah.
Goes aggressive. Sadak able to trade out.
Wah,
Once
Jim.
again, the line is Sadak.
Tuh
He's
Vitu.
got 3 on the
Tuh
round. How
Vitu.
much more is there?
Rotate,
Saucy and
Loudnya
Les,
rotate.
can they get this thing back? They've got the spike, and once again, it looks like
Masih
it's
ada
gonna
ulti
be
nih si
Les.
Les.
Draw attention, draw
Ya, kelihatan.
pressure. Maybe Saucy flips it.
Iya, kelihatan dari pas si Zero gerak ya.
And as we've seen, time after time in this
Jadi
map, in
pantekin
this
lu.
series,
Jadi trap lu dua-duanya lu sama Les lu.
and the silence just deafening.
Ayo lu, sabar-sabaran sama Les katanya. Enggak,
Gue 20 nih.
gue yakin ini, gue yakin Les.
Gue yakin ini gimana ke BM.
Lu percaya sama gue.
Tuh kan katanya.
Mati nih.
Attempted to swing off of that well for good reason. Time left.
Di bait anjing.
Challenges again, and this time Les wins it out.
Waduh kena anjing. Waduh anjir.
7-5 gagal guys, bukan 13-4.
Just the pivot. We didn't see
13-7 bro.
13-9.
that round specifically in the round prior. They brought this back to an even game.
3 rounds to clean out the half. We
Pause
mentioned
ini,
it felt
pause
like they
sih.
were starting.
Rasakan momentumnya, ayo.
What was going on? They respond gorgeously.
It's awesome to see King of
Ini
Chamber,
gokil sih
King
ini.
of Justice,
Gokil.
back at it again to Laz. He already used the shorty in the round, by the way.
Tapi ini
Those were not able to reload it, and he pulls up.
Terus ada kayak ini sih.
What a half.
Gara-gara dia tuh jadi bisa
What a
menang.
response out from Loud. Zeta still with the lead.
Tapi so far Silas masih owning sih. Matinya 6 doang anjir.
Exquisite start there
Nah,
for the
pause
Japanese
nih.
team,
Rusak
but
momentum
Loud managed to bounce back big time here in the half. Mimi, super impressive stuff there from Loud. I mean, even though that last round, what a play that was. Still, they managed to find those wins where they can.
Again, it feels like shades of map number 1, where we come out, Zeta's looking incredible. They have a great understanding of how they want to play the map. And then as we get a little bit later into things, they pull off some of these massive rounds to recover. They figured out the setup that Zeta kept showing and got enough rounds to maybe make something out of the second half.
It definitely felt like at the beginning, this was even more
Gila,
one-sided.
10 below banget, 10.
Head-to-head between 10 and Aspas. 10 playing very defensively with the Rays, using his utility.
13-7 Loud win, 13-6, 13-9 gue. Aspas tuh aimingnya kerat juga, cok.
You got, the more you started to see them figure this out. And I think on the other side of things as well, once you start to get 10 on the attacking half, you know, Aspas will be the one then taking better duels where he's able to defend, but he has two people to defend against. It's not
Tuh apaan tuh ini pegang sama si Ten tuh. Hitpack ya. Boom OpTic dukung mana? Boom lah. Sarisier, thank you Sarisier.
Out of ZETA, both that Neon and the Rays running all the way in, a smoke to follow it up. The util coordination between those two really adds a lot to this map. I think for those trap plays as well as for those forward executes, this comp works superbly. But in the second half now, it's going to be them working in conjunction, and we saw in some of those retakes how ZETA was struggling to play out that trade game. It's so important now that they're heading to their
Istanbul dingin ya guys ya, lagi musim dingin emang Istanbul.
Kalau ikut turnamen mau panas juga jadi dingin, Vin.
Bener juga sih.
I'm feeling pretty good for ZETA here. I actually do think that we could be going to a map 3 with how things have played out so far.
They've definitely adjusted their style. They used to play shorties in tower, all over the place. We've seen that from them, but we've also seen a massive side to the game that didn't appear to be there before. And if they can do that on the defense,
Udah Loud aja menang 2-0 biar OpTic boom. Gue juga pengennya gitu sih guys.
Iya, sebenarnya mau ZETA atau Loud yang menang,
gue gak peduli.
Gak peduli juga sih.
Gak peduli juga.
Gak peduli.
Cuma PRX sama boom. Kayak bodo amat loh. Gue gitu sih sama
Semoga aja deh.
Oke, Loud. Let's go Loud.
Look at it on the attack.
Karbitan banget gak sih?
We've actually seen a little bit
Ya nggak apa-apa sih.
from Edward Gaming.
Gue cuma dukung bom sama Pepe. Rex.
Pepe, lu mau ngomong Pepe kan lu ya?
Enggak anjing.
Lu ngomong Pepe, lu gak tahu lu.
Beginning, that it's gonna hurt, right? You only have the 3 Brimstones. You have to get your duelist in. A complete shift in styles.
Tadi bukan time out gue, kan emang ini tim.
Enggak, dia gimmick tahu dia sebenarnya. Emang Yogi ini emang suka gimmick.
Oh apaan sih Les?
Ini ngeri sih Les. Ini yang nyerang ZETA kan ya?
Enggak dong.
Iya ZETA yang nyerang.
ZETA.
The time is abysmal. Bro not able to get anything. 10 not either. They've taken that space right back.
Nah itu nggak denger kah? Viper-nya?
Laz holding this angle. Pancada so weak.
Pancada mati.
He's spotted ahead.
Waduh.
He's able to get away. How much space can Sugar Zero find as he's the one who's going on a crazy flank, but Tasi's just going to defuse. He's going to get it himself. Loud win the second.
Yaudah nggak apa lah, yuk menang yuk.
Loud sih, Loud jago banget.
Ini Loud jago banget kayaknya. Ini kayaknya bener di 13 ini.
Iya benar, 13-7 benar. More Loud kan?
Iya.
Gue dukung Loud cok. Valorant dukung ZETA, aneh banget. Brazil lah,
Brazilian waxing ya bro ya.
Yes, biasa. Sui gitu kan.
Iyalah. Lu nggak ingat Ronaldinho, Brazil bro.
Benar.
Ricardo Kakak, lu tau nggak? Dari Brazil juga tuh.
Perhaps the testing of the waters towards B.
Tejo datang ada temen.
Iya. Try to clear things out, but the life from Sadak excellent delay. Interesting too to see how they prioritize where the orb is going. But they have let one slip past. 10 has gotten through.
Wow.
He doesn't have, all he has is a sheriff, but he could cause problems here if they establish enough control on this side of the map.
Yeah, if Les wants to reposition into tower, which I don't think he will. He wants to stay on his anchor.
Oh, they know.
They're so aware.
Yeah, they know they've lost it. A second flash. Les has to look away.
Oh kan, jago kan.
Oh,
gila.
Sugar Zero does
ini Loud nih.
Should follow.
Nih dapat lagi nih. Oh.
Dikejar loh.
Yeah, this was a difficult situation to begin with.
Powernya loh.
And the window to convert was, I mean, minuscule.
Yeah, 30 seconds still here. Laz gets one, but it is, the window's gone.
Yeah.
You're right. It's just gone. And I'm concerned here because we might have seen, stats that showed that ZETA is very good on attack on this map, but this is entirely different. 40 seconds left, still 1v3, no chance to spike.
Comeback bro.
It's an entirely different comp,
13 ini.
Time out nih. Time out nih.
bursty style of it.
Time out, time out.
That playing the neon, and again,
Enggak kan masih
what you
Iko
have
kan?
for tools to follow up on.
Oh, mereka buy ya?
Flash is clear the way. Yeah.
Iya.
Mereka buy.
Biasa tuh round 4 tuh kalau masih
Habis
kalah
bonus,
tuh.
iya, habis bonus round baru.
Right, where they're actually
Yeah.
already pushing on the side. I don't necessarily see that they're leaning into those strengths just yet.
Laut sih
If they
menang
do it
sih.
here, is this is a gun round for them. 2 people in light armor. But you're right. This is where you.
Soalnya kalau
expect,
ZETA yang menang pun kita nggak ada
what's this
kebanggaan nggak sih?
offensive build?
Iya.
It's built to go fast.
Emang no impact emang kita tuh.
But it doesn't seem like
Yeah.
it's going to be the case here.
Don't forget on a sense, only one round one.
Malah main Flying
from
Fox
Zeta
anjing.
when they flip to attack.
And what a
Bosen,
freaking
Bang.
miracle that was.
That's true too.
Kayak bener kakak ada deh, Las sama Lab sama Dev.
Les already tagged up.
Di push anjing. Waduh.
Jalan tol udah dikeluarin.
Dep did not even
Pembangunan
jump
jalan tol.
on the TP eventually.
Dev masuk.
Ya, jalan tol ditutup.
Bullies him out of the way. Okay. Yep.
Waduh.
Sure.
Waduh.
And now the nade keeps him back. Crow gets the spike down. Dev looking for
Whoa.
Illinois is there, and he just Sadak never hit the ground.
There.
His body did.
Yeah. He's got a Bulldog, you've got a Spectre, and then you have a Sheriff. So you have some tools to work with here. They're both going to be coming down from the drop.
Wah.
Really, just like that. It's extinguished. Aspas flirting with death.
Tunggu ada yang mau lompat nih. Ditungguin sama dia yang lompat nih.
Understanding the challenge is inevitable.
Kayak di bawah tuh The Floris Lava nggak sih kayak gitu?
Iya.
But just trade it out.
The Floris Lava banget di
Zeta do
bawah.
what they were able to do in the prior
Wah,
round, right? Win the
Zeta
anti-bonus.
menang nih.
Force Loud to be in an economic disadvantage. Not disadvantage, but
13-7 tetap. 13 apa? 13-9.
Gue pengen Zeta menang, tapi gue pengen
they'll hold on to the
Loud
lead.
menang.
cepet-cepet.
But again,
Itu loh.
Gue pengen Asia menang, tapi gue pengen Loud yang menang aja deh biar kelar gitu kan.
stop any of that
Iya, biar cepet nonton boom gue.
Iya, terus bisa nonton PRX kan.
And if you're loud,
Iya,
knowing that you
tapi
won
PRX emang udah
5
nggak
rounds
bisa
in a
sih,
row
pagi
before
banget.
that one going
Enggak, kalau misalnya ini kelar nih jam 9 nih.
They win it out.
Setengah 10 mereka main, kelar jam setengah 12, 2-0.
Worse about the situation.
Main mereka jam setengah 12.
additional one-way
Jam
control.
12
Iya,
lah
jam
mereka
3 lu
main.
tahu. PRX main biasa 2-1.
Ya sengaja kayak gue kemarin gue nonton satu map.
Good opener for Laz.
Iya.
And again, they
Kemarin gue Liquid sama Leviathan cuma satu map doang. Tidur gue di situ nggak kuat.
Where's the rest of the players? They don't get into sight there. The Molly was so good, and they
Sadak
just
ada ulti,
don't
Sadak.
try to challenge. It's a Molly and a Viper Orb, so yes, it's definitely gonna do some damage.
Sadak mau ngebet lagi nih kayak di B nih.
Nonton kan makan apaan ya?
Apaan?
And
Sambil
honestly,
nonton
if
ginian
not,
tuh
Martabak.
Sadak swinging back into that.
Sate
Well,
Taichan lah.
expects a
Oh ya,
Viper
Taichan
there.
enak, martabak enak, Indomie kornet telur enak.
Sure.
Iya.
Problem here, Zeta,
Keren sih
one
nyemil ya.
smoke,
Enak ke martabak ya.
Donat, nyemil
one
donat.
smoke left.
Nggak enak, donat nggak enak. Berantakan, makannya berantakan.
Kan juga enak.
Dire straight
Donat yang
Again, Laz
yang
trying to cause
nggak
some
berantakan.
waste speed.
Apa tuh?
Yang
Yang bites, donat
Starting to
bites.
see some of the
Iya,
rotations
donat
go
yang
over.
Jeko
Just
gitu
as
kan nggak
quickly as
berantakan.
that happens, Pancata swings back off of the
Tapi kan
Brimstone
tangannya
space.
kotor.
Kecil,
Spike has not made its way out of the hallway yet.
Iya sih.
They've been kept at bay, but they finally
Ih, dia
explode
nggak tahu
out
ada
and
di
they get the
bawah.
kills that they need to take control of the site.
Ya,
Sugar Zero with the plan. Aspas has arrived though with 30 HP, spamming into that smoke.
oh di ulti.
Now you've got the overstrike. You're gonna have to deal with a 2v2 here. Sadak,
He spammed them through the ults.
Oh, 2v1 nih.
Nice, ini.
if they
Dari
really
kiri
wanna
nih.
invest
Di
in
pick
this,
bareng
they
nih.
can secure it. It's gonna have to be heroics from Sugar Zero yet again. Can he hold them back by himself? Oh, and if he isolates the gunfights, he's gonna get what he's looking for. He's got it to 1v1, and Sadak saves the day.
88,
4 on the
bos.
round.
Sadak nih, bos.
Sadak, kurang
The
out.
IGL
Sadak nih,
is a
Sadak
monster.
nih.
He just dives through on that B execute, just shuts it down. Freaking loony. And then
Ya
he
udah, apa
stays
sih?
strong in this one
Sadak.
too, actually,
Sadak.
as well. And his
Sadak.
kill on the depth, okay, whatever, stops
Sadak,
the push most
Sadak.
importantly.
Dulu
Laz
waktu
is
Neon
trying to
baru
fight
rilis,
it.
wallnya
They
nge-damage
just
kan?
put This right here.
Sekarang juga damage, Vin.
Agak gue sekarang
If
mah.
they get that crossfire, that round plays entirely different. Right?
Damage shot.
Sugar Zero has room
Gimana
to
damage
play.
ya?
Kagak.
Doesn't get
Hah?
easy host control.
Wallnya Neon mana nggak
Neon?
damage?
Nge-damage, gue sering dimarahin sama temen gue.
They still have Sadak's Viper's Pit.
Temen kita juga kena, Vin. Pes gitu udah bunyi ya.
Damage teman.
Nah, gue damage deh.
Iya, ke musuh juga kan?
Online, a little bit of push
Enggak.
Lewat. Kayak smoke
Kagak.
Viper gitu loh dia.
Kagak. Udah enggak, dulu iya.
Oh, udah enggak.
Udah di patch. Terlalu OP katanya, kayak Phoenix kan dia jatuhnya dulu tuh.
Iya.
Udah enggak sekarang, udah di patch.
Nade, paranoia, prowler push. Right. As soon as there's anything, actually they're just gonna go through.
Oh, sekarang buat musuh doang, Vin. Temen.
Iya, ke temen kagak, iya musuh nge-damage.
But they're not reacting exactly how I would expect off of that.
Wall Neon nge-damage bang, minus 10 per 9 detik. Iya buat musuh kali.
They're being really slow on reclearing right now. They're worried
Apa dua-duanya udah enggak sekarang?
ZETA has a lot of
Lompat-lompat pala hilang.
Tahu lah.
Two players here, but Sadak is here still.
Sadak tuh, dipanggilnya Sadak. Sadak.
Nah, di ulti sama Sadak.
He's there.
Sadak, jangan Syah dong. Kok ada aja di awal tiba-tiba.
Especially as the round goes on, reinforcements are going to arrive. Have the backline going to have to deal with two. Laz out of the equation. Yeah, they got the spike down, but there's still so much.
Musuh juga nggak
room
ke-damage.
within.
Ah, berarti udah nggak ke-damage sama sekali.
Jadi jalan tol pada umumnya aja ya.
Iya.
The Viper's pit has
Siapa aja
to get it
boleh
out.
pakai gitu.
And there it goes. They drop it, and Depp is there just in the nick of time. They weren't
Gila,
expecting
laut.
for it to fall. They
Wow,
still
Pam
maintain
kada.
control.
Bilangin 9-13.
He just lets it fall. That gives him so much more room to
Kelamaan,
actually get
Vin,
through. And don't
9-13,
forget, Spike was
Ya
not
ini kan udah
inside.
pasti 9-13.
So eventually they're
Nah,
gonna
iya
have to exit.
Gimana sih?
Take it on their own
Kelamaan.
terms.
Iya. Laut ngejarnya ini juga ya.
It's a cool setup too. Les was
Cepet
playing
juga
an off
dia.
angle right behind that box inside of arcade.
Laut sih menang sih.
Tower TP
Laut
for
menang
him.
guys.
And it's set up so that he
Tuh,
can
lihat aja tuh.
maintain control
Yang
of tower.
gundul.
Even though he
Nah,
dies
betul,
there,
gundul.
Semangat banget dia.
to have plenty of space to peek out.
Kemarin EDG juga agak kurang semangat apa tuh sampai
All the
teriak-teriak tuh.
different variables and variations.
Ya, tapi itu serunya LAN ya. Taunting tuh itu seru banget. Ngancurin mental musuh.
Lu dulu taunting sampai berak kan nih?
Enggak, gue sampai dimarahin panitia, Cok. Sampai nggak boleh taunting lagi gue. Karena gue keterlaluan kan kalau tauntingan.
Lu tauntingnya ngapain emang?
Gue rusak pokoknya mental orang, gue rusak. Sampai nggak boleh sama panitia lagi loh. Next round nggak boleh taunting.
Emang role lo waktu itu taunter ya?
Iya, gue bikin sampai mereka marah gitu.
Oh, jadi emang gue direkrut untuk taunting.
Waduh.
Bisa Strom.
Wah 5 HP bro.
Tapi nggak ketahuan.
Ketahuan udah.
Aduh.
Enggak. Anjing. Wah dia taunting tuh. Les teriak tuh.
Ah iya.
Les teriak tuh. Gila piercing shot headhunter cok.
Less in the last game and then less in this round too, but Sadak entirely this game.
Itu pasti highlight sih. Itu pasti highlight anjing.
Just too easy.
Lihat nih ya.
The pinch is
3.
happening too.
How?
Kok bisa?
Kok bisa ya? Padahal itu yang satu lompat loh si chambernya.
Ribet gini.
They haven't given up very much control in
Time out.
Time
in the
out.
last 3 rounds of the first half and just kind of cruise their way through.
Kue cubit
I know
dicubitin
it's not
ya
over
Allah
yet, but this
namanya.
does feel very reminiscent of Ascent. Zeta won 1 round.
Dua-duanya low. Cuma tetap aja loh. Aimingnya yang satu di atas lagi lompat loh itu. Piercingnya gimana anjir?
Much difficult task.
Gue pengen tuh meja PC gue selebar itu anjir. Kayaknya enak banget ya.
Gotta figure something out because
Iya.
again, I hate to bring it back.
Terus elegan gitu, simple, cuma item gitu kan. Kayak enak banget ngeliatnya.
Has gaps. The only
Udah
Tapi lu
gimana
pernah
nih?
nonton turnamen PB nggak, Vin?
to run the double
Nggak
goals
pernah.
on this map. Apex and Edward
Itu game sebelah itu
Right? Those two
tauntingnya
teams are difficult to
lebih
run.
gokil, Vin.
And Zeta's a slow
Wah,
team.
tauntingnya kalau di
Both
warnet
those
dulu
teams
tuh
are the
parah.
opposite extreme.
Sampai emak, sampai ibunya yang dikatain, Vin.
Buset.
Tauntingnya udah kelewatan parah. Tapi seru banget tuh di era-era itu. Taunting begitu.
Seems like they are very hesitant to commit to the go button.
Kalau PB sih emang udah beda kelas bro.
Iya.
Yeah. The nice thing is, speaking like the game's already over. Let me wait a little bit because
Karena kalau turnilan tuh yang dilatih kan mental ya. Kalau mental lu udah kena, mainnya lu pasti jelek kan.
good things going for them, but they also have such bad things in terms of what's happening on these attack sides.
Buat 5 monitor ya bang. Gak, cuma enak aja gitu, clean gitu loh. Itu berapa ya? Kayak 2,5 meter deh itu anjing. Mejanya. Panjang banget itu. 3 monitor.
There's only one player here. Sadak
Iya ya,
again,
custom
though.
aja ya.
Flash
Lu udah kenalan nggak, Boy?
Ya, Boy beli. Jadi.
Mospet.
But the thing is, the spike is there. They have to commit to this.
Oh, nggak
They do not
diterobos.
have the options to take the map. They get picked to shreds one by one. Unless 10 can punch back, and no, he cannot.
Ah, gua Artio.
There's just nothing. After their initial try fails, they try to come out of tower, but there's nothing there. Because the flank is coming so fast.
Gua nggak bermasalah.
Sadak was completely alone on the side. And there all of a sudden,
teriakan itu skill yang harus dikeluarin, bikin mantap berantakan. Iya.
And
Itu bilang Titan jadi pengen Titan gue.
Enak tahu. Tapi lu jauh ya Pamulang. Kalau yang di BSD ada tuh satu restoran Titan enak banget.
Titan sebenarnya kok bisa bikin, cuman males banget nih.
Bikin banget loh, lagi nobar bikin loh tiba-tiba loh.
Iya. Semua juga bisa dibikin sebenarnya. Cuma kan malesnya itu loh.
Kadang kalau beli saya kan BB aja gitu loh.
Lu kalau bikin malah B aja.
Remember, you have less close by. And you've also got Pankata who's arrived. The paranoia there, Sugar Zero holding his nerve, getting the spike down, understanding there's cover, understanding there's pressure. And Crow tries to
Kiri lu.
Can they stop the
Panang ke Pankata.
Gotten it down to a 2v2 and they both have rifles.
What a shot! They started this round with only pistols. It was an eco from ZETA.
Waduh, tipis tuh. 1 HP tuh last.
Down to 5 HP.
Dianjurin dulu nggak sih? Trapnya. Nah. Waduh, ketahuan.
Barrel betrays him. He gets it down to a 2v1. Can Pankata do this? Really no reason not to go for it.
Dude, it's not planted for Laz.
Oh, jangan dong. Jangan dong.
Surely you don't go behind him. Oh, he hears it. Dev cleans it out. Zeta get to 9.
Wah, drifty,
I've seen this before. Another 50-round win.
Iya udah Pamulang.
Woi, ada coach nih.
Coach.
Ini dia coach gue nih. Malam coach.
Gimana?
Aduh.
Gimana kalau lu bikin ada coach Justin di bola tuh Ton, lu bikin nih coach Anton di Valorant.
Because moments ago there was a player holding the back of Jen.
Ntar lagi udah mau ganti game coach.
Oh gitu. Iya saya habis ngomong sama Boom kok.
Oh siap. Siap coach.
Keren banget.
Keren banget. Patokan nih. Ayo lu. Tinggal aiming.
Nggak usah las.
Anjir. Jalan tol. Tuh gue lihat gue nggak damage wallnya.
Aduh sabu.
Nice. Spike drop. Dah GG dah. Tuh kan.
Beneran 13-9 nih anjir. Emang Cenayang beda dah.
13-9 bro, udah gue bilang bro.
Normally this would be a situation.
Tapi kan 13-9 for ZETA tai lu tadi awalnya.
Enggak.
Sekarang ke laut.
Enggak. Lu salah denger bro.
They still have a chance to bring this to double digits. Loud completely understand.
Oke, misalnya ini dia menang nih ya. Anggap kita boom OpTic yang menang. Boom OpTic lawan ZETA. Itu seru tuh.
Seru
OpTic sih gua sih.
Itu seru, dua-duanya ngeri itu.
OpTic sih.
Kalau misalnya boom kalah, boom lawan ZETA nih.
Seru juga.
Seru juga sih.
Ini grup B tuh seru semua sebenarnya cuy.
Iya, grup B semuanya ngeri sih.
The buy is actually very weak from ZETA. Because Laz elects to go for an op.
He had the bank for it.
Itu tuh malah takutnya sih Boom ketemu sama Edward loh.
Attack side op here.
Wah.
Itu tuh lebih
Itu nge-townnya bakalan lebih gila sih. Boom kayak teriak-teriak deh. Gila Indo di town kayak gitu nggak bisa cu.
Nggak bisa.
Diteriakin lu. Iya. Dia pakai pasti yang gue denger nih Chow Nima.
All 4 players here from ZETA.
Stunting itu.
Kita ke-ban anjir kayak gitu.
Last time out from ZETA.
Iya kalau udah emosi bos. Udah sulit bos. ZTX
nggak boleh tetepin gila lu.
Iya nggak boleh sih emang. Cuma kalau udah emosi banget kan. Sampai kayak kemarin.
Mati lo. Gitu doang paling.
What are they gonna choose to do? It looks slow again. They don't want to challenge Halls early.
I mean, shoot fast hasn't worked.
Believe gak sama Boom? Believe
And a nice thing here, Loud has a trap play on arcade.
Percuma di time out. Ini udah loud 13-9. Udah.
He can spring this and easily get out to safety.
Nih.
Quick peek, no one there.
Nih, Aspas bunuh 2. Sadak bunuh 1. Les bunuh 2. Udah. Kelar.
Gila nih, kita lihat nih. Aspas 2, Sadak 1, Les 2. Kita lihat. Kena yang Gimang. Devinson. Kita lihat.
Takut.
Lo bener sih, hati-hati Pin. Ngomongan
Hati-hati
Pin.
lu.
Jangan
Buffering.
lupain gua lu ya.
Oh, gue buffering.
And then took the orb out.
He's got ult. You're right.
Mereka arcade terus ya
So
mainnya.
not only do they feel pressure from the northern side of the map because the
Boleh
alarm bot is
dicontoh nih.
cleared, but he has his ult as you were saying.
But there's nobody here actually on site.
Sembunyi semua.
No way.
Ketahuan.
Position given now, they have to go.
Go.
With 38 seconds left, they smoke off the
Aspas
assassin.
2, ngikutin. Sadak 1, Les 2. Gue ngikutin. Nah, kalau bener.
Sadak is gonna be the last at the party.
Nggak, Bang, aku bercanda, Bang.
From the beginning
Duh,
of the
kalau
round.
bener malah kan jadinya.
Is there utility here to deny this? Yes, the molly just
Gue minta
landed.
doa amal yang baik-baik.
Sugar Zero is going to be so low.
Oh, gagal. Sesi udah ngebunuh. Sesi udah ngebunuh.
Wah, ada ulti lagi sih.
Providing cover, yeah, they've
Sadak.
lost everything. The Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder pass.
No!
Raz and Crow have both gotten a couple of big kills. They've gotten down to a 1v2.
Udah lah, menangin.
2v1, let's go.
In so much trouble, and they're just gonna double face him. Yeah, he gets one, but Les gets it at the end. The defuse comes through. A 2-0 win for
Kita dukung
Loud.
Zeta. Cuma ente.
Ente.
2 maps in a row. They look dominant on the defensive side.
Keyboard mereka apa sih?
That
Itu
is an
keyboard
opening game.
Apple ya?
Aduh, nggak mungkin keyboard Apple dong.
Tipis banget.
Kayak keyboard gua, keyboard mereka lihat dah. Ini keyboard gaming juga tapi.
Oh bukan itu mekanikal. Oh ini mah Zeta.
But I think answers or questions have been answered on both sides here. Zeta still look quite decent. Clearly
Keyboard sendiri kan itu.
But that storyline
Bisa jadi custom ya.
There was problems at Reykjavik too.
Bentar, itu Zeta sponsornya Cup Noodle apa tadi? Nissin ya?
I mean, you alluded to it all. I think the big takeaway here is the questions surrounding Loud, right? After the early exit.
Iya, Nissin itu ya, Cup Noodle aja.
You get grouped, it doesn't look good. Like, who's going to show up? Right? Like, was
Senang deh
the run
senang
at
Corsair.
Reykjavik just an asterisk, right? Was it an anomaly?
Enak banget.
And
Lot
mind you, it's early
sponsornya
in the
Burger
tournament,
King.
it's just
Iya.
been one team, but the momentum, the composure, the fact that they find themselves in
Kenapa ya McDonald, KFC gitu-gitu gak ada yang mau sponsorin tim e-sport ya?
That's impressive.
Kaya bang,
Ya
Belum mungkin deh.
bukan masalah kaya tuh, lo pikir Burger King gak kaya?
It's a good start though.
But this is a
KFC
great
adanya
look
ini.
Nggak mainan bang.
for vindication.
Belum sih.
Belum sih kayaknya iya.
Pasti.
Just so clean from top to bottom, and you know
McD
we talked
kayaknya
about it a
apa
couple
ya?
times in the map. Sadak was
Ini aja
just
Burger King gue pertama kali lihat loh.
26 and 14 to clean up the map.
Ada sponsor. Aduh, ini nih anjing.
Ini sih.
Aduh.
He was able to control the map, hold
Ini
sites
nggak
by
ngerti lagi sih.
himself. Oftentimes was very impressive.
Super
Ente Zeta.
I think really though,
Tos dulu.
you have to give
Tosnya
credit as well
kencengin,
to
tampol
right
dikit gitu loh.
now. In terms of
Pas gitu tuh langsung dikit agak dipakai
twice in
tenaga.
a row.
Kan lo udah kalah kan? Ya udahlah, tonjok aja gitu kan.
From Zeta's side.
Woi seneng. Gaji naik 20%.
L Force lah, gaji gue naik ya.
And from that point forward, that was it.
Exactly.
Naik gaji.
Even that last round,
Woi, pegangin coachnya, dibiarin jalan sendiri
defended into
gitu.
this, recognize that, dude, he just completely disrespected them, right? He just knows, hey, they're not going to be peeking this here. I'm going to walk out by myself in dish, pick up an orb, and that is crucial for the retake.
Kartel menang, anjing, kartel menang goblok.
You mentioned the frags. Les, another guy that we mentioned earlier in the series. A lot of question marks around him. How would he perform after a
McD MPL Malai.
He did very well as well.
Bukan sponsor ini guys, bukan sponsor eventnya, tim e-sport, tim e-sport. Kayak Burger King tuh ke Silaut gitu loh.
Gue sponsornya apa? Gue lagi mau baca baju gue tapi nggak bisa dilihat.
Buka lah. The end zone MVP right there. You get to vote between the 3 players.
Gaming gear sih
on your
rata-rata.
screen to see who you think
Indo
is
kebanyakan
worthy,
gaming gear, pengen
of the title. We got Sadak,
ini kan
Blast, and Saucy.
Logitech bukan?
Really, all good options. They all
Ya,
shined
boom ya.
individually.
Nah,
at their own
kalau
moments.
Bigetron lucu tuh. Kapur kan?
Kapur?
Kapur bagus kan?
Oh iya?
Emang ya? Iya, Bigetron. Jersey-nya Bigetron.
Les was good though, and that's a
Di tengah-tengah
great
lagi.
sign for sure. I mean, he was the guy.
Kapur
again,
Barus.
You look at Les, you look at
Nggak tahu tuh.
Pancada. The guys
Bagus.
didn't show up as much at Copenhagen as they did at Reykjavik.
Oh.
I mean, there's
Kapur
plenty
ini yang
moments
apa?
where these guys are
Buat semut gitu-gitu kan.
Iya, itu Bigetron. Jersey-nya ada itu.
They seem to be doing it here. Again, Loud, clean 2-0 win over ZETA. They advance in group stages, and we are going to advance to a break.
Berapa lama nih? Setengah jam aja lah, setengah 10 main. Lebih cepat setengah jam yuk, boom yuk. Makanya kan gue udah bilang guys, boom OpTic. Hati kecil gue tuh dukungnya OpTic. Soalnya sulit banget. Tapi otak gue harus mendukung kesadaran gue harus mendukung Indo Pride gitu loh. Tapi hati kecil gue sering mendukungin OpTic. Kasih masuk sponsor juga bang itu Cucurutut. Buset. Cucurutut. Ada yang mau endorse-nya udah bagus sebagai sponsor bos. Kebalik.
Yang matiin lu nih.
Agak.
Lupa gue.
Hati kecil gue tuh berarti yang sebenarnya deep down gue tuh dukungnya OpTic. Tapi di mulut otak gue bilang gue dukung Boom karena itu Indo Pride. Bener.
Ada 2 hati lo.
Hah? Ini lagi
Satu kecil, satu gede ya.
Iya bener.
Tumor tuh bang kalau ada 2 bang.
Mau realistis tapi Indo Pride. Nah itu maksud gua. Mau realistis tapi Indo Pride. Terus ada niatan mau jadi tim e-sport. Buset e-sport. Terus tuh masuk agency close the door. Kalau ditawarin mau gue sama Om Deddy. Sayangnya gue gak pernah dipanggil ke podcastnya. Gue pernah tuh. Sayang di delete videonya.
Apa?
Lo kan pernah masuk close the door kan? Cuma di delete waktu itu.
Agak gila lu.
Di delete lu waktu itu request bilang, aduh om, saya jelek, boleh hapus gak om?
Sambil nunggu Boom main, makan dulu.
Gue beli Gojek yang jaraknya cuma 100 meter anjir.
Gue kira beneran. Udah terserah kalian lah. Ya tadi mempermasalahkan otak hati anjing. Lu ngerti maksud gua apalah? Ribet banget tuh kayak guru bahasa Indonesia gua lu. Jo mana ya, beli rokok apa di Bogor apa gimana deh?
Balik-balik.
Beli rokoknya sampai match 2 kelar loh. 45 menit anjing.
Linting dulu bang dia.
Oh dia yang bikin manual ya.
Oh dia
Bikin
beli
manual bang.
Kira doang beli cuma tembakau doang sama kertasnya.
Yang kenyang dong. Makan apa ya guys ya?
Nasi goreng.
Aduh.
Nasi goreng Aik. Wih.
Hungry Goy bukan Hungry Beast. Bener.
Goy. Nasi goreng Aik Goy.
Kekenyangan itu mah.
Kan buat berdua. Bisa bagi 2. Iya dong.
Gak cukup. Apa ya, makan apa ya?
Kue tiao, enak tuh kue tiao.
Welcome back, everyone, and Loud walk away with the victory. They knew what the homework was to stop that composition on Fracture, and they managed to get an A+. Congratulations to them. Gold star for you, Loud. I'm Golden Boy alongside with Sideshow and Mimi, and to kind of just kick things off, and you know, as we kind of look at the broader picture of that map, I mean, Loud, as I said, they executed that perfectly. They gave ZETA barely any opportunities to work with. Even when ZETA
Hari ini berapa
found those
pertandingan
openings, Loud still managed to close it.
Yeah, ZETA came in with some really nice ideas. Well, there wasn't too depth to them on that defensive side. The trap plays worked really well, and some of the
Perex lawan yang kemarin menang ngadu malam ini.
was really shut down. Look at that double duelist with DK.
Masuk upper bracket, ya masuk ke playoff. Upper bracket. Yang kalah ke lower bracket. Enggak belum. Yang kalah di cider match. Yang kalah di cider match.
ZETA Division have changed both of their comps that they played today into
dua
comps that need to play fast, and they can't do it because they're a slow-paced team. And so their attack side has just crumbled both times here. And that's normally something that they're good at.
Yeah, you have to be willing to like take those fights alongside with your duelists. And
Pernah pesen nasi goreng cuma rasa bari nggak jadi ngomong dua.
Yeah, this is one of the really good examples of them kind of having the right idea initially. They get a kill, they want to go fast, and then someone just being left out completely alone. You see for Sadak there, he has practically a free kill. No one and then they just wait around, late round, try and re-hit into this A site, and there was players holding, there was players waiting for that.
Nasi goreng petai pas hati ampela.
ZETA's biggest issue continues to be leaving their entries out to dry.
Yeah, I think it just made things too easy for the side tankers, and Sadak did a great job of it. Take a look at how good he's been in the most recent tournaments. At Copenhagen, this guy played really well, despite the fact that they got eliminated in group.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he wasn't doing quite as well. That's still the
Apa?
tournament that they were the runner-up at.
Akang.
Only continues to improve. He's been a
Jauh
huge
nggak?
source
Gue
of
pengen yang deket banget di rumah gue.
Yeah, it has been very
Akang tuh
impressive.
di
to see this
dekat
team play, but it's just
Teko.
unfortunate there for ZETA, right? As we were talking
jauh,
about before, how this team, you know, the talent
Keburu
is certainly
pengsan
there,
gue.
but you know, when it comes
Lo mau
down
yang
to
cepet.
just adapting to when the situation doesn't go your way, it just feels like ZETA just doesn't really find themselves many options.
Iya bener sih.
I mean,
Nanti gue coba besok.
males.
story was
Besoknya kita bahas.
fantastic, but they had one style that they took to the ball, and now they're trying to open up their wardrobe and try out.
Itu nggak bisa beli yang di mall, berarti mesti yang di Pujasera
I
gitu.
know, and the dresses
Iya
simply
nih,
just
gue pesen
aren't working.
It
mie
ain't
goreng.
working. It's not working.
It's like they
Back to the drawing board.
walked at the thrift store and pulled up some dress in the 60s.
Mie goreng
We're still
spesial.
holding on to this dress reference. Anyway,
Let it die. Let it die.
before the break, we
Bapak
asked
sama
y'all
Soma
to
enak
vote
tuh
for
di
the
depan
in-zone player
rumah
of
lu.
the match. The people
Tahu
have
nggak?
spoken, and
Enggak lagi.
no surprise, it's
Jadi lu tahu yang ini gak sih yang dia jualannya pakai mobil pick up tapi jualan tuh di dekat OL, dekat OL Tabora.
Oh.
Nah, dia tuh buka ruko di situ di depan rumah lu.
Oh, gue nggak tahu ya.
But really everyone was
Banyak,
stepping
apalagi
up
lupa.
across the board. Like you were saying in those early maps, I thought there was a good job done to shut down
Lu waktu
Auspice,
di
but
boom pernah
everyone
ngelan
else
nggak?
allowed,
Pernah.
which is so good.
Makanya sampai
I think
di
it's
marahin sama
also
panitia.
worth mentioning that Les did have a fantastic map one and deserves being put into this poll.
Terlalu brutal ya
That gives
tauntingnya.
me a lot of hope moving forwards through
Hampir
the
berantem.
tournament that Loud are going to be able to get back to that form that they were at in Reykjavik. That there is such a similarity between these two teams. Up at the top of the world at Reykjavik, and then they've been in a slump since then. But I really believe in the Loud bounce back to some degree. I don't know whether they're going to make a podium, but ZETA just don't have it right now.
Yeah. They don't have the options. And I think that is going to be something that ZETA needs to think about, right, Mimi? As they get ready, you know, for this lower bracket run potentially. They need to start thinking. They need to really take a constructive look at what some of the problems are with this team is, and try to see if they clean it up before they make that lower run.
Beda dong, Hawkband sama KFC gue tabok lu.
Oh, rumah dia mah enak dekat
Lu
rumah
kalau
ada
ngomong
Jeko sama
MX dia
Ropan
sama
anjir.
KFC
Ropan
baru
enak
deh.
gue Ropan gue.
Pretty much to the last second.
Ropan enak, tapi ini gue sekarang aja nih gue lagi makan Jeko tapi masih lapar.
Or OpTic, but it feels
Halo,
like
Gia.
the prep that they put in behind the scenes ahead of this tournament
Hawkband ya?
doesn't
Yaudah,
really
Hawkband.
fit at what is working for this squad.
Hadiah
And
udah
Loud
diambil
did a
Bang
great job
Devin.
of
Gak
capitalizing
ada
on
nih,
that.
gak ada
I think
dropnya.
either Boom or definitely OpTic.
Hari ini gak ada drop kan?
Will be able to do
Kan
the same.
tanggal
Yeah, well, you know, the
kemarin
game does
tanggal
belong to
16
Loud.
sama
They
18.
walk away
Oh,
with the victory. So
gitu.
let's actually send it over to Esports Douglas, who's on double duty right now.
Watch
doing
partinya
an
sampai
interview for
PRX
Horizon
gak?
post-match interview.
Tergantung, kalau ini 2-0 sampai PRX.
Thank you so much, GB. I'm out of breath. I sprinted all the way down here, but we made it, and we made it on time. Sasi, first off, congratulations on the dub.
Oh, ini namanya Sasi nih si
in this first
Kuroki.
question here. Fracture in particular.
Siapa Coki?
Kuroki. Kan mirip Kuroki dia bentukannya. Bentukannya anjir.
It really seemed like you guys got a read on what they were doing, and there was just no stopping the loud train after that. What was it? Was there something that Sadak saw? Was there something you saw that changed momentum as hard as it did?
Yeah, actually, me and Sadak were talking at free time, and I realized that Chamber was like alone on side, so they were eating with Raisin Neon. They would leave and leave Chamber there. Otherwise, they would just leave Chamber and play retake. So we would just play a slow round and then.
Ya ternyata tajam 10. Ya, nggak dipercepat ya?
We got 3 rounds. That was what we needed.
Masa nggak dipercepat sih guys? Percepat lah.
Nampaknya bete nggak ya ngeliat? Gue nganterin cuma 100 meter kata dia. Kenapa nggak ini orang nggak beli sendiri sih? Kata dia gitu nggak ya?
Kagak lah, dia justru seneng. Kan ada minimal payment. Mau jarak lu di bawah 100 meter juga. Minimal payment lu 9.000 kan? Justru dia seneng kalau deket.
Like ZETA likes to play aggressive as well, but when we started to play aggressive,
pernah kayak gitu anjir.
So we kind of so then we started to play slowly and then
Dipercepat kan? Nah, sip. Noval, thank you 3 bulan nih. Ntar ya guys, aku biar.
You mentioned how strong your percent is. I want to talk about Les in particular. Young player, he thrives under the pressure of Reykjavik. Less so in Copenhagen, and he was a monster on a set. What is it about that kid?
Udah udah jadi lampu gue. Bagus ya guys?
Honestly, I think Les, only Les. I think Les and Aspas, they're both like Dima is playing, you know, like Les was 16 when we got him, and Aspas was 18. So yeah, I just teach them everything that I know, you know. So they got it. And they are playing really good international tournaments. Like people were doubting, you know, about it. So maybe they don't play well in international tournament, but hey, we got to the finals in Iceland, right? So now they're playing.
Boom cuma 10 ya.
I'm really proud of Les, and I think he will be with Aspas as well.
I mean, if they continue to perform at that level, there's no reason why not. Last question that I have for you. It's been talked about
Bajunya udah ketat
pretty
boy.
heavily.
Iya.
Performance in Copenhagen was
Guys, ini
not good.
4 tahun yang lalu, 5 tahun 5 tahun yang lalu ini. Wajar lah.
Biggest difference. You and I were joking. You said the team has improved. What has been the biggest difference from Copenhagen to Istanbul for Loud?
I mean, the biggest difference, honestly, is everything. So yeah, kind of. I mean, we got a boot camp, right? So we came here earlier, so we practiced. So I think that we feel more prepared in every way. So yeah, I think that when you got to the stage, we're like so hyped and so confident. So yeah, it's way different than Copenhagen.
Berjudi apa gunanya
Our team is ready for this tournament.
Cukup guys, tidak boleh berjudi, tidak.
First series, it showed. Best of luck to you in the rest of the tournament. We're all excited to see how deep this Loud.
Gue nunggu Valorant Mobile tahu.
I have good news for you folks. If you did not get enough of that, you're gonna get to look at it one more time via the Prime Gaming post-match highlights right after this.
OBS lo udah update nggak?
Kenapa?
Gua bisa update OBS, jadinya warnanya kayak Streamlabs aja namanya biru.
Oh, it's second place versus third place. They must have fought each other at some point. They didn't. They
just
dodged
Mobile
each other
nih.
in the brackets. Loud crushed the upper bracket.
Tungguin
ZETA went on a run through the lower, and now they get a chance to rewrite that story. The next
Gak
chapter
di
is
giveawayin boy.
champions.
Nih siapa yang mau jersey gue nih? Ada mau nggak?
You said gets 2 and the spike. Go, it's clean as Sugar Zero gets the third. So well concealed, and they're dealing all
Gue jadi ketat tambah lagi gue. Jadi cuma tangan doang.
It doesn't get much easier than that, dear friends. A 13-8 win to clean up.
Dicurutot kayak One Piece, Devin, Luffy, Norman, Zoro, Anton, Sanji, Darren, Usopp, Sela, Nami. Apa anjing? Kenapa kayak gitu?
Do we go into who's who?
No. We're both. Come on.
Oh, the Dapper and the Yapper.
We're both Dapper Yappers.
Oh, okay.
I think.
What? That's outrageous. 10 with the showstopper gets 2. Once again, the line is Sadak. He's got 3 on the
Kapan comeback DBD? Kapan ya comeback DBD Jok ya?
By himself. He's got it to 1v1 and Sadak saves the day. 4 on the round.
Mungkin dia habis pulang kerja, Pit. Terus nggak join member.
Benar.
To tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait,
Pengen deh main di panggung gitu, ya kan? Seru cuy.
Abangnya hilang anjir.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
Gila.
Boom OpTic. Aduh.
Ini pasti Twitternya di sini Indo nih.
Gokil. Tapi kenapa tim luar itu enggak hewan ya? Logonya ya.
Indo emang hewan.
Itu Leviathan?
Ya Leviathan kayak naga gitu.
Tim Liquid udah.
Liquid.
Lambangnya tuh kalau kita tuh identik ke hewan-hewan gitu nggak sih? Apalagi tim-tim yang anak-anak muda gitu loh.
Gue dulu punya tim aja Honey Badger loh.
Pokoknya
Kenapa ya? Karena hewan.
paling gampang boy.
Iya ya. EVOS apa serigala ya?
Macan.
Onyx landak.
Boom serigala.
Apalagi? Iya, semuanya binatang gitu loh.
Radiator robot.
Alter ego muka 3.
RRQ tulisan. Kita ngomongin apa sih?
Nggak tahu, gue sampai bingung. Gue mau respon apa, gue bingung. Tapi RRQ bagus banget sih artinya gitu loh.
Rex Regime Keon.
Iya, singkatannya juga bagus.
Rex Regime Keon tuh artinya apa?
Raja di atas segala raja.
Boom juga bagus singkatannya.
Pengen nyanyi gue nih.
Nah, ngomong-ngomong tentang boom, kalian tapi tahu nggak singkatan boom?
Ada beneran kan?
Beneran ada. Gue baru tahu pas gue masuk boom. Coba penonton ada yang tahu nggak?
Penonton ada yang tahu nggak? Boom itu singkatan, bukan boom ledak
Boom
ya.
itu adalah singkatan loh. Yang tahu coba ketik kepanjangan dari boom. Oh, lo orang langsung tahu.
Kok dia tahu sih?
Gak seru banget dah. Kayak gue berharap lo orang nggak tahu loh.
Kan jadi berasa biar kita tuh keren gitu ya.
Iya.
Apaan gue nggak tahu gue.
Makanya
This on our mind.
Makanya kan moto dia stay hungry. Apa?
Hungry Beast.
Hungry Beast.
Halo bro, sorry lama bro.
Wah, rokoknya di mana? Di puncak ya rokoknya.
Gue sekalian beli kopi bro. Antri kopinya.
Oh, udah pernah gue ceritain. Oh iya. Yeah. Oke. Tapi gue baru tahu lu kalau ada kepanjangannya. Pas masuk sana. Sebelum itu gue cuma tahu oh boom udah. Tapi nggak tahu ada kepanjangannya.
Coach kita udah ada nih guys.
EVOS itu juga ada kepanjangan boy.
Apa?
Ayo chat, ada yang tahu nggak EVOS kepanjangannya apa?
Gak ada, gila.
Ada.
Emang EVOS? Ada kepanjangannya EVOS?
EVOS ada kepanjangannya.
Apa?
Chat, ada yang tahu nggak? Nggak ada yang tahu. Berarti gue keren sendiri nih.
Apa tuh kepanjangannya, Fit?
Salah, bukan Electronic Force, anjing apa? Anjing.
Elektronik.
EVOS ROR kepanjangannya.
Enggak ya, EVOS mah motonya. Apa? Slogannya.
Slogan.
EVOS anjing. EVOS
apa Vin kepanjangannya?
EVOS kepanjangannya Evo.
Anjing.
Wow.
Jadi nggak lapar kan lo? Sorry guys.
Baik banget ya.
Apalagi
jadi siapa menang tadi adik-adik?
Loud.
Jelas dong.
Navi, ada yang tahu nggak kepanjangan Navi?
Natus Vincere kalau itu mah.
Ya sih, itu terkenal banget sih, pasti orang tahu.
Artinya apa lo tau nggak?
Enggak.
Sama.
Selalu menang.
Oh iya.
Iya, selalu menang kalau nggak salah. Soalnya gue bikin BV kan, tim BV kan ngikutin Navi kan. Platin juga kan.
Dengar apaan tim mana aman?
Ada basi dong kalau nggak denger mah.
Ya, aduh.
Berapa skor terakhir berapa tadi?
13-9.
Terlahir untuk menang, ya artinya Navi itu. Nah, gue bikin tuh BV dulu. Fontnya mirip sama Navi. Belus Penatus, anjay.
Kalau boom apa gue?
Wah, gue ngulang 1777 kali ini sekarang.
Enggak, kan gue baru nyampe, bro.
Beast on our mind.
Pangsit gas gue guys, serinya guys.
OG kepanjangannya apa gue?
OG.
Osvaldo Gabriel.
Oh wow.
OG apa ya? Iya juga ya. OG
kayak nggak ada deh. Emang ada OG original?
Seharusnya OpTic Gaming tuh OG ya?
Enggak dong. OG itu OTW.
Apa ya?
OTW gua.
Enggak, OG bukan OpTic Gaming guys. Yang OG eSport. Yang OG tau kan? Gimana ngomong ya?
Ya OG, literally OG.
Oke.
Panjangannya apa ya? Enggak ada sih, gua nggak tahu.
Anjay. Wah, ini nih yang ngeri nih, bos.
Pride guys.
Welcome back everyone to Valorant Champions.
Nih percepat kok, udah 1:30 mulai.
Berarti bisa dong ini sampai match terakhir nih.
Kalau 2-0.
Ryan, first time to get just touch me. It's fine, just embrace me.
So long. It's been too long.
We've talked about this for way too long. Fun fact, back in the day when I used to be a commentator for Valorant, I wanted to cast with you, but now here we are.
Iya.
Made sure that they put me over
go.
here.
We were too good to use the Atlantic Ocean.
Oh iya,
semoga Boom
right.
di sana nggak kedinginan ya.
Is going to be Boom versus
Kan beda cuaca kan ya.
Twitternya aja Omega Gamers OG.
You're fighting, you're trudging through the trenches and trying to get to an international event, and then you get here and you're thinking to yourself, man, it's only going to be upward from here. But unfortunately, you run into El Diablo and the rest of OpTic Gaming. That's the story for this Indonesian team. And Ryan,
tuh, gua ngedenger orang bule ngomong Indonesia aja tuh, gua udah bangga nih.
Iya. Terharu gua.
Iya.
It's a real baptism of fire, right? I think OpTic at this point, the top team in NA have been there consistently throughout the year. A great year for them in total, but Copenhagen maybe left a little bit more to be desired. This is going to be a
berapa orang Indonya? Semuanya Indo.
Semua Indo lah kan, Boom dari Indo.
Kan bisa rekrut kan.
Gimana nih coach? Udah preparationnya buat Boom apa coach?
Buset.
Oh tuh bawa mousepad sendiri tuh mereka tuh.
Iya pasti.
Parah ya.
Tasnya itu isinya gaming gear semua.
Have a look at what that kind of dip looks like though over the grand scheme.
OpTic Gaming tuh, lu lihat tuh juara 2, juara 1, juara 2, juara 3 anjing. Dikasih gini banget OpTic Gaming anjing.
Terus habis itu dikasih lihat yang Boom eSport nih.
Makanya kan nggak enak ya.
Wah. Bisa nih.
Ada Boom, juara RT, juara.
Wah nggak di skip, parah banget. Udah mulai? Oh belum. Ini highlight, ini highlight. Nah, ini.
These are pistol rounds from Copenhagen, right? So this is their first one against DRX, and then we see them play against PaperX and FPX. So
si Ye ngeri banget guys di Boom di OpTic. Ye itu ngeri banget.
Heavy defaults kind of stuff. And if you look at the top of the screen, look at where Ye has found himself. He's pushing, he's been aggressive.
Udah hitam nih kita ya?
Enggak.
Enggak dong.
Emang
ya udah, nggak ada yang expect. Kalau kita menang lawan OpTic itu jadi kuda hitam.
Iya.
Sekarang kuda hitamnya tuh Edward Gaming, Ton.
Oh iya, Cina itu kemarin ya.
And again, a very different style and approach against PaperX is a lot faster, a lot more execute heavy.
Ini waktu lawan PaperX nih.
FPX, they have a KO, they fight for showers a lot with that
Ini
knife.
FPX.
And it's different prep. And I think what makes Ye an exceptional player at the top is that he's not going to be the one running into people and getting a 4K each time. He knows how to play around the team, and I guess most importantly for the squad, the team know how to play around getting involved.
I'm worried that you've just pulled out 3 different pistol rounds that they've got up against 3 different teams, and you've said that just in the pistols alone, we should fear OpTic.
Yeah.
We're not talking about full buys here. We're talking about just pistols. I'm sitting here, I'm like, Boom is the one that has to go up against this. If you're a Boom fan right now, please do cross fingers, toes, whatever you've got going.
Yeah, you know, it's not.
Kok nggak bias gitu? Kok bias gitu?
For a reason, but they know that like this challenge, it's going to be so difficult. You were talking so much about Ye, and you know, obviously.
Tapi memang nggak bisa dipungkiri, lawannya susah sekali sih.
Iya,
pas angin sih.
Iya, lawannya OpTic.
Emang.
Di atas kertas menang mereka.
Iya.
Nah ini, wah, gue nonton dia juga nggak jelas sih, kayak nge-cheat, tapi jago banget.
Tenang guys, tenang guys.
Tenang, ada berserks guys.
Tenang, ada berserks guys, tenang.
Ada berserks. Iya.
Nggak, kita nggak usah marah guys, karena emang secara data analitik kita kalah. Kita kalah. Itu fakta, itu fakta. Kita nggak boleh baper. Kalau fakta nggak boleh baper. Bener, veteran lawan newcomer, bener. OpTic itu udah veteran, cok.
Some ACSs went up overall, yeah, in results, but I think it's also like, what are the expectations for OpTic? Because we've seen them win Master Copenhagen, but I'm going to pull out the EMEA card. We didn't send our best squads at that point, right? So I think it's the competition going up, but I do think OpTic
pasti overconfidence ya OpTic ya. Semoga malah jadi blunder ya.
Nah itu, gue berharap juga kayak gitu.
Semoga jadi blunder. Iya. Dia overconfidence banget ini.
Iya pasti. Semoga aja jatuhnya apa namanya? Blunder, iya. Nah. Gila.
Nih teh botol disebutnya apa nih sama mereka?
One APAC roster come in and shock us all, show us what they can do in their debut game, and there's been so many other teams in this year that have had debut games that have shocked me to my core. I think Boom, however, at least of my pickings, was the lowest rated.
Anjay!
Yeah, that's exactly right. And speaking of green, they're going up against the green wall, so this is the kind of thing that I think.
Waduh, kepleset. Berser.
Bener ya lo.
Bener
dong. Gua udah suruh ikat tali sepatu tuh padahal.
Ah, itu Six Finger tuh, itu kapten gue dulu tuh di Boom.
Oh. Longest standing player. Blaze King, anjay, 7-15-20. Days with Orc 778 days. Blaze King dulunya CS bukan sih?
Yeah. Pretty much formed that together we a terrific team. Blaze King, you see the top 4 or like the top 5 or 6, I guess it would be. You kind of go, okay, they're so consistently good at these events that they deserve to stay on their roster. Blaze King, Boom have not really been able to do anything at all in an.
Ini statistik ini buat apa ya kalau boleh tahu ya?
Almost 8 like pretty much.
Ya, buat mundur waktu aja.
Itu statistik nggak menunjukkan apapun gitu.
The Sovereign skin. Back in your day.
Waduh, dia dikasih highlightnya pas lawan Onyx. Kok burik gini ya anjing? Kayak agak berkabut. Berkabut, bro.
720 ditarik gitu nggak sih?
720 ditarik bener.
And I'm wondering, am I the problem? Should I change me? Is there something going on? And then he felt a need of responsibility for the team as well. I mean, you're the longest standing, player in the roster. You have that sort of innate responsibility as a leader. And that shows in so many different forms in plays, whether it's leadership in game, mentality, etc. I want to know what Blaze has to show inside the game, but there might be a lot of things we don't innately see inside the game that he does for the team as well.
Yeah, well, we have a little bit of time before we jump into the maps.
Udah mulai aja.
I guess, we know there's so much tape on OpTic, right? And Boom's been around, right? Especially in their region. But what are going to be the win cons here, right? For Boom against OpTic. Obviously, you could look at it, like shut down X player, do this, do that. But what does Boom need to do as a team?
Tuh, semuanya udah kayak Boom harus ngapain, guys? Supaya bisa menang. Karena emang di atas kertas roto.
I believe in curses.
Yeah. Xerxia, they lost in that first best of 3, went to losers bracket. That was back in Reykjavik, which they ended up winning. Then you go to Copenhagen, first opponent Guild. They lost in that series as well, go down to the losers bracket to play up against Loud, who we know are not going to be there, at least from their win just then. I think a lot of it is that prep against Ye. I think Guild back at Copenhagen, they did a phenomenal job of knowing where he plays and what time he rotates off the map on the defense, right? Like, Ye holds this angle until like 50 seconds in, then he'll move somewhere else. So we need to keep him there, because if he's there, he's not anywhere else on the map. We can keep him away, and he had his worst performance for the longest time. I don't know if Boom's going to be able to do that, but I think it is approach of know how OpTic play, how they want to approach certain aspects of it, and effectively take key members out of the game depending on the map. Like Mav, for example.
I'm so conflicted, because this is my coach brain kicking in here, and I'm like, do they play their own game? Or do they counter? What is better for Boom now? I don't know, but whatever they show map number 1 will give us, you know, the goods.
Kalau Boom bisa menang satu map aja itu udah.
So glad you said map 1
gila,
because we're ready to do this bad boy. We've been briefed on both of these squads, but it's now time for the map selection. Let's see what we end up getting out of this.
Percaya nggak lu? Pearl di pick. Percaya nggak? Sama Boom.
Pearl kah?
Pearl.
All right, so
Pearl di pick sama Boom. 100%.
Let's see what we're gonna get here for both of these teams. And Jess, I mean, you know, I'm looking. It's hard, right? Because OpTic is just such a great, you know,
itu Ben.
Ascent, that is going to be going out first here for Boom.
I mean, people will remember the very last time they played Ascent was against Loud, and it didn't necessarily go their way, and it's a little bit of a risk that they don't want to take here, and I don't blame them for wanting to get rid of that one. I am going to be interested in sort of bans from the side of Boom, picks from the side of Boom as well. There we go. Breeze. And for those who watch them, this is a strongly played map. This is not a map that they avoid, but also something that they've obviously jumped into and gone, this is our best map number 1, our debut map on the international stage will be Breeze, and I don't know how much of a breeze it'll be for them.
Pernah ngeliat Boom main di Breeze.
It's all right. I guess we could touch on it because it is the first map, but realistically now,
dia nyimpen stratnya
Copenhagen, we have to look at maps like Bind, especially where they were the best Bind team in the world, I think, at this point. When you have wins over Xset, you beat DRX, all of these X teams, like it just seems to be something. And this comes to the way that they play the map, the way that they get Chamber working so well.
Waktu sama PRX juga Bind kalah PRX.
Overall, I think for Boom, who haven't really had that much time of ways to prepare, and they sort of play what OpTic play comp-wise, but certainly not.
Decider match-nya apa nih?
I wonder what the
Decider map.
I mean, I always think, you know,
kemarin kayaknya Boom tuh sempat dapat 1 game nggak sih di lawan PRX apa 2-0 ya?
2-1.
PRX kayak 2-0 deh. Nggak tahu deh, nggak inget.
Yang 2-1 lawan PRX itu apa ya? Alter Ego ya?
Nggak inget gue.
Di ban sama Boom.
What the fuck? Tadi di wawancara dia ngomongnya Pearl loh. Hari-hari kena tipu.
Kan nggak boleh dibocor-bocorin, Vin. Pasti dia gocek-gocek sih. Iya nggak sih?
Iya sih.
Strategi.
Oke.
I guess we weren't expecting Pearl all that much because Broom did.
Ya, berarti decider mapnya ini dong. Apa namanya? Fracture.
But unfortunately, at least not today, OpTic going to be going for Fracture for that third and deciding map.
There is no way in my mind that Chet sits there and allows
kegocek nih. Oke, ini udah good sign guys ya. Gue kegocek nih. Berarti OpTic juga kegocek.
For you to bring out a pocket map that and show your strats against a team, you don't need to try quote unquote try that hard against.
Oh, nggak ada bahasa Indonesia ya? Atekando, Atek.
Ada menyerang.
Ada.
Oh, tadi ya menyerang.
Shouldn't have to try that hard, and they shouldn't have to give up their map secrets at the moment. That's why that Pearl ban, whether it was going to be Boom, whether it was going to be OpTic.
Semoga Berserk nggak kepleset pas lagi masuk ya. Di sini nih. Ini agak tinggi nih Berserk.
Agak licin.
Bahaya banget nih. Bisa keseleo nih.
Apa blunder di situ, yang penting di game enggak.
Exactly right. But I think that this is a typical sort of map pull, like another day in the office. I think for OpTic, it is going to be really hard for Boom overall to keep this, but it was always going to be difficult no matter the map pull.
Yeah, how are we feeling overall though for this one, Jesse? You feel like there's an opportunity here, especially on Breeze, for maybe Boom to just catch OpTic off guard? It has happened in the past.
It has happened. I think Breeze is an unpredictable maps at certain times. Sometimes, unfortunately, because weirdly defender side and you think it's going to be attacking side and things flip. I think having a slow start, as the manager of OpTic said in Copenhagen,
Gue suka banget sama kursinya anjir.
we have slow starts, Jess. And I'm like, I know it.
Believe.
So don't let it become a curse here. Maybe
Mau kalau
that's the
beli
thing
mah.
that Boom can really use as the thorn in the side of
Enggak,
OpTic
ini
today.
gue udah ngechat
Potentially. Well, we'll see, folks. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, it's the second match of the day. It's OpTic Gaming facing off against Boom Esports. On the other side, we'll see you soon.
Tapi NE demen map gede loh, bro.
Biar mereka over confidence, Cok.
Wah, deg-degser sih ini.
Gue menang bro, santuy.
Ini semua rakyat Indonesia udah angkat tangan nih, memberikan energinya nih.
Ibarat kayak Indo lawan Spanyol gitu ya kalau di bola.
Ini udah emang ketemunya sih OpTic sih.
Sayang ya.
Di live-nya pada ngechat tuh, kaget kayak Boom ngepicknya ini Fractor duluan.
Mau optimis tapi lawan OpTic. Ya iya.
Enggak sih, the fact Boom tuh masuk grup B tuh bad luck sih menurut gue.
Iya, betul. Bad luck banget.
Kalau Boom masuk grup C aja tuh, gue masih gede harapannya.
Tapi ada Sersia, Vin.
Tapi
sama aja sih, ini emang udah semua tim jago sih.
Iya.
Tapi seenggaknya masih Asia, goy. Kayak lu playstyle Asia tuh lu udah sering main. Kalau playstyle Europe tuh Boom gak ada pengalaman. NE anjir.
Menurut gua malah bagus gak sih buat kedepannya?
Iya, buat pelajaran.
Iya, kalau buat pengalaman iya. Cuma untuk bisa menangnya itu yang sulit.
Ya grup B top 3 master sih. Grup B emang ini bad luck sih.
Tapi kalau dia masuk di grup D juga, grup C atau grup D juga setan juga itu grup itu.
Semuanya setan sih.
Semuanya setan. In the end semuanya setan. Tapi ya berarti Boom bisa masuk mereka di sini ya setan juga dia.
Iya.
Itu siapa plus 6 poinnya?
Hah?
Di grup A.
Plus 6 Leviathan.
Oh, Leviathan.
Ada dia menang 2-0.
Iya.
Let's go ahead and meet OpTic Gaming and Boom Esports.
Malam Fades. Berdebat.
Paperek -1. Edward plus 1. Berarti malam ini mau nggak mau Paperek harus menang.
Enggak, ini kalau PPRX kalah kan dia masuknya ke decider. Iya. Nanti yang elimination match-nya terus siapa yang ke decider gitu.
Famous. Aduh.
Yeay.
Famous sebelahnya sama Yeay. Flips Jider. Thank you Bocilom turu.
Jeder.
Kita teh botol nih.
Oh iya benar juga Devin. Nah,
ini bahasa Inggris.
Iya.
Finesse.
Blockingnya salah. Salah blocking.
Oke, ini gampang. Wih, pakai
bahasa Inggris.
Pakai ketan batik gokil.
Teh botol nih guys.
Teh botol nih. Nih, diam.
Disebutnya apa nih di bule nih? Teh
botol.
Tapi respect, dia bisa bawa bahasa Indonesia keluar.
Respect.
Tapi brand sih masalahnya yang nama dia ya.
Masalahnya nama dia brand.
Iya.
Miau.
Ini dia miau.
Kurang auk tuh di belakang tuh.
Miau. Kalau yang ini auk kaget gak lu? Coachnya OpTic auk. Miau. Auk.
Let's go.
Bisa nih.
One, I was really hoping that Meow would fist bump the air. Two,
let's go.
I also think Meow has won the award for best name pronounced in our walkouts.
Severin. Bukan ya?
I was worried for a second because Istanbul is a lot.
Severin anjir bener?
You just heard a big meow and instantly all the cats around are just like picking their ears up. We're just gonna be overthrown by them in about 5 minutes.
Good connection. I didn't put the two together, but that actually works out. So you don't want to say Meow's name out loud when you're outside, or else you might just get.
Oh, kok ada 7 orang di boom?
Itu orang belakang ya.
Anjing merinding gua, bro.
Let's go.
You don't have to worry because Mimi's just going and looking for pictures with the
Stay hungry.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Slow aja, mainnya slow aja guys.
As we get ready
Katanya slow aja.
reminder, folks, if you're just joining us here, Breeze is going to be map 1. That is Boom's pick. Boom have had success on this map in the past, and let's see though what ends up happening here. Ryan, we keep harping on it because you kind of have to at this point, right? Does OpTic slow start happen here in Istanbul? Or can they manage to change the course?
There's an aspect of this, and I noticed it in the EMEA as well, where you mentioned OpTic being slow starters.
Yeah.
This was obviously a Boom's map pick. OpTic chose to start on attack first.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it's a good way to sort of get comfortable. You don't need to worry about like protocols. Who's going to be where? What do we do when this happens? On the attack, it's like, give me a bit more loose. We can sort of go for these fights.
Brewok Gaming lawan Polos Gaming ini, bro.
Situation and prep for it. Mech was doing it a lot in the EMEA, is why I mentioned it. So
Squeeze itu pelatihnya.
Choosing to attack first, just to kind of get it out their system, get comfortable on stage, and then when their defense comes around, they're going to be a lot more alert, I think.
Deg-degan gak sih kalian? Kok gue deg-degan ya?
Deg-degan gue. Deg-degan gue
juga, bro.
Kenapa ya? Padahal tadi kita relax banget ya.
Tadi nggak peduli siapa yang kalah siapa menang, Vin.
Iya sih.
Siap taro aja.
Really positive vibes.
Everyone should have a stuffed animal on the
I
stage.
agree.
Okay?
I used to have to carry
you're
one
savage.
in my luggage for my players back in the day. It was a llama.
Okay.
There you go.
Tebak skor. Berapa skor, guys?
All right, well, let's go ahead and jump into our prime.
Nah, kita nggak usah siapa yang menang siapa kalah, tebak skor aja.
13-11.
21 bukan skor per game, Ton. Skor per game.
Oh, per game.
13-4. Pasti gitu aja gua.
13-4. 13-11 lah.
Gua 13-6.
Famous has had some good performances. So that chamber is
13-4 kacau banget. 13-4 sih kacau sih.
13-7 gua.
13? Gua 13-6.
Gua sama Coach Anton 13-7 gua.
Oke, gua 13-6. Joko 13-4. Lu berapa gue 13 berapa?
11.
13-11, sengit deh.
Iya.
Gue 13-6.
OpTic in reverse, you're looking at Victor here on the jet.
Yai dikasih chamber, bro.
Yes, the chamber is going to be
Yai
so
ngeri banget,
pivotal.
cuy, ngeri banget
I know
dia.
they've got mirror comps. I know there's power positions on the map upon which
Aimbot
you have to be
aja.
careful of these chamber players. But Victor, we know he was the one that really revolutionized
Belum ada
the
band-bandan ya?
movement on
Valorant
Neon,
ya?
for example.
Gak ada.
This man will be mobile. This man will understand.
Chamber itu ngapain sih?
Prod across the map.
Chamber Sentinel.
Controller, Sentinel dia.
Jadi dia nge-slow. Ultinya yang sniper kemarin yang lu tanya.
Yang sniper itu, Ton.
Sentinel rasa carry anjir. Rasa duelist.
Rasa duelist dia.
Do we potentially go to 3? Can Boom, Ryan make the potential upset happen here? What's your prediction?
Sebenarnya Chamber tuh TP-nya lah yang bikin greget ya.
But I feel like OpTic have got better as the year.
Tapi kartu mundur.
Oh, yang biasa dia kill satu tuh Stele gitu.
Iya.
Leads more towards OpTic. They know this like meta. They run it themselves and they can change stuff up as they like. So I feel that this is just
pakai masker,
a real
Bang.
nice test for Boom. See how you do on the international stage.
Lagi sakit Bang dia katanya Bang. Jangan gitu Bang.
No, and I think this is the biggest benchmark you can give yourself as a team.
Iya ya, kok pakai masker ya?
Dia doang nggak pakai masker.
I will say to the viewers of the world who are listening, if they want to win this series, it must happen with Breeze. They must take Breeze. If it goes to
Championship jarang pakai Phoenix. Soalnya Phoenix belum meta.
I really feel like that is the biggest.
Meskipun dia udah di buff, belum meta tetap.
Kemarin dipakai pas ini map yang terakhir Leviathan lawan itu.
Oh, gua nggak nonton.
What kind of a utopia would that be?
Orang lebih prefer main race atau jet kalau duelist tuh. Lebih cepat, mobile-nya lebih enak.
Really strong, and I'm speaking to people.
Mobilitasnya. Woi, apaan tuh tangannya tuh?
It wasn't a surprise to him that they qualified. He also
biar nggak dingin.
Pakai ini, pakai.
It was free in the LCQ as well. So it is one of those areas where I think.
Kita pakai masker siapa sih?
this is where they
Teh
feel
botol.
comfortable, and I
Oh,
think
teh
they want to go
botol.
for the best run by winning champions. Their map pool has to be stellar, no drops anywhere.
Yeah, well, I did ask our
Teh lotop.
amazing production team to go ahead and give me a little predictions graphic, and no surprise, I should have went with Boom just to do it.
Nah, images that precede unfortunate events.
Yes.
That's the power of it.
There it is right there.
I feel like we just plat chatted ourselves.
We
Yeah,
did just
we need to do a little.
Oh, is that what they do after?
There you go, perfect.
There it is.
Oh,
All right,
ini
now we
mereka
figure out
bertiga
that.
guess
If it
gitu
does
siapa yang
all go
menang.
south,
Tiga-tiganya
oh my
optik.
goodness. Are we gonna look like we have pie on our faces?
Ya gimana bro? Gimana bro?
Nggak, tapi ya nggak bisa inilah. Kalau lihatnya kan mereka lihat dari data kan.
Dari data.
I bought that myself.
Man,
actually,
biasa yang
to be fair.
direndahkan itu yang
So
menang sih, bro.
This is no
Yeah.
bias. This is just by.
Ntar dia tercok nih, tercok. Nani gitu.
I just happen to wear green today, so.
Halo Akmal.
Ini kalau Boom bisa menang lawan optik, ini batu loncatan buat Boom juga sih.
Wah, kalau
Gila
lu
ini.
menang.
Oh yeah, NA are playing.
GG, cowok.
Iya.
Oh wow! I didn't realize that I was just surrounded by bias everywhere I look.
I mean, you gotta play your cards right. I will
PRX
say
bisa
Zero sih yang pasti.
PRX kan bisa terkenal karena ngalahin tim-tim gede kayak gini.
Iya, betul.
Really good. I think there's not Fracture. There's another map that he plays. I think maybe like Icebox. He plays a little bit of that, and
Yang
obviously.
penting jangan 13-0 guys. Itu
ya
harus
harus
kasih lawan
13-0.
dikit sih.
Different roles now,
Aduh.
just because there's more to gain.
No, my heart will break if he moves from being a controller.
Menurut
So
gua
keep
optik
saying
pasti
he's one
tetap
of the best
respect
players
sih.
in the world and
Dia bakal
one of the
main
best controllers in all of the
layaknya
best
normal
controllers
gitu.
in M. So if he moves away from this role, how will I sit on the desk?
Ya iyalah champion anjir. Kalau dia ngepun mah kalau kalah malah kan nyusahin dia.
There are arbitrary connections that will always be made on the desk. That is what we.
Kalau Boom menang lawan optik,
I will
KFC jadi
never
sponsor
let him
langsung.
down, ever. So Marv must stay as a controller.
But you know though, it does make, and by the way, for everyone.
Novu, welcome back to Definition Silver.
Langsung auto masuk sponsor kalau menang.
Parah.
But we're going to be getting into the game hopefully shortly, which we'll be very excited to watch our second match of the day, and also make sure you stay tuned because we have another match coming up after this. It's going to be an exciting one as well. PaperX.
Gila itu tengah-tengahnya keren banget ya. Mapnya bris gitu anjir.
But Ryan.
Pengen gue dah di panggung kayak gede gitu.
Bersih-bersih aja nggak apa-apa ya gue ya.
Most
jangan dong.
Was the point of contention of like, could this guy be
player ya gue ya.
But the conversation was centering.
Jadi caster aja udah bangga, Cok.
So much. Oh yeah. And even when he wasn't playing well, it was just like everyone felt
Wih,
like
mulus amat kulitnya berserk, Cuk.
the mud. That has to rock the mental a little bit, wouldn't you say?
Belum puber bang dia.
I don't think
Wih, siap.
anything can actually rock.
Lu coach apa orang tuanya lu?
For all those things. I think if there's a player that I'm looking at seeing like I want to see a little bit more because we know what he can do. It's crash eats, not because like he's had an underperformance. He was one of the best Silvers in the world.
Yeah.
Now that there's not much Silver nowadays, obviously he's on it here, but more Fade. I'm curious to see how he's going to do on that initiator.
All right. Well, guys, we have talked so much about curses going into this game. And I couldn't think of two cursed people to commentate the action better than my dear friends Brennan Sideshow. Have fun, Mustache and Egg.
Thank you very much.
Let's go.
Yeah, this is
Okay, here is it, guys.
Let's go.
Versus Boom. You've got El Diablo versus Egg Diablo in some ways, Josh. And on paper, you might say, this one is going to be relatively one-sided. The desk has been setting it up in that kind of way.
That is what it says on my paper. It says one-sided game, but that I think there's always the possibility that these kind of things don't work out the way that you're expecting.
And they have in the past for OpTic.
Caster di luar slow aja bajunya.
Really, on paper, this is an enormous uphill battle.
Tinggal pakai jas ya.
It's their first time at an international event. They don't have experience.
Optik santai banget sambil makan permen gitu. Justru itu biar gak tegang makan permen tau. Let's go.
Go.
Except for domestically.
Here we go.
It's a toughie to face off against you.
Oke, basic standar Viper ya, pasti ada.
What they come into here. Victor dashing into the wall.
Optik mulai nervous tuh. Tapi ya ada kemungkinan ini loh, si Optik ini kan 2 kali kalah sama tim APAC ya.
Aduh. Seemingly just cleaning up the stragglers wherever possible.
And FNS staying alive and dealing with that flank allows the Viper wall to still come back up. So this is looking like a great position to play.
Kanan lo.
Good crossfire.
Aduh.
Famous, but they've broken it to some degree. Having said this, Marv is still on the flank through double doors, and he cleans things up. So that's a fairly decent pistol round from OpTic.
Nice try, nice try.
Too fancy, just keeping it simple, playing the fundamentals.
Nice try. Nice try, boom, nice try.
Bisa yuk. Jangan ciut.
This map is Victor's playground.
It is.
I mean, you are going to see, if Victor plays anything like what he's done in the past on Breeze, you're going to see a masterclass on Jet from this guy. It's not an agent that you normally think of associating with Victor. But whenever he plays on Breeze,
OpTic pernah kalah sama Xerxia.
Iya, OpTic tuh kalah sama Xerxia dan kalah sama Perex. Makanya dua tim APAC ngalahin OpTic. Jadi bisa dua efeknya. Mereka jadi lemah sama APAC atau mereka memperkuat diri buat APAC. Aduh, si Blaze King 1 HP lagi.
Mainnya cepet banget OpTic.
Iya. Time now to talk as well about OpTic because in the past, I mean, we just saw it mentioned as well when the scoreboard.
Bro, feeling gua nggak enak, bro.
Slow to start.
Belum. Ini baru round belum round sesungguhnya sih.
Ini bonus round nih.
Bonus round.
Yeah,
ya masa sih, jangan dikasih dong bonus roundnya dong.
Having said that though, those are against the creme de la creme of APAC teams. Boom is that next tier of the teams that are
mainnya cepet banget.
towards the end of
Overconfidence itu guys, pasti langsung kayak udah gas aja lah gitu.
But they haven't got the same
Tabrak gitu loh.
This would be the first big one that Boom would take. And they've done a great job just getting here to start with. Yeah. And OpTic, I was wondering whether or not they were just going to keep hammering this A exec, but on the bonus round, starting to take things towards B and just bursting in.
Yeah.
I mean, Marv building up the null command so early.
Massive ultimate to just try and expect
Nice.
and get right in.
Nice.
Already removed two of them in this cross.
Nice, sir.
Flawless.
Udah jangan fokus bunuh. Jangan fokus bunuh yang udah mati anjing.
Kamu nih.
Nice. Let's go.
Teh botol nih, bos.
Teh botol nih, bos.
Ini round yang sesungguhnya nih di sini nih.
Ini
Dia
dia
langsung
nih.
AWP.
Aduh, ya AWP, bro.
Aduh.
Just waiting for that first moment of excitement and you realize, yeah, you can beat your opponent.
Yei langsung nggak mau kasih. Ini rapi banget. Aimingnya rapi banget tuh. Waduh. That's what they needed, exactly. Bonus round tapi flawless bagus anjir.
Ini round yang sesungguhnya nih.
Ini the real round begins nih. Full buy, full util.
Takes elbow control.
Take flight. Yeah, it's very slow and steady for now. Forcing out that drone from Blazing just to get a bit of mid-round information. It is destroyed early though.
Kemungkinan besar udah kayak A nggak sih kalau udah push di.
Bisa dari mid juga. Smoke-nya kan di mid tuh.
So Marv has an option here to go for a flank through double doors, but is choosing
Smoke basic itu. Viper smoke A.
And now all 5 OpTic players
Iya,
up on A.
bisa dari
But
mid juga
without that
masuknya
mid
itu.
control, Boomer reluctant to stack the A site. They're still playing a very spread defense.
Nice steal.
Right through the wall, flash over
Waduh, itu wallnya nanggung. Wait. Aduh.
Pushing in between the pyramids, that's Victor. He's claiming these kills. A couple of shockies coming in. Dangerous situation.
Nice famous, nice steal kill.
3 lawan 3. Enak nih Victoria low nih. Bisa nih.
Nice trade famous, nice trade. 2v2. Victoria lurking anjir.
Soalnya low dia.
Udah dipantekin.
War going down though, that opens him up to a couple more angles, and you're right, Victor. He is
Nice.
now the pressure's on him, honestly, to get
Kanan.
stuff done here, but it's not really being watched.
Aduh.
Holding it, patience, the discipline.
Oh, nice.
Within the
Let's
shots,
go.
though.
Famous. Nice banget, famous. Nice banget. Let's go.
Mulai up nih.
Udah
Mentalnya udah
mulai
dapet nih.
Udah
Ayo
mulai
boom.
nih. Ayo momentum dapet nih. Ayo boom. Mampus tuh ngeliatin doang sih lu.
Santai dong guys.
Aisyah bro. Jiwa gua udah terbakar bro.
Itu kena body block tadi sofanya.
Ini dia nih guys, ini dia nih guys. Oi, senang nih. Oh, gaji naik, gaji naik. Ayo.
Ayo CEO Om Gary.
Iko nih mereka nih, jangan kalah Ron Iko deh, sumpah.
Half buy ini teman.
Oh iya ini di dua Vandal ya. Jangan, ya sabar jangan ngepik, sabar. Aduh, mau maju tuh. Nice.
Oh, cakep.
Flips, good job Flips.
Nice.
Blast King, let's go.
Nice. Dar.
Aduh, nggak kena anjing.
Oh, nice banget.
Lagi.
Let's go. Let's go.
Kaget kah? Kamu OpTic kaget kah Indonesia sekuat ini?
Kamu kan
kaget kah?
APAC nih bro.
Jangan sombong dulu dong. Jangan dulu.
APAC nih bro.
Nggak boleh sombong dulu,
Nggak boleh sombong, relax.
Nggak boleh sombong dulu, relax.
2 kali flawless loh anjir.
Kasih paham Bang Blast King.
Kasih paham Bang.
Terakin Bang. Jangan bang. Kali itu jangan bang. Jangan bang.
Cooldown bro. Chill.
Santai dong.
Langsung di-push lu. Nafsu banget nih Victor nih.
Panas ya,
Wah,
panas.
ke-detect sama Rekonnya 1 HP. Aduh, ke-detect. Waduh.
Nice.
Dia mau aturan balikan nih.
Yeah, extremely good execute. Blaze King though with
Aduh.
one of his kills. Now has the Hunter's Fury online of his own.
Mati tuh.
And he does.
Oh, kena dua orang.
Crashes goes down.
2 on 3, winnable.
Still planting. Perhaps another kill could be found.
Spike planted.
Aduh, ini angle anjing nih Victor nih.
Nggak mungkin kecek itu.
Iya, angle anjing
Pasti nggak
Victor.
dicek.
Pasti nggak kecek. Duh, ketahuan stepnya. Kena tuh. Nah kan, angle anjing.
Ente.
Nice.
They now get up to a bunch of their other ults online.
Itu angle paling ngeselin.
Couple percentage points away from getting ults into that round. Only the Sovas really exchanging. And now you get to see Viper's Pit. How is Bottle gonna be working this one around the map? And FNS as well got that ability to use it in the post plant too. Thus far, it feels like
Itu angle paling orang tuh jarang banget ada yang ngecek angle kayak gitu. Karena risky juga kan di wall sama Viper. Dia mau ngepick, di-pick dari yang angle lain gitu loh. Wah, famous gak sigap. Aduh, Yeay udah mulai panas bro.
I guess just wasn't expecting Victor to just be running down with the knives.
It's pure confidence from OpTic, despite the fact that they lost 3 rounds in a row. And Boom have got a flank coming out of cave here.
Oh, nice there.
Flip side of the IGL rips the head off Ye, stops him from getting value. And that
dipanggilnya flip saya lah, jadi dia nggak tahu cara ngomongnya. Nice flank.
Taking liberties, taking space, taking the fight.
Nice.
Bomb drop down.
Spike drop. Awas.
Jangan kebanyakan pisau.
Wah, dapat lead. Bisa itu. Enggak lead nih 8724 cepetnya.
Oh, tahu lagi ya.
Let's go. Nice teh botol, nice.
Last one.
Pelotop nih.
2v1. Iya, jaga spike aja.
Saving kah?
Enggak mungkin. Nggak mungkin saving. Ayo pick jauh yuk, kalah pick jauh yuk.
Sabar, tungguin flips.
Enggak, emang mau crossfire ini dia.
Aduh. Oh, flips yang makan, dipancing.
Nice straight banget.
Nice double pick.
And what an important couple of kills from Flipsider in that round. Being
Super sucks. Apa kasih famous.
And then getting the trade-off.
Time out dari OpTic, gokil boom.
Almost like Crashies would have been able to turn that into a series of 1v1.
Time out dari OpTic nih guys. Udah mulai nih. Ini clean banget anjir, berserk. Nice banget nih berserknya anjing.
Both Jets happy to take duels.
Nice bad flips.
Flash didn't quite work,
Yeah,
but
no,
that
it's a
doesn't
little
matter.
bit off, but listen, the trade was there. That's what matters.
Yeah.
Pusing kan lo? Banyak dukun kita, lo nggak tahu kan lo?
Of course, Chet is going to be doing this one from the hotel room. But
matanya di itu ya, matanya dibikin. Kita nggak ada orang deh gitu.
delivering them some small adjustments.
Kupingnya dibikin budek gitu.
Probably getting them to be aware of some of the boom players. I think when you're OpTic in this kind of situation, you almost expect.
Kaget mereka Indo sejago ini. Pasti mereka nggak expect coy. Mereka pasti nggak expect.
There's a perceived better opponent that you're playing against. You lack the confidence, you don't go for the same level of risk.
Skemnya pojok kanan. Jangan, nggak boleh gue. Ada sponsor di pojok kanan atas. Nggak boleh gue tutupin.
Boom have had good mentorship, I think, as well. They've seen that OpTic have lost before to a lot of these APAC teams, Xtreem and everyone else.
Kan beda bang.
You know, they've seen
Iya.
these top juggernauts of North America, top juggernauts of
Lu buka sponsornya, Jok.
can bleed at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
Jok.
That's what's been incredibly impressive.
Munculin dong sponsornya, Jok.
Loh, enak banget ya. Ya walaupun nonton saya dikit ya, lumayan.
Munculin.
But that does mean that you can
Famous 74 nih, lagi on fire nih Famous nih.
self-admittedly slow starters to some of these events.
Ini bisa lihat nih.
Siapa yang Eston?
Famous nih.
Famous S nih.
Oke, Famous S ya.
Oke, coach udah bersabda nih.
Dukun kita nih.
Nice. Nggak jadi. Oh, mereka mainnya mencar cu, play for picks.
Taking elbow, recon dart towards it. You can see how they're using this utility OpTic to stop any mid aggression, but that's not really the area of the map that Boom are playing for.
Dua orang ditinggal di B.
Aduh.
Nice. Got Victor watching the back side of it, that one angle. But the double face takes him out easily enough.
Mid, jaga mid, Anya.
Just relying too much on the
bisa nih.
there to give them
Well, I think
Yeay di mid itu. Di mid apa sih ini namanya?
Yeay di top.
Hall.
just getting overwhelmed by the double push.
Gak ada yang jaga hall lagi.
Now for OpTic, they are being given mid completely, so getting some of these ace.
Tapi ada itu kok, ada trap.
Seems
Ada trap chamber kok di hall.
Takut main cepet nih OpTic.
Udah masuk tuh. Oh, nice scan. Aduh. Oh nice. Dapat satu.
Dapat anjir.
Nice. Nice angle. Aduh, yay.
Aduh, ente.
Dapat nih. Nice. Trade. 3v1. Nice.
Let's go.
Nice.
Nice trade.
Yeah, it feels like OpTic are just not being able to find these duels, put into uncomfortable situations as well. Boom doing a good job
bro,
there.
anjing.
Once you remove Victor, OpTic are lacking the ability to take areas of the map really proactively and take fast, aggressive duels towards backside. Just kind of got trapped there around the pyramids. I really like the proactivity in A main.
Kan belum. Ntar ada waktunya.
Oh iya, siap.
Hampir ada botol nge-wave anjir.
Iya. Udah berapa peluru tuh?
There needs to be a focus from OpTic over towards there. The adjustments gotta come through.
Iko lagi.
For now, half by round.
Kemas kode.
Well, not gonna get there just yet with the timer pause. I'm assuming someone's
6-3 nih. Berserk dengan ultinya. Aduh.
But for Boom, this is such a fabulous beginning. You heard the Des talk about how this map pool.
Yo, fabulous aja lu.
Apalagi nih?
Technical pause, bro.
Is a positive for Boom.
Kesalahan game
is a map that they're pretty decent at. Bind, I actually quite like the way that they play. Their fracture looks a bit wobbly to me. But they have two maps that
ngocok semua tuh.
Ngocok sininya, ngocok si
ngocok hitpacknya.
Hitpacknya biar panas.
Ngocok terus.
Anjir banget. Ketawa-tawa gitu lagi.
Pasti mereka juga sadar, aduh pasti kita udah diomongin nih.
I agree with Ryan, the best in the world right now. Being able to beat
disuruh diem tuh.
Gak boleh ngobrol ya technical pause ya?
Iya. Ngobrol, bukan ngobrol strategi tapi.
Ngelawak itu tadi.
Ngelawak itu, aduh. Ngocok kapan nih kita? Gitu.
Terus dibilangnya, jangan lawak. Serius gitu tadi.
Ntar kita di penalti.
Serius banget ya?
Itu Alisson ya?
Enggak, itu si Blessing tuh mukanya mirip teman gue dari Korea anjir.
Mirip banget anjing.
you know,
Bambang tadi.
OpTic who kind of set
Iya.
the better a little bit as well with all the neon.
Bambang diam-diam jadi pro player, bro.
That's commonplace. And at that point, a lot of teams know how to play around it at this point.
Oh, OpTic ada Asia juga satu, bos.
You know, when OpTic were dominant and when they were innovating and playing a lot of those neon comps, teams didn't know how to offset it. You know, they didn't know how to work against it.
Ini kocok-kocok apa hitpack, guys, biar panas lagi.
I agree completely. I mean, OpTic were talking about in their press conference after losing Copenhagen that it's really
ternyata
difficult
Bambang selama ini mengelabui kita adik-adik.
to get out the
Parah
other end
adik-adik.
and have enough
Tech
time
post
to
gear.
prevent new stuff and to be fresh and ready
Gearnya ada yang bermasalah kah?
They've had some time heading into champs, and I think that's a big question. Do OpTic have innovation for champions? Are they going to be meta leaders? I don't think this
keyboard
series
sampai
is
miring
going to tell us too
gitu,
much.
bro.
Nobody is really doing too much innovation on
Igoy keyboardnya kayak gitu anjing.
I mean, that's just paper X thing.
Igoy bahkan 180 derajat dia tuh.
Iya dia. Lurus Igoy. Ya nggak Goy?
Iya.
Emang lebih enak aja, ada enaknya.
Kebiasaan gue dari
Kebiasaan.
Dari warnet. Kalau gua harus lurus, gua kalau nggak lurus nggak PW gua.
Jarinya kepleset ya.
Gua mereng sedikit.
Sama gue juga kasih miring sedikit. Nggak sampai
biar mouse
miring
gedean
banget.
dikit.
PC-nya taruh di mana? Itu kiri, kalian nggak lihat ada CPU-nya tuh nyala-nyala.
Di bawah tuh.
Tuh kiri bawah tuh ada nyala-nyala. Itu PC-nya. Ya pengen banget gua.
Meja segede gitu enak banget ya?
Iya, gue pengen banget punya meja segede gitu. Lo bayangin dah.
Tolong IKEA.
Letter L terus segede gitu, anjing. Gede banget.
custom lebih murah tuh, Vin.
Iya sih, cuma bahan kayunya gue ini tuh kayak
gua L
besi
tapi
gitu kayaknya deh.
pendek L ya.
Kalau besi itu susah nyari customnya, kebanyakan kayu. Ini finishingnya matte-nya suka banget gua. Dove gitu.
Ganteng banget ya itemnya.
Bagus finishingnya.
If you're doing a rundown of the Boom squad as well, in terms of heavy hitters,
13 jutaan tuh meja. Meja gua juga 8 juta ini IKEA anjing, mahal.
when you're away. But Famous has been brought in on the loan, and he is now a
ada
big
gear nih,
hitter
gear
for this
bermasalah
squad.
nih.
Especially when he's able to play the chamber, or you'll see him on Rays as they go to bind. Probably.
Gak usah gemeteran dong tangannya.
Have these big moments. But
gemeteran banget.
as well is another player to really
Flip si Aider.
look at, because he's got some great fragging. He IGLs for the team.
Ceder bang gitu. Si ini ngomong nih si Flip.
Nggak kedengeran dong ke casternya.
Enggak, bukan maksudnya pas tadi wawancara. Jeder, bilangnya jeder, bisa nggak ngomong jeder gitu.
That's why they call him Egg Diablo in APAC. I mean, listen.
Mulai kah? Lama banget tech pose-nya.
Parah. Tain.
Ngerusak momentum nih.
Iya nih ngerusak momentum anjing. Rick nih Rick. Aduh Rick.
The game back to it. After the tech pause, obviously this is being a half buy for
Famous.
The usual play here is, you know, take some liberties with it, try and find out where the defensive setups are leaning towards, trending towards, get some information to work around for the round.
Nice! Anjing, nice crossfire, cok, spike drop.
Top 2 pala kan tuh.
Nice banget. Dapat tuh.
Flawless.
Nice, flawless. Nice banget. Momentum is still there, bro. Wah, seru banget. Anjing. Aduh. 3 kali flawless loh.
Iya, bahas Eggman anjir parah banget casternya. Mantep terlotop.
You know, there's a little piece of information there. Viper wall goes up, or the drone gets used, and
gila. Di flawless anjing.
Because half the people are going to have utility in that.
2-0 nggak sih ini kayaknya nih?
2-0.
Baru. Kayaknya pesimis semua.
Enggak, kita kan nggak ngomong kita pesimisin siapa.
Iya.
Pesimis buat OpTic ini kita. Kasian OpTic nih.
Kaget gua ketahuan.
Wah, mampus.
Nice flips. Woo!
Nice flash.
Crashes dealt with easily enough.
Kasih paham Bang Flip.
Geder nih bos. Ada ulti lagi. Enak banget tuh.
No one's get away.
Bersak tuh.
Aduh.
Wih, anjing. Aduh. Oh, dapat.
Nice trade. Tinggal Y. Mampus lo. Ayo lo ke scan lo. 3v1 bang, jangan konyol bang. Spike drop bang, nggak usah di-pick bang. Bang, spike drop bang, nggak usah di-pick bang. Ya bagus. Spike drop, nggak usah di-pick. Ketahuan kan, nggak usah di-pick.
Nice.
Gila, jeder.
Let's go.
Di run and gun pakai vandal bro.
Di tibek tipis aja tadi ya? Enggak ya?
Enggak.
Tibek.
Enggak.
Nggak boleh, harus respect, nggak boleh.
Harus respect, nggak boleh.
Ini kalau tibek gue telepon nih coachnya.
Udah ada kan coachnya? Anjir. Dia lagi nafas.
Blind kill bro.
Gila.
Itu luck itu. Waduh, gemeter itu tadi.
So for the first time,
Let's go.
leave A main completely and they catch
Bingung
one
kan nih?
player in mid. Normally there's multiple. You
Wah, ini katanya buat bocil-bocil Asia anjing nih katanya ini.
But the adjustment is perfectly timed.
Let's go. Aduh.
Dengan kekuatan dukun.
Yuk.
Ayo King. Ya.
King. Aduh.
Kok buffering anjing? Nice there. Aduh. 2v4 cu, susah cu, retake 2v4. Wah lah ulti udahlah. Mendingan save deh. Bang, save aja bang. Culik Victor abis itu save dasar.
Mau
Iya, mau ngasih economical damage doang ini.
Iya.
Aduh, gue dapet. Jangan masuk. Tol. Nah, tol. Tol. Aduh, tol. Kenapa nggak di-kill tol?
Kenapa lagi dia?
Dia hold. Dia kayak mau disiplin gitu loh.
Some of these trades are looking mighty sloppy for OpTic. And it's not the timing, it's actually just the aim. It's strange. These moments where you expect OpTic when you watch them get deep into to swing and
Masa sih?
immediately delete a
Bukannya dia sempat ngeliat sebelum buta ya?
Iya, tapi kan yang abis buta baru ngeliat.
It does really feel to be this slow start.
Udah lewat ke tembok.
Kok berasa kasar panggilnya tol. Kan teh botol guys. Ngeras mid.
Masih 74 cuy.
Nih. Oh, nggak ada yang jaga mid nih.
Dikasih side-nya.
Dikasih side-nya. Yay.
Aduh.
Nice.
That long sight line watched the rendezvous to get back into the action. And now it's going to start to go down now.
Now you've got the null command for Flipside. He chose not to use it on a mid push. And so he pops it now for the retake. And these OpTic players are getting crunched.
They're
about to lose hold as well. If
gila
Berserk
finesse.
I mean, this is...
Aduh.
Wah.
So far he's going to get caught out, but yeah, again, that horse control that Ye was using, Flipsider hasn't been able to get...
2v3. Winnable.
Back to the side because he's dealing with so many of these targets, but now they're fully
1v1.
Is at least the reposition now comes through. The tour de force out in the hands of Ye should be favored in this one.
Oh my god!
Let's go,
Flipsider to win.
Bro.
16-3 in 1v1s recently. Flipsider is a
Kelihatan ya, rambutnya doang.
Kalau dari bawah kelihatan emang Ton.
Monster tuh, lo nggak denger tuh.
Unreal scenes from them. Clear preparation that they've come into so far in this map. They are turning up big time. What a kill!
Wait.
Top of the scoreboard.
Gak apa-apa, soalnya switch side. Thank you Vince 1000-nya, santai botol naik.
Ini
dong.
Saya suka. Ayo. Apakah NM jadi near airport? Kita lihat adik-adik.
Nah kan gimana? Lo keprediksi siapa lo bertiga weh?
Gue prediksi boom lah.
Kita boom ya.
Boom.
Bertiga.
We're not prepared
dare I say,
Ini bertiga nih.
Milih OpTic nih bertiga. Kita minum teh botol semua.
the boomer who came up. I'm cheering on. I wish I could change my prediction, but I'm not gonna get memed on now. Let's talk about
Ketika Coach Anton bersabda di situ akan terjadi mujizat adik-adik.
He's made quite a name for himself so far in this one.
I mean, the first
masih kosong nih baru AMD nih.
was all famous, and in fact, he's probably made himself rather famous.
Besok gue beli teh botol sekardus meskipun gue diabetes.
International stage. A little bit of a fun fact about this man. Back in his previous team,
teh botolnya gemeter tuh. Bersek gemeter tadi.
Biggest of VCT scenes, but enough that he was playing Raze at such a level that the admins asked to look at his computer.
Whoa.
There you go.
Okay,
unfortunately, there's him dying straight away. But this is something like from watching Boom at their APAC LCQ. This was something that they struggled with. If they lost a player, they ended in a 4 versus 5. They struggled to confirm a round on the back of that. If they lost their player first, they typically lose the round following. So the fact that the rest of the team, even when Famous went down, and this was when he was on fire right at the start of the map, the rest of the team's able to clear up, get into the heads of OpTic, and OpTic do struggle with that. It's the same sort of thing, having a 5v4 advantage. Sometimes teams like
Gue liat komennya dah.
still manage to get
Coba ya kita lihat komennya ya.
Oh pada bilang cek PC, cek his PC.
Oh ISN sobet, cek his PC.
Cek his PC, and here's airport.
Famous Indian Pride, goblok.
Diablo, aduh.
Gonna be an interesting one to see how this plays out. OpTic, we're not prepared for this
OpTic, what are you doing?
Esports. Can they keep it up? Going
Ende kadang-kadang ende.
as we switch sides, send it back over to your casters to call the action.
Let's go.
Golden boy. Is it going to be Boom keeping this momentum going? Or OpTic going to be able to bounce back?
Ayo 5 lagi.
Find their footing a little bit more.
I think OpTic being able to pick up a pistol makes this
Oke, ini defender nih, kita lihat nih. Gimana caranya kita menyerang?
Cek his PC anjing.
Starting things out so
Iya kan kita kan underrated tim bro, wajar bro.
Diremehin banget bro.
Pastilah bro.
They're not always super slow.
Kasih tahu Boom.
They do have a range of tempos that they can play with, and they look relatively.
Riri Hanifa, welcome back to Definition Silver.
This quite a slow start.
Nice scan, dapat 2 tuh.
Can OpTic hold on?
Aduh.
That is going to be tagging on two of the players though.
Nice trade. Mati kau. Wah, nice trade. 3v3. Dapat momentum yuk. Aku rasa keluarga kelas narkam yang berumah karena mata jadi BA. Iya, kalau ini menang jadi BAT botol nih sih teh botol. Gak kena ini.
Tidak kena.
Kalau dia nggak pantelin kena nggak sih? Jadi nempel di tembok ujungnya.
These guys have been able to escape from B. Yeah. There's only 30 seconds and OpTic are committing now.
Kiri bro.
Langsung bro. Aduh, dia nggak nengok kirinya.
But it's OpTic who are the ones who are ready for it with 25 seconds left. No more time really to make any more
Mesti plan nggak sih?
To push the position there for Blaze.
20 detik.
Expect this one. It has to be the plan coming through. Is this going to be forcing anything out of them? Pure patience so far from OpTic. The spike does go down.
Menang ini.
Dark close, that's going to be forcing.
Oh, belakang lu.
Aduh. Crashes will win it out with the ghost. Just
there. Flips yeah there.
Aduh.
That discipline. Yeah, just not over.
Nice try.
He knows if he fails, the teammate's going to be picking up the pieces.
OpTic have been in these situations where they're down so many
Oh,
times.
gagal gua.
Yang 13-4 udah kalah ya. 13-4 udah gagal.
They still have that mental resilience to be able to fight back in these maps, and the pistol round win is certainly going to help them. We've seen some teams go for 4 spies, especially at Copenhagen after getting a plant down and taking a couple of players as well. I wonder whether Boom are the kind of team to opt for that. I haven't seen them go for it too much in APAC. But it might be a decent idea at this point. Choosing not to though, keeping the classics on board. And this will draw things level if OpTic are able to convert within 2 rounds.
Drag them down.
We did say for OpTic, honestly, the pistol round winning it would be
langsung vandal loh.
Vital in terms of them being able to get this comeback online.
Siapa yang vandal?
Nggak ada kok.
Jadi. Gua kira vandal tadi.
Teh botol master, bukan teh botol yang master sheriff. Miss. Nice. Nice.
Enak lu 8
Dropped down to 8 health. I think that was a headhunter wallbang headshot there.
Iya benar, headhunter wallbang headshot. Sakit itu anjir. Mereka bayar half armor kan tadi kan, si Victor kan. Kalau gua biasa udah kayak gini, gua rotate anjing.
Itu ada yang kena tuh.
Waduh. Tuh kan. Udah bahaya itu, wall kayak gitu tuh.
Blaze King was doing an interview with Yinsu before the
Iya, Bapak Sheriff El Memor, salah. Alter ego ya.
Onik dong.
Oh iya dulu alter ego bang, maaf bang.
OpTic, these guys they're human too. You can beat them as long as you don't play scared, as long as you play like you do in scrims and tournaments, you can win. I think Boom have
Onik. Dulu alter ego guys, maaf guys, salah.
Maintaining that mentality even if you go on a bit of a losing streak. Being able to win the anti-bonus here would be
berani.
very important when they start out at a deficit.
Time out gak sih, time out abis ini?
When you're up against a team like OpTic with the experience under their belt. Situations like this before and they are handling.
Udah mulai ngamuk nih bro.
Opportunity and gap there. Okay.
I'll tell you what, that rendezvous is not very good anymore. The one that Ye is using, he had to extend himself pretty heavily.
Really wide in that angle.
Oh, mau dibokong nih Victor nih.
Making that a much riskier play.
Mereka harus menang nih.
Pandang.
Watching for that one.
Oh,
nice. 2v3, winnable.
At least fallen back. I suspect the rest of his team now from the bench.
Yeah, Victor and Marv
menang senjata nih.
Overflank to try and find these players in mid and take
the
duels against them.
Anda nggak tahu, hanya kosong.
Tapi senjatanya diambil gak sih?
Ke detect. Bisa diambil.
Senjatanya pasti mereka toko senjata nih. Nah, ngambil senjata satu tuh. Nah, Vandal tuh, si Ye. Ambil angle tai nggak sih?
Decent amount of clearing being done by the Boom players. So watching around.
Ye
wants to just at least hold that angle for the time being, and now you're going to start to see them take a bit more space, pushing up to double doors.
Dia denger stepnya anjir.
Dapat nih. Nice. Udah dapat angle dua-duanya mid.
Oh, di ulti loh.
Ya mereka nggak mau ambil resiko.
Wah.
Crossfire-nya, timingnya mereka absen itu tadi.
Iya.
Kurang sinkron.
Crashies is excellent in those kind of situations.
Nice try. Udah bagus padahal.
It felt like they dealt with that one pretty perfectly. Cool, calm and collected. Yeah, cool, calm and collected, absolutely. It's a nice idea to throw the Viper's pit down and make it possible that you could pop out from a different direction, but it just
iya, ultinya wasted.
And it blocked off the sideline that meant that there was no
Niat mereka sih mereka nggak mau ambil resiko ultinya.
Tapi kenapa di situ ultinya ya?
Exactly. Dia kayaknya mau lewatin mid gitu loh, tujuannya jadi wall gitu.
Boom, itemot.
Aku udah gagal nih guys, 13-6 udah salah nih.
Gue masih bisa, gue 13-11 nih.
Bisa.
13-7 nih.
Or it certainly can. It depends what these players are made of. What advice they're currently getting from their coach as well. I gotta say, he looks
Gue kirain pennya Hello Kitty anjir.
Yeah. Great name as well. Meow.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a phenomenal name.
Yeah, incredibly fitting for us being in Istanbul. But
Meow.
And so where they are going to be looking for answers, honestly.
Yeah, I think these kind of scenarios are where you separate.
Anton tuh 13-7 guys.
And this is where experience.
Si Igoy 13-11.
I'm looking at Famous sitting at 8 kills. I seem to remember him being on 7 very early on.
Yeah.
3 rounds in. There hasn't really been as much impact from your chamber play on the side of Boom, so.
It's also a bit tougher to get that kind of impact on the attack side.
OpTic udah kena mentalnya. Justru lagi bagus nih OpTic nih.
You know, super hard exec kind of styles. They've been more slow paced at the beginning of the round and then trying to mid round a lot. Which I think that leads into how FNS likes to play his defenses.
Ayo Berserk.
Ayo Sir.
Keluarkan, main cepat.
Not quite taking a space just yet. Eventually now.
Wall down.
I think they were blocked off by the fragment actually that Marv sent through.
Aduh, crossingnya wallnya udah down.
The OpTic guns.
Famous is so far away from this action right
Waduh.
now. On the latest
Tawan itu. Tawan.
The rest of his team has to buy time.
They're gonna know he's there as well.
Anjir. Wah, 3 orang.
Empat orang, Cok. Inopportune timings from top to bottom. Is this really gonna be the game plan right now? BlazeKing, he's got the setup for it. Bit of a high ground approach again. Just from that mid
Gue kayak lebih cepat dari gua ini.
Okay, damage is being done, but you're just whitewing into this one. The utility doesn't dance stuck in his head.
Aduh.
And he needs to try and stop and deny this diffuse, but not
udah gagal nih 13-7 nih.
Nonton gagal.
A decent job from Boom to try and delay, but eventually OpTic.
Ayo up mentalnya boom.
Let's go.
Aduh, mentalnya jangan kena ya.
Udah 4 kali kalah berturut-turut nih, bro. Terus strict nih mereka nih.
Ekonomi udah berantakan nih.
Udah berantakan,
bro. Nggak ada celah sih itu kayak gitu tadi. Gila, dikepung depan mata 3 biji gitu mau apa dia?
Combo setup, the snake bite and the shock dart onto the spike plant, and then they also had Famous on that late
Famous dengan AWP udah menang udah ini.
Ketahuan dong.
And now Boom make their way towards.
Gila, main 3 hole.
That's unusual, isn't it? You don't see this very often.
Wah.
Got his tour de force, but it
Aduh.
Jangan, nice trade.
Still taken out. Eventually, that's going to be that trade. Famous is opting into the operator himself.
Jangan masuk.
Jandiin, aduh.
This is an awkward position for Ye right now. He's stuck at double doors, worried whether somebody could be flanking in from the mid, and FNS is the only player ready to support.
Oh, udah plan anjing.
Everything here with a snake bite coming through, and there are fights kicking off all over the bloody map.
Kena anjir.
Does take down BlazeKing. Spike has been dropped down, and Victor's also just
dimainin, Cok.
Let's get this flank going.
Kena slow.
Itu timingin.
Aduh. Readjustment for Superlight.
Di bait, Cok, sama Victor.
What an outplay.
Aduh, nge-whiff.
On high. To bottle. Guys looking around aimlessly.
Oh, nice try.
So many targets.
Nice try.
Just coming his way. Not enough really. The positioning, he was just out in the open, a sitting duck.
And this is many rounds in a row now where Boom have been able to get the plant down, but not actually grab kills or space on the map with which to play post plants properly. OpTic are allowing them in, baiting them in, and then collapsing on them, and are able to get so much value out of the retakes. Look at that round counter up at the top. 4 out of 5 of the rounds in this half.
Susah ya nge-attack di sini ya.
Won by retakes.
Susah defend.
And that's not anything special, I mean, apart from this.
Ini map tuh terlalu luas. Orang mau nge-defend tuh bingung mau angle yang mana.
How smart the strike taxes are being able to just back off and draw utility out of Boom and then collapse back upon them.
Yeah, it's the clear difference maker right now for OpTic.
Half by Boom.
Hello,
really, I think opening up and prying open those weaknesses that Boom have got in just trying to hold those post-plant scenarios. Seen a couple of times, you know, there's been miscommunication with a Viper Wall going down at the wrong time, a player being caught out of position.
Oh, udah ketek anjir.
Crashes through a recon dart at the bottom of hall, so he knows that these players are
towards
the
whiff.
He misses his opportunity for an operator kill.
Kena tuh. Kena 2 damage. Nice. Shit.
Aduh.
Gak nice.
Aduh.
Oke.
Nice. BlazeKing. Darahnya cuma tinggal 11.
1v3, 1 HP.
Ya, kebokong.
Di reset. 1v4 lagi. Aduh.
Seharusnya aware sih di belakang ada yang ngikutin.
Gak ada tuh, gak jadi. Ke side semua. Aduh. Ente dah. Ente.
That is 6 rounds in a row that OpTic put together in this half.
It's out of their control.
It does.
Pemerex kemarin menang 2-1.
Masa attacker dibantai anjir. 0 masa ininya. Masa bener-bener gak dikasih spoin anjing.
Once you get the spike plant down, do you have an extra play? Another little flash that you save to get yourself deeper into the
site. Seharusnya.
Be able to retake that.
Abis ini pause. Abis ini pasti pause.
There's got to be an extra layer here to their post plant game.
And it can't just be sitting back and playing lineups. That's not good enough.
Oke, basic wall.
Here we go, play being made here with an old man popped off. Even the drone against.
Ya kalau main cepet bisa nih, Bung. Menang.
Angle as well. On top of bricks, already taken the back of the side control.
Lihat langsung planting. Terus sudah main belakang. Sebelum mulai turun.
Nice, kena tuh. Nice, kena 2 orang. Kena 3 orang. Nice. Ayo, bokong. Boom! Nice, famous. Nice, jaga bokong, nice.
That ult from Blaze King that pushes forwards and attacks the OpTic players that had given them that space.
Yo.
Saving mereka, saving.
But this time facing a Hunter's Fury right in his
Let's
mouth.
go 10-9.
Let's go. 10-9. Mereka saving, guys.
To be in their post plants and get the Viper's pit down.
Enough of them surviving as well. They get to carry all of these guns into the next round. Very important for them.
Yuk, momentum nih. Let's go.
Ulti boom kepake 3, nggak apa-apa.
Daripada nggak dapet round, mending pakai ulti anjir.
Ulti
Kita harus main cepet ini boom ini.
Trackingnya bagus tuh.
I love Violet.
Those retakers don't have anybody to work with. Ye loses his trader that might have helped him contest the Viper's pit.
Nah, main cepet lagi nih, masuk nih.
Mereka nggak pernah ke B ya?
B-nya gagal terus tadi kan 2 kali.
Iya, B-nya udah gagal tadi.
Oh, ditungguin scan nih. Nggak ada scan kali ini. Sofanya di B.
That's just a pre-fire angle. They're watching for the dart or a knife that might have come up just over the edge.
Yeah, and actually you've got a double op setup too, with Ye working his tour de force by elbow. Neither of them on A though.
Kelihatan tuh sama Venice. Aduh. Jangan masuk. Waduh, Victor. Ke scan 3 orang itu anjing.
Nice, flip 1, 2. Nice, teh botol. Nice, teh botol.
Ini dia nih, teh botol nih, bos.
Lotop nih, bos.
Aduh,
enggak rotet.
3v2. Victor lead. Teh botol juga lead anjing.
Jangan dipik dah.
Ya udah post plan.
Oh, diputerin tuh, lewat mid tuh, chamber tuh.
Sama si famous ya.
Dapet.
Nice.
Enggak. Teh botol lead tadi soalnya. Oh, line up. Let's go! Line up, gokil. Let's go line up, bro. 10-10 guys.
Nah, teh botol gokil sih.
20-15 bos, gila bos, teh botol.
Teh botol ini main banget nih. Berserk kayaknya agak grogi kayaknya ya.
Iya, Berserk agak grogi nih.
Soalnya dia paling kecil, paling muda, langsung ke turni internasional ya.
Intimidated ya, wajar.
Iya, wajar. Cuma 10-10 guys. Wah. Menang ini yakin gua.
Menang lah, 13-11 kalau kata Igo.
Iya.
Technical pause lagi. Jir lagi loh, kenapa sih Jir lo? Bermasalah mulu Jir ya lo?
Jir siapa sih?
Enggak, tadi tuh kalau technical pause gitu kadang tuh dicek komputer juga. Tadi kan memang komputer dicek.
Oh. Anjing kalau sampai beneran dicek komputer sih anjing. Bego nih chatnya nih, ID dikira India anjir. Padahal kalau India kan IN so gue ya, bukan ID.
ID ya bisa, kalau Indonesia harusnya IDN.
Indonesia tuh INA.
IDN juga bisa IDN.
IDR juga bisa IDR.
Bukan dong, itu Indonesia rupiah dong.
Ini tuh IND.
IDA apa IDA?
Mak gue.
Iya, IDA.
Mak gue itu.
Ih, ada yang bacot tuh. Reset game for Indian team.
There's a difference between
that
has no logic.
main sini by one sama gue.
Anjay.
Tahu.
Kasih paham, boy.
The difference between just blind
Main cuma deathmatch saja komen lu.
Anjay.
Serem banget.
That OpTic can be beat. And knowing that this is their best time to do it.
Just to keep you in the loop as well, just dealing with a bit of an audio issue on the side of OpTic as well.
Woi, ngalangin kamera lu.
Bacotin, Vin.
Biar ada centang.
Oh iya, Twitch gua kan juga centang ya?
Iya kan?
Iya juga ya. Jangan lah, terlalu sombong.
Kok gitu sih, Bang?
Gitu.
Mana Devin nggak ada di gua?
Ada.
Kenceng Bang, udah kelewat nih.
Tuh, live chatnya kayak kereta, bro.
Ini lumayan loh, yang nonton 92.000 lebih banyak dari yang tadi ZETA, Cok.
Iya, ZETA
Nah, karena Indonesia kan ngeri, Vin.
Iya sih.
Apapun yang Indo-Pride itu tuh ngeri banget.
Iya sih.
Ini di Twitch orang-orang biasanya nontonnya di YouTube-nya Indo. YouTube Indo berapa yang nonton?
Ini gua mau ngeliat nih. 16.000. Yang internasional 39.000 loh.
Belum yang di streamer-streamer lain lagi tuh.
Ini Vietnam 3,2. Nih, watch party.
Emang orang kita terlihat ke India? Enggak sih. Orang kita.
Gua. Pior. Crazy guy FPS.
Probably the two biggest tools you could have on the defensive side. Viper's Pit just to lock off one of the choke points and then
Ya, kurang lebih 150.000 lah. Plus minus. Coba yang Jepang. Oh, yang Jepang berapa? 93.000, 84.000. Oh, 32.000 Jepang. Tens 30.000.
30.
Kan situ yang nonton pendukung NA semua, pendukung
Roto 24.
Syarat 24. Ini Brazil 15.000 nih, Brazil.
Sebelahnya apa tuh?
Korea 5,6. Ini nggak tahu apaan. Taiwan 4.000. LA apa anjir? Oh, Latam.
Latin Amerika.
The whole concept you were talking about as well, where they were speaking to a lot of the other APAC guys like Forsaken as well, saying, you know, OpTic, they are human at the end of the day. These guys can be beat.
Alison.
You keep playing like you are in scrims.
Tapi bisa jadi banyak karena OpTic juga sih memang. OpTic juga kan fanbase-nya kuat.
Iya.
Coachnya OpTic mirip metal. Enggak dong. Thank you Vice for ibunya.
Coachnya OpTic mirip metal.
Kirim sama teh botol nih.
Ini kayak tetangga gue dah.
Ini Victor ya?
Jangan itu lu, tetangga lu.
Jangan tetangga gue.
Itu lu.
But thus far I've been impressed with the game plan, I think. And the overall preparation work too. Boom.
Cute banget pegang boneka, iya. Pegang boneka.
So, you know, we've been talking a little bit about the LCQ teams not having the same level of prep on maps like Pearl or
Blasking dicek kayak ini ulti kena terus, udah bagus itu memang.
But for Boom it's slightly different.
Padahal mereka nggak tahu anjing latihannya kayak gimana bangsat.
Pretty far in advance. They were the first LCQ team to actually qualify for champs, so they've had time to work with.
Indonesia is not real, it's India.
Tolol banget sumpah itu komen.
I was surprised it didn't come out honestly. They were talking the big talk.
Ada lihat gitu.
They were definitely talking the big talk. They were thinking about the tournament going on as well. I think it's
Apa gua nggak lihat lagi?
Anak ngen katanya.
All the way towards the second round. They easily could have been facing Boom picking Pearl into them. Sure. That was something that OpTic had to be prepped for, especially with how much Boom were talking about.
Latam tuh di mana ya? Daerah mana ya?
Amerika Latin.
Latin Amerika.
Oh.
Latin tuh daerah negara.
Ya, kayak Meksiko gitu.
Brazil.
Terus mana lagi ya? Chile.
Biasanya selalu gitu kalau kejar mesti GeForce. Emang iya? Kan tapi kalau technical GeForce gini kan kalau ketahuan lu buat-buat didiskualifikasi anjir. Gak mungkin selama ini kalau misalnya emang nggak beneran lah guys. Emang ada problem ini. Emang bisa call dari kita gitu timnya, itu technical kosong, cek PC-nya dong. Mana bisa nih?
Gak bisa sih harusnya.
Lu nggak tahu itu kenapa tiap botol mau tutupin. Itu ada ininya guys, di mulutnya ada embot.
Susuk.
Ada embot. Embot tanam di pala. Di lidah.
Kesel banget lihat live Tarik di Twitch nge-roast boom. Tarik nge-roast boom.
Wah ini lama banget pause berarti nih sampai begini.
Kayaknya.
Sampai ke
podcaster. Host.
Kenapa Tarik bilang apa tentang boom?
Tahu. Emang kenapa guys si Tarik ngomong apa Tarik?
BTW Tarik masuk Sentinel ya?
Iya konten kreator tapi.
Iya. Emang Sentinel ngembangin ininya franchise ini, bukan ngembangin bakatnya. Biar makin mahal Sentinelnya harganya.
So it's nice to see a bit more, it's a bit more developed, but this is kind of like in line with what we're expecting. We saw some potential from Boom, but OpTic just have that time, have that experience, and they're using it on their defense.
Tarik fans berat OpTic. Oh, tapi kan emang Tarik NE guys sih, wajar lah didukung OpTic.
NE udah nggak bisa dipungkiri lagi, udah sama kayak kita.
Jangan-jangan ini TForce gear ini biar ngereset OpTic nih. Waktu zoom facecam ke Blazking dibilang this motherfucker. Biasa itu mah.
Itu tuh kayak kalau bahasa Indonesia tuh, ini si anjing.
Iya, ini anak anjing gitu.
Cuma kan bisa aja positif kan, ini si anjing jago nih gitu, kayak gitu guys.
Ini anjing nih jago nih, bisa juga.
Alright, well folks, obviously as I mentioned before, you know we have that tech pause on the stage. We're gonna go ahead and get that sorted out. But we did have an opportunity to catch up with one of the players from OpTic Gaming. It's Crashies on this on the spot feature. Let's check it out.
Yay would clap Shroud, no doubt in my mind.
Ada on the spot
apanya ya gearnya ya sampai selama ini?
OpTic Gaming and I'm on the spot in Copenhagen.
Dress the site. First fight found for Crashies. Quick turn, didn't note anyone towards double doors. Yay! No way! Mars as well!
The teammate most likely to get lost in Copenhagen would probably be Victor for sure. He would definitely get lost.
Oh ini Victor ya.
Most likely to overheat Marv. Marv is an overheater. He's just saucy. When he's saucing, he just gets a little too saucy sometimes. Yep, too saucy.
Most likely to trash talk on stage.
Oh yeah, FNS is the biggest trash talker on our team for sure. Even on stage, FNS is, you know, even today in our exit series, he was yelling at them, and that's his thing, and it gets him fired up.
1 HP. Finesse on the other side, and no.
Second! Kill me, bro! How are you missing that? Yeah. Hello? You're 14! How are you missing that?
7-0 in rematches. OpTic don't lose these, man. They just don't.
Most likely to get matching tattoos.
Me and Victor would get matching tattoos for sure. You know, the duo together would be a cool tattoo. Most likely to take an ego challenge. Either me or Ye. Yeah, me or Ye would take an ego challenge.
Most likely to clap Shroud.
Clap Shroud. Ye for sure. Ye would clap Shroud. No doubt in my mind. Most likely to get tilted would maybe be me or FNS.
You've still got Crashies. 2 nice kills out from him to try to keep back the push on A. And he gets info to the third. As the fourth thought, I thought it was going to be there, and he does. He gets it through the shock dart.
Teammate most likely to be the center of attention would probably be Marv.
Iya dulunya dia di CLG.
Doing his thing. He's from Toronto, so he's a Toronto man. You know how they do it over there.
Siapa?
FNS.
Oh.
They just go crazy. They dance.
Ini mah udah pasti nggak nonton PRX guys, udah pasti guys.
Money on drip would be me, Marv.
Tidur gua. Abis ini tidur gua udah.
Yeah, the whole team almost.
Nah kalau abis 3 game gimana?
Nah
iya pokoknya abis game ini game selesai tidur gue udah. Gue tungguin ini sampai kelar, sampai jam 12. Sampai jam
11 juga off stream. Sampai game ini kelar udah.
Game 1.
Enggak, gue sampai game kelar. Sampai game 3.
Enggak, gue abis game 1 off stream tapi enggak tetap nonton.
Most likely the glass cannon and Odin.
Kenapa highlightnya OpTic? Ya nama mereka lebih menjual, wajar lah cok.
Most likely to lose
sama mereka udah pernah masuk PCT berulang kali.
Iya.
I'd go with Victor again.
Boom kan first ini pertama kali dia.
He would just somehow would come off his neck and he would.
Lagian ini Inggrisnya lancar guys. Boom tuh Inggrisnya nggak ada yang lancar.
Thank you guys for watching.
Ntar pada bingung cok.
We'll keep doing our best to bring you guys the dubs and.
TDJ interview pada bingung, nervous, apalagi interview begini.
Emang iya pas interview?
Iya.
What a reset. That is absolutely fabulous from Crashies. He's found it for his team, finally the round that they needed.
So folks, we're still dealing with that tech pause, but you know, I just gotta say real fast though, most likely to get lost in Copenhagen was Victor. You're a New Yorker, dog. We don't get lost in the streets. You know, one New Yorker to another. Come on. Also another one, most likely to get dripped. I want to ask you guys this, but I think I might know.
Most likely to get Hello?
Okay, we don't have to brag. You need a chain. We got to get you a chain, Ryan.
I do. I have a little tortoise. It's made out of tag side, and my girlfriend got me because it's like for safe travel.
Oh, look at the drip. Look at the drip. It's ice cold.
That's
that relationship drip right there, baby.
Ice cold.
That's right.
You got ice in the back. I can't compete. That's it.
I bought myself this chain. It was the first chain I ever bought myself. In my entire career.
Ini orang mirip Corsair JD.
Treat yourself, fools. Anyway, guys,
yang mana?
speaking of
Ini
treat
nih.
yourself, let's
Yang
treat
botak.
ourselves some more.
Yang botak tengah kayak Corsair tau nggak lo? Corsair JD yang sering nge-cash file apa? Fortnite sih dia sih.
Let's get back to it then.
Oke, balik lagi.
To game momentarily here.
Time out OpTic.
10-10 cok.
Scoreline, obviously a bit of a break.
OpTic time out tiba-tiba.
Pause and the timeout on the other end of it here for OpTic.
Biar reset mentalnya.
Yeah, we get an opportunity to see how these teams are gonna perform after that little bit of a break. A mental reset, perhaps, because you had that 6-round streak from
let's
OpTic,
go.
and then Boom was starting to reply. So now let's check it out. Boom were going for a bit of aggression in their post plan, and OpTic had yet to deal with that. But like I talked about, Crashes with the Hunter's Fury, FNS with the Viper's Pit, they have big defensive ultimates to get use out of here. And it looks like from the minimap, Victor wants to push down mid to start.
A bit of a setup. The play being made there.
Ini udah dingin lagi nih tangannya dua-duanya nih anjing.
Down across the ground, even a knife being used, and that Viper's Pit over towards the main choke point. So locking up and taking up a lot of space early on. I mean, look at how far Victor has pushed all the way into the bottom of mid.
Yeah, they've got tons of information right now. Viper's Pit locks off B. They have mid info, Halls info, and 2 players stacked on A.
Hati bokong bang.
And it's that deadly duo of Ye and Marv too.
Famous.
Quite nicely with the Viper wall drop down though. You can see the smokes being used to try and.
Berserk ketemu sama Ye. Aduh. Nice. Nice. Bokong clear.
Aduh.
Aduh sakit.
Aduh.
Again lets it rip. And it supplements it one after the other.
Kedengeran
The OpTic gaming
stepnya.
guys, these players
Waduh ke-scan.
finding countless opportunities.
Udah kelok udah.
Udah. Goodbye deh, Blaze.
That angle just not
Udah.
quite being watched.
Udah kelar.
Not quite being watched at all. That's Ye running away with
Kenapa,
it.
Vin? Suaranya kayak.
That time,
Kenapa?
a good opportunity to
Discord,
push mid,
Discord.
grab all of that early round info, but also the ultimates coming through.
Discord live gue.
FNS doesn't have to worry about the B site particularly because
Ntar gua coba ulang ya.
And then Crashy's getting huge value out of the Hunter's Fury. There was a 0-point lineup from Flipside that I think was supposed to hit Ye and missed somehow and just allowed Ye to stay in that position and grab a number of kills with the off. Yeah.
Oke, 10-11 nih.
Iya jadi hilang momentum aja, kopet banget emang. Habis menang 2 poin langsung diituin aja. Cek pos nggak jelas banget.
As well, which means that's a closer angle that's being watched off. Okay, the flash that should make him think twice at least.
Not Victor.
Menang famous sih ini.
Kalau dia nge-pick ya, kalau dia nge-pick menang famous.
Menang famous itu.
Pindah
Pindah posisi famousnya.
Dia juga nggak nge-pick sih. Si Victornya nggak nge-pick juga. Victor si Ye.
Yeah, the drone to try and fake that this could be the A push, but the spike is going in a completely different direction. This is risky though.
Unfortunately, the drone got cancelled so early that the boom
Ada
guys are
Ye.
not ready to go for the
Ye sendirian tuh di B tuh. Culiknya culik.
Bisa nih. 3 lawan 1 nih ke B nih. Nice berserk.
Aduh.
Aduh.
Nice.
Nice.
Bisa itu trade. Bisa menang nih Berserk nih. Nice, King. Kebokong, mampus lu. Dipancing di A tuh. Kepecah. Nice, Victor mundur. Nice.
Nice nih, teh lotop nih.
Ayo Berserk dapat nih. Berserk. Aduh.
Gak ada yang liatin midnya soalnya.
Iya, gak ada yang liatin midnya. Ayo teh botol, belakang lu. Oh, ketahuan tuh.
Yeah, I mean that just rebounded right off his body. I'm pretty sure. Quick tap onto the spike. Bottle clears it. Nobody's on this one still.
Aduh, famous. Nice. 2v1.
Makan teh lotop anjir.
No time. Save AWP ya? Oh, save ini. Nice.
Makan tuh teh lotop dalam ruangan anjir.
13-11 yuk, tengah 13-11.
Iya dong. Duh, miskin. Aduh, famous.
Even with the double ops in play for OpTic.
Sama-sama miskin.
Kalau boom ini menang, OpTic ikut next round nih.
Iya.
Wah, udah 13-11 fix. Let's go boom. Ini teh botol sih lagi main dia nih, gokil nih.
Mantap nih teh botol.
Ngaceng parah. Gokil, cok.
Coach, kok diam-diam, coach?
Oke.
Ah, gitu dong, coach.
Kalau di APAC yang main Berserk sih.
Iya.
Makan tuh.
Kasih paham siapa yang AWP gol.
Yo, let's go famous.
Dapat nih, serk. Jet div, serk. Nice.
Kasih paham. Itu dia.
Kasih paham, serk. Dah, Iko nih anjing, mampus lu.
Mampus, 13-11 udah prediksi gue bener, guys.
Ingat,
ini nggak bisa flawless.
Flawless sih.
Bisa.
Berserk masuk.
Aduh.
Ketahuan.
Nice. 2v1, 3v1.
Let's go.
3v1, jangan kocak ngakak, goblok wak lu.
Aduh, belakang lagi gak ada yang
Ada trap sini di tengah. Di sini nih,
di tengah tuh pas masuk.
Yang mau masuk B-nya ada trapnya. Oh, dipantekin tuh. Pantekin. Mati nih.
Pantek Philip. Aduh,
udah gak dipantek.
Ayo pantek Philip.
Ayo pantek gimang.
Oh, ini angle berbahaya sih kalau kayak gini sih.
Oh, tapi Victor masih bisa beli. Itu masih banyak berarti nih mereka.
Victor 2.300.
Gak bisa.
2.300 kan kalau enggak.
Oh,
kalau mati nambah kan
mau ngambil AWP. Mau dikasih nih. Mau dikasih AWP. Nah kan, mau dikasih AWP. Mereka masih bisa buy 2 orang lah. Victor bisa beli, Marv bisa ngasih,
FNS. Yang kayak yang miskin FNS doang.
Iya. FNS doang ya. Tapi kayaknya mereka harus sacrifice satu utility deh.
Mamon, halo Mamon, welcome Mamon.
Equipment menang kan?
Kalau mereka nggak beli armor iya. Tapi nggak mungkin mereka nggak beli armor. Mereka pasti sacrifice util. Gila. Pusing ya. FNS pusing.
Halo Mon.
Kebanyakan paus sih.
Oh iya benar. FNS doang yang miskin. Money managementnya OpTic boleh-boleh. Last round kayak gini bisa full buy semua.
Enggak, abis ini gue delete, Mon.
Dong, jangan tegang dong.
Tegang lah bang, anjing ini match point.
Jangan tegang dong, ayo mentalnya mana nih?
Gak boleh ngakuin kesalahan apapun di sini boom ini.
Gak boleh.
Gak boleh nih.
Let's go.
Time is ticking now. A minute on the clock and OpTic haven't had to do anything.
Aduh, gila OpTic udah mainnya udah gak maju-maju anjir.
Iya udah.
Nggak berani dia.
Ya langsung respect.
Mendingan main mid gak sih? Aduh, jangan.
Kan dipantek ya.
Jangan.
including Marv at this close
Marvnya buta tuh.
All gonna be dropped down. Even that dart though.
Nice recon.
Kena. So he is revealed and no way. Rotation.
Nice bait.
Yeah.
Evacuate with 30 seconds left. Josh.
Mereka semua rotate tuh. Wah, ini harus langsung all in anjir ke B.
Tapi di pantai kamu ye.
Enggak, B-nya bisa. Nah tuh.
They have 20 seconds left.
Aduh. Nice.
Tuh kan.
They have to deal with crashes at the back of the site, and this guy is a nuisance.
Aduh, udah GG.
Blaze King is dealt with.
GG. OT bro.
And the fourth, well, he's looking for it. Famous. Now one angle, the operator doesn't quite get the reset. In fact, crashes.
Oh, plannya untuk Famous kok. Nice.
Into the angle, it's a south flash. It is chaos and
anjing.
But it gets the job done. That's OpTic. They do bring it down.
OT anjir.
And after such a good map, where Boom were outplaying OpTic, manipulating their defense,
OT pertama di VCT nih.
Iya, OT pertama di VCT.
I think they just overcooked it. They just overcooked it in the final round where they could have won the map.
Yeah.
That 30-second pivot.
Ini sana Blessing dapat tuh. Oh, menang ini.
Honestly, in that close right position, just Marv was in a one and done if they decided to commit to the A push, and instead,
waduh,
back off and go straight into Ye and crash.
Bisa.
First round of OT taken now. Both of these teams.
Overtime cuy.
Dari selisih 2 kan?
Iya.
So many opportunities. We had such a heavy lead early on. At least not over just yet. OpTic taking a timeout now as well.
Stres anjir ngeliatin beginian gue.
First round of OT, making sure that they make the necessary adjustments. Of course, the side's going to be swapping around.
Iya, tadi kenapa kalau A-nya tadi dia hold-nya lebih nggak nge-hold selama itu, A-nya menang ya. Tadi kanan udah buta ya.
Tapi kan di ini snake bite, di poison, nggak bisa nge-push mereka.
Iya sih.
Di hold itu pas kena flash udah di snake bite, jadi nggak bisa nge-push, makanya mereka mundur.
And it becomes such a heavy mind game once you get into overtime. Are they going to do the same kind of stuff?
Time out mulu. Guys, ini bukan yang emang gitu guys. Kan OT guys.
Prior preparation that you come into a map like this with.
Emang nih ini emang ya.
To a certain degree.
Wih, Berserk sudah mulai naik tuh killnya.
Tetap masih minus jauh sih.
Enggak. Dia kalau di APAC dia ngeri banget dia.
Ini lagi kurang. Teh botol yang lagi nyala nih.
Normally they would have Marv take elbow if they were defaulting mid. Sure. It looks to me like Ye is just supposed to late.
Ye sih selalu mainnya ngeri lu Ye. Setiap match-nya tuh selalu gila dia.
Dia selalu top frag gitu anjing.
Iya, selalu dia.
Both of their contact players, Famous and Berserks on B.
Oh, set utilnya langsung dikeluarin semua, Cok.
Mereka mau nge-push mana ini?
But those mid players go back over to A, so they get the mid control and they get the cave control. It's just now they have to
si Victor.
instead of being on the angles early.
Finalnya ke A, DD-nya iya. DD-nya dijagain.
Wah susah sih.
Harus menang nih.
Jangan kalah.
Defense-nya.
Lu nggak boleh mati. Lu nggak boleh. Teh botol nggak boleh mati.
Iya. Kalau kalah fight udah kelar.
Aduh, snake bite-nya kemana itu?
Snake bite-nya salah.
Jadi masuk deh.
Teh botol. Lu lihat mana? Wah ketahuan. Nice. Nice. Nice.
A flash over the forwards.
Nice. Nice. Teh botol. Let's go. Kasih paham teh botol.
Teh botol bos.
Teh botol
head, top head.
Top head, let's go.
Jantung gua mau copot teh botol anjing. Anjing. Wah.
Gila ini momen ini nih anjing.
Gila.
Ini.
Mantep banget tuh pick angle-nya.
Head lot top. Ih kalau gue jadi teh botol gue teriakin sekencang-kencang musuhnya anjing. Gue hancurin mentalnya anjing. Sampai nangis. Gue bikin nangis beneran di situ musuh gue.
Makanya lu nggak jadi pro player lagi coy.
Makanya gue dipecat bro. Setiap turnamen ada aja kegaduhan, bro. Terlalu beresiko, bro, turnamen sama gue, bro.
That's the opposite way you heard Justin about it earlier.
Teh botol gokil. Menang ini. Berarti udah 14-12 jadinya.
Kita nggak ada yang bener, bro.
Iya, yang penting menang.
Yang
penting menang, bro. Udah amat, bro.
Yang
menang dah. Udah amat, bro.
Bener, bro.
I think they had a decent idea in a lot of these rounds, but the final round of regulation, that round 24, they were just too static. They took a whole minute before they did anything on the map.
Nah, nafas gue sama, gue juga, Cok. Gue pengen nafas tadi, anjing.
Lu tau gue dari tadi tuh bakar rokok gue gak gue isep anjing.
Bang 2.000, Bang 3.000.
Ayo naik gaji nih Miao nih. PMA War 2 Zero in Otis during APAC Last Chance Qualifier.
Berarti asal sampai qualifier berarti setiap dia OT selalu menang 14-12.
Perutku udah kayak kekocok parah, bro, intens, bro.
Ya botol 26 loh, killnya 26, guys.
Dia match MVP itu udah pasti.
Iya.
Ya tadi headshot rate dia tinggi banget anjir, teh botol. Masalahnya nyerang nih. Ayo, jangan takut-takut yuk. Yuk, jangan takut-takut yuk. Oh, bagus.
No. Timingnya super. Gak ada smoke itu. Smoke-nya. Aduh.
Wah. Mereka suka baris berbaris ya. Nggak bisa, bro. Mereka baris berbaris hobinya, bro. Nggak bisa. Nggak bisa.
Spike drop down. I know where Famous's position is. I've just about misses, but he's working with only 100 health. Not ideal.
Obat anjing match-nya.
Wah, dibakar. Wah. Dibully anjing. Dibully, bro. Aduh.
Biasa berserk nge-smoke dulu MN-nya.
Iya, dia biasa nge-smoke
enggak, anjing.
Dia tadi polos kebuka gitu anjir dari kanan.
Iya, kenapa tahu tuh
itu aneh banget.
Pusing gua nontonnya nih. Anjing kayak gua jadi kayak main tai. Aduh, greget banget ya.
Ini abis match ini capek semua nih kita nih nontonnya nih.
Anjing.
So the OpTic players again going for that same dump of utility. This is going to be signaling that they are going to be trying to at least.
Ya, mereka tuh nggak bisa masuk karena mereka hold semua. Mereka nggak ada yang mau initiate push gitu loh buat ngeberantakin dulu.
Viper's orb, they have got so much space. Off of this alone and already the fight being taken.
Oh no.
Not expecting this to bottle.
Nice.
Teh botol. Teh botol ini, bos.
Wants to make it the third.
Kondol nih, Dek.
Bangsat lu.
Kelotok nih,
Damage being done to him, brought down to just 45 health, but he has done a significant amount of work, enough.
Kelihatan itu.
Kelihatan itu sikutnya.
Oh, nice.
Wih, anjing.
That shot, recon dart getting broken late. That's going to be revealing a lot of the
Aduh, udah di lock sama Ye.
No. Serk jangan nge-wave lu, Serk.
Drops down right to the side of yellow, the door opening up.
Aduh.
Watches the back of it.
Aduh.
Another one's found.
No.
Salvaging the situation, salvaging the round.
Aduh.
That must be an absolute dagger to the gut of Thermaltake. He's done such a good job in these rounds. 28 and 20. And he does an incredible job again.
Yang lain belum panas sih, ini bom 4-4-nya. Bener-bener teh botol doang yang main loh.
Hard carry sih teh botol sih.
Parah. Belum panas yang 4 ini.
Semuanya minus kecuali si teh botol, Cok.
Iya, makanya.
OpTic
lebih balance sih kecuali si Y ini. Finesse.
Over and over again, battling against that repeated map point. Look at the disrespect here. It's pressed up from the knife, still holds down the angle.
B-nya dijaga 3 orang loh.
Defensive positioning.
Yeah, crucially, the 0 point for Flipsider doesn't actually tell you which elevation Ye is on. So he's not worried about being pre-fired. For Boom, they've slowed things down, but at least they have a portion of the map. That's what I was talking about earlier. At least they've taken elbow control. Unfortunately, their default isn't spread enough to stop.
Lu masa menunggu 3 bertik lagi kayak tadi?
Marv has really good info right now. Yeah, so deep in
Itu posisi B-nya susah banget masuknya.
Iya makanya.
Kalau kayak gitu mereka.
Kalau mereka nunggu 3 bertik udah pasti kalah. Udah.
Oh, nice, chambernya tarik. Bisa ini.
Onto the backside of things.
Nice.
Salah. Dealing with this onslaught. It's making their way across.
Nice, famous nih.
Santai famous.
Aduh.
The shots are found and this guy is just dominating the battlefield. Tomahawk on the flip side are the 2 players left standing against 4 from OpTic, and they've slowed it down with the discipline. Well drilled. That's what the OpTic players are. The angle's being watched. Tomahawk, though, he does not expect.
Aduh, enggak.
Nice. 2v1.
Santai, ngumpet. No. Oh, nice banget ya botol smoke-nya.
Nice.
Botol nih,
bos.
Teh ondol carry the game anjing.
31.
Apapun makanannya,
minumnya teh botol, bos.
Anjing, jantung gue dipindah ke ginjal anjing. Oh, gila teh botol jago banget anjing. Jago banget, lu teh botol lu jago banget. Lu gila, lu jago banget.
Teh botol.
Wah. Gila. Gila, jago banget.
And it's our third OT. We're going back into it. I mean, we're 10 seconds in already. The pace.
Ayo, Boom.
Is slowed down a little bit.
Ayo, teh botol ya. Ini gue coba ngeri.
Jangan ke A, ada teh botol, kita ke B aja ke B gitu maksudnya.
Gue ngerinya ini kalaupun mereka menang nih, exhausted nih mereka nih.
Do they know? Do they expect Flipsider and Thermaltake to be here?
Dapat info juga itu.
Lawan tuh.
Clearing a couple of different areas. Trademark out in the open, of course, but gives them.
Iya, so far ini match paling sengit anjing sama VCT. Udah teh botol sempet ngocok tuh.
Gak sopan anjing.
Sopan emang.
Let's
go,
Gue tolong teman-teman teh botol yang 4, ayo. Let's go.
Sabar lo, dia sabar lo.
Disiplin bro, trigger disiplin bro.
That's what you need. That mentality is exactly what Boom need.
Gak ketahuan teh botol.
Aduh. Can OpTic salvage this in a similar way as Boom did prior?
Doors being closed, opened.
No way.
This way, that way.
No way.
And it's absolutely everything.
Untung nge-whiff.
No, it's a trip.
Untung nge-whiff cu. Anjing.
From Victor.
Trip itu.
Thank you Ham 10.000-nya. Ayo Serk, kasih tahu Jet Div. Aduh. Waduh.
Wah, yang ngikut.
Astaga.
Kasian yang telotop anjir.
Teh botol udah dapet 2 di awal itu. Aduh.
It's another heartbreaker. Thermaltake does so well to set them up into
anjing,
a
kaki gue dingin banget tuh, sumpah.
And yet they just can't convert even
Wah,
there.
gila
What an
sih.
insane round by Crashies.
Aduh, teh botol udah hard carry anjir.
Gila nih teh botol.
Wah. Behind the corner every time.
Aduh.
I mean, that's icy.
Look at that pop-off.
Gak usah teriak-teriak lu anjing. Biasa aja lu.
That map point for OpTic.
Ya bang, adrenalin bang. Gimana bang?
Over and over again.
They can't go down like this, surely.
It's a heartbreaker. And this time you're seeing Hall's aggression pressure.
Aduh.
There's a pressure
Nice.
Yeah, he couldn't.
Nice.
Dash over the top. Taking control now on top yellow. Where's the rest of the
Nice.
Gak apa-apa.
Nice.
Let's go. Udah pasti menang 3 lawan 2 ya.
Nice.
Udah.
3 lawan 1, udah pasti menang.
Enggak bro, tadi juga begini bro.
Udah pasti menang bro.
Enggak, ini potong-potongan enak. Ini potong-potongan enak.
Nice.
15.
Anjing, round 30. Round 30, what the fuck.
Ini gue lagi nonton CS ya. Sampai 15 sampai 16 gini.
Teh botol e-sport ini mah asli. Saham teh botol, saham sosro sih naik sih.
Teh
Naik
botol
nih. Lu
e-sport.
kita sebut mulu anjing. Berapa YouTuber yang nyebut merek lu? Gila.
Aduh.
It feels like something bizarre is occurring. And it is certainly.
Wah, ini kalau teh botol sampai 40 bom sih, anjing sih.
Teh botol is doing
botol.
incredibly here.
Let's go teh botol.
Tapi pronunciation teh botol mereka bagus loh. Teh botol, teh botol.
Oh, mereka pakai trik yang sama. OpTic jadi udah merubah sama boom.
Nice, Blasking, nice.
OpTic nggak ngerubah seratnya. Tebak kalau boom nih. Dipus sama boom.
Hanya udah plan itu.
Oh nggak ketahuan. Guys, itu kanan lu.
Aduh, nggak apa-apa. 4v3. Plan A. Nice. 4v1. Yuk, ada pasti menang. Nice. Let's go.
Ayo berserk, up yuk. Lu nggak pengen apa teriakin lawan lu?
Nggak bang, aku masih kecil bang.
Tadi pada yang teriakin Blasking, tapi yang si teh botol santai anjir dari tadi, diem aja dia.
Santai. Iya.
Kalem ya dia.
Udah ketebak ini seratnya nggak diubah sama OpTic nih.
Yuk. Attacking bisa lah. 17-15. Tuh chill banget nih. Teh botol.
Santai ya.
Parah. Mental juara banget dia.
Mental juara dia.
Dia mental juara banget, chill banget.
Oh ini masih grup anjing, bukan final, cok.
Wah, TForce lagi.
Ini player nih. Playernya ada yang kebelet pipis, bro. Kalau player biasanya apa ke toilet atau apa tuh.
Ini yang bikin makin tegang tuh yang kayak gini-gininya nih. Kayak Indonesian Idol. Indonesia memilih pesan-pesan berikut ini.
Anjing teh kondol ngeri banget, cok, sumpah.
Eggman, let's go Eggman.
Relax.
Santai dong, bang.
Style.
The competition is just so fierce here.
Kayak teh botol minta pos deh. Mau pipis dulu kan nih. Udah becek.
Dia nggak apa-apa.
Orang dia penting.
Dia mau ngambil teh botol dulu kayaknya.
Orang penting nggak apa-apa.
Satu poin lagi ini sih.
Please banget, please. You can do this guys, let's go.
Tapi bisa nahan OpTic selama ini juga naik daun nih.
Gila, ini naik daun. Boom naik daun ini.
Boom naik daun ini.
Mas saya tuh ini ditonton sama semua streamer internasional, bro.
Iya.
Siapa nih teh lotop gitu kan? Kulik-kulik gitu kan.
Platsnya loh. Platsnya itu pasti masuk klip itu.
Iya.
Bakal jadi kan role sama kayak main freak, bakal jadi kayak main freak tuh klip-klipnya.
Udah pasti TikTok, YouTube, udah pasti.
Iya.
Iya, best of 3 ini best of 3 game pertamanya belum kelar anjir.
Di balik kehebatan teh lotop ada Bapak Miao tadi. Bayangkan kalau nggak ada Bapak Miao, kayak teh lotop tidak bisa seperti ini. Bapak Miao tuh hebat banget tuh.
Coach Miao emang.
Coach Miao. Nah, ini dia nih.
Oke.
MVP.
Yuk.
1 poin lagi, Boom.
1 poin, Boom.
1 poin lagi.
Boom. You got this, bro.
Let's go.
Teh botol ace gak sih? Teh botol ace gak sih?
Gak perlu ace deh, yang penting menang.
Yang penting menang. Udah deh, yang penting menang dah.
Gila ini average combat score mereka berapa ya? ACS mereka ya? Si teh botol 400 kali ya?
tuh. Tahu katanya.
B-nya cuma dikasih sofa doang B-nya. Gas nggak sih?
Mereka split ini. Mid-nya dijaga 2 orang tapi. Mereka tahu. Oh, nge-whiff. Wah, untung nge-whiff anjing. Hah? Enggak, nge-whiff.
Enggak, itu musuhnya
Kena dikit.
Kena dikit.
Oh iya, kena CA-nya.
Musin bol, tol. Musin tol.
Tol.
Aduh, ribet.
Awas.
Flash dulu nggak sih?
Nice. Woi, tinggi banget.
He's done a great job though. Smokes at his feet.
Aduh, bokong.
Lah, untuk sabun.
Bokong.
Of missing, going around all over the bloody shop.
Yo, 2v3 winnable. 2v3 winnable.
But only 2 players left standing.
Aduh, gak kena.
Shock dust being sent into the back of the site.
Aduh, kena scan.
To help him out. It's all now down to Blaze King.
Aduh.
Tip tap on the right foot, but it wasn't even planned for him in the first place.
Ini match lama banget anjing.
Aduh, B-nya kosong tadi ya. Aduh, gak tahu sih.
Coba bisa gue WA dah.
Habis BTF gue anjir.
This map is a case study. The setup there was so interesting by OpTic too. It looked funky with
dia kalah setiap jadi attacker ya.
Iya.
Padahal tadi 8-4 tuh attacker ya.
Iya, mereka tadi menang banyak attacker loh padahal loh. Ini belum final.
Kalau sampai 20-20 berarti draw gimana caranya ya?
Ya.
Ditandingin lagi nanti besok.
Anjir capek tuh.
Ya enggak, ganti map gak sih udah?
Jadi BO5 dong, Vin. Final.
Emang maksimal 20?
Iya,
maksimal 20.
Oh, nice.
Geder.
Nah, ini gue yakin mereka exhausted ini. Sumpah.
Iya, pasti.
Mereka nggak nyangka first match kayak gini. Mereka pasti either dibantai atau nggak kayak gini lah pokoknya lah.
Bro, dong bro, kill the game bro.
Enak nih posisi famous, enak nih.
Famous.
Nice berserk.
Nice trade. Oh, nice Jeder.
Nice Jeder.
Mati lu, mampus.
Mampus lu, yai.
Ayo Blaze. Ayo Blaze, 1v4. Kena di-tag.
Mampus, mau kemana lu?
Dijagain lu mid lu. Ayo lah, sama teh botol lu.
Teh lotop nih, bos.
Ayo nih, teh lotop nih, bos. Teh lotop nih, bos.
Teh lotop nih, bos. Kena flash lagi.
Mamam lu teh lotop. Enak tuh teh lotop tuh.
Dong, teh kondol kelarin gamenya, teh kondol biar ganti map. Satu cok di sini. Gue teriak-teriak lagi anjing.
Gila, ini baru game 1 loh. Gue baru sadar juga lagi.
Iya, cok. Ini udah setengah 12. Gue mau tidur jam berapa? Gue diomelin emak gue lagi anjing. Ini gara-gara bumi sport, istri gue tidur sendiri anjing. Yang benernya lah lu, Bung. Hati gue kelar beton sendiri lu.
Jangan goblok. 1 poin lagi.
Bisa ini B-nya nih, yuk.
Ih, deket banget tuh mainnya tuh.
Aduh.
Deket banget tuh sih.
Mati tuh, gak keburu dong. Gak bisa TP. Nice, gak bisa TP.
Ayo lo, mau kemana lu?
Saya botol.
Ketahuan nih. Nice.
Mau kemana lu?
5 lawan 2.
Let's go. Serk. Aduh. Serk, jangan ngelawak lu, Serk.
Udah santai.
Santai. 4-2. Ngelur waktu.
Anjing.
Let's go.
It was a long time
Itu dong anjing.
Boom, finally won on the board that they need.
Boom esport nih, bos. Boom esport nih. Teh laptop nih.
Ini ada kesum banget ya.
Makan tuh caster ya. Komentator tuh makan tuh.
Makan tuh. Indonesia nih. Nih, teh botol nih MVP nih.
EZ ngentot, EZ kontol.
Shift tap.
Hati-hati, bos. Gokil, cok. Lu remehin tuh teh botol nih, bos. Bukan kaleng-kaleng, bos.
Anjing, mereka ke Turki bukan cuma buat makan kebab anjing.
Bukan, bangsat.
Oh iya.
attempting to upset them on bind is a whole different beast. But I gotta say, they're making
gituin
a
terus,
bit of a
gituin terus.
believer out of me. This OpTic slow
Mana
start
tarik-tarik gue
narrative
tarik
is
anjing.
true to some degree again,
Gue
but I still
bacotin
feel at the
tarik
end of this map
ngemput.
they woke up. We got some big performances, some big rounds out, Crashies and Yay. You know, Victor
Nggak, kalau bacot tarik gue belum berani sih bro, sorry bro. Lu sendiri aja deh.
Gue nggak apa-apa bro, nggak apa-apa bro.
Gue nggak berani sih kalau tarik bro. Masanya lebih banyak bro.
Paling akun gue hilang bro.
Expectations are low, always end up getting exceeded in some way or form.
Game pertama.
You know, they've had a bit of time.
Gila, game 1 begini, Cok.
One of the first last
Nah, gue Xtreem Oke, sekarang kalian mau lanjutin nonton di Devin sama di Goy. Thank you semua rekomendasi break. Sampai kembali next time semuanya. Bye-bye. Good night.
Yeah, one-sided
Dadah.
on paper, but who uses paper anymore? We're in a digital age.
GG boom.
Kesel lu. Apa lu?
Gak ada yang nyangka ini, gue yakin gak ada yang nyangka ini.
Gue nyangka.
Nggak, internasional gak ada yang nyangka bos.
Wah, gila.
Gue di mute.
Apa?
Gue di band di mute di live-nya Starry.
Goblok.
Apa lu emang ngomong apa?
It's Indian game bro, gue gituin.
Terus lu di band?
Iya.
Lu goblok anjing.
Gak apa-apa anjing, gue solo versus squad berani gue bro.
Gue goblok mata. Anjir.
Langsung pengen balik boom gak gue? Enggak sih, gue jadi pendukung aja udah.
Gila, yang nonton tarik lebih banyak daripada yang di Valorant nih.
Iya, makanya gue gak berani gue kalau mentarik gue. Terus sama Tarik bilang Venas lagi nggak kayak biasa mainnya. Iya. Bersak juga mainnya nggak kayak biasa itu di APAC. Bersak ngeri banget.
Iya, makanya Famous juga bahaya kalau di APAC. Jangan alasan lu, Snap.
We were all in the running at some point, no joke.
Sumpah, tekan. Gila. Gabung Discord Tarik aja bang. Enggak, gue nggak kenal.
Si akrab tuh kita ya.
Gue nggak kenal anjing. Gak semua yang kita tonton tuh artinya kenal loh guys. Kalian tau gak sih artinya penonton dan kenal tuh beda loh.
Ngomong-ngomong ini Coach Anton mana nih Coach Anton nih?
Ngambil makan dia.
Itu baru game 1 loh.
Cok, kalau 2-0 OpTic sih sinting sih, Cok.
Wah, udah bom udah pasti gede banget namanya udah.
Iya.
Udah gede di Dota, terus bakal gede di Valo nih udah. Boom.
Apakah boom Valorant bisa mulai booming seperti boom Dota? Bisa
banget. Ini sedunia loh yang nonton loh.
I can't stop singing this bloody tun tun tuh. Boom 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 tuh.
Wajibin baru.
Gila 38 kill tech lotop bro.
Itu jari dia langsung kapalan yakin gue.
Yakin gue. Abis ini di switch tech lotop.
Kayak gue ntar lagi digedor-gedor sama tetangga.
Oh, it was a slobber knocker, but
Bodo amat anjing, gedor juga pintu gue udah bodo amat bro.
That's right. As Boom walk away.
Ini 3 nih. 3 host ini nih. Lu masih meragukan ah?
Break everything down and I mean it was just a lot.
Lu gak bisa ngomong apa-apa kan?
I don't know. I don't know what to do with my hands.
I think when you look at teams like OpTic, they win both the pistols, they even win one bonus. Sure. The advantage is theirs throughout, and certainly as we got to OpTic's defense, they look comfortable, fundamentally strong, winning a lot of those duels, and then Boom, something about them was
OpTic melawai aja di Turki, nggak salah lawan Telotop anjing Lamon.
The fact that it went so
long
benefits Boom more than OpTic, you know. Absolutely. They get that experience, they have some insane rounds, they have some heartbreak.
Gila bro,
combatnya 311
bro.
Boom back on the map.
Gila sih.
Dibandingin sama 200 ya anjing.
Goblok gitu ini, goblok lu 200 dolar.
Lu lihat FNS combat score-nya nggak nyampe 100.
in the
udahlah ada 4 dah.
Asik, Bumi Sport, teh botol.
Lu lihat bro, teh kondol naik saham anjing.
Ini gaji masih naik, gue yakin telotop nih. Gue yakin bro, lu balik ke Indonesia udah lu enak banget bro hidup lu dari asal lu, aduh lu main kayak gini mulu tiap matchnya. Lu pulang-pulang ada BMW ada bro di rumah mah, ada pasti ini.
Ada ini pasti ada bonus ini, yakin gue telotop.
Ada ini MVP gini.
Ada.
Dia carry the game kok.
Ulang OTBSD anjing pijet ini.
Enggak semua kayak lu dong. Kenapa sih?
Maaf, ngomong asal. Aduh.
That we have put in this tournament in the world, it is like things you can't put on paper. Like you got like the little like crossing. You're like, whoa, what's gonna happen today on my bingo card? That wasn't it. That wasn't on my bingo card. It certainly wasn't on my bingo card that they go that many overtimes and push OpTic to the limit. But that kid is an unreal controller player.
Yeah, and you know it's very clear. Jess,
Map 2 apa map 2 tadi?
Bind. itu playgroundnya OpTic gitu.
Iya.
I'm so sorry to the Zoomers out there having to listen to this.
But now it's time for our Verizon high speed moment, and you know it had to go to Victor because there were some great moments in that game from
Suara gue hilang sih.
plays from him as well.
Enggak, ini mau keluar ini, tenang aja. Telotop ini lagi. Kalau nggak tadi kan Telotop gantian di sini famous nih.
Thank you Josh 4 bulan nih.
So he finds himself against an operator, stuck in the trade
Target
mark.
gue kapan itu guys.
And then is
lucu kali kalau boom ada itunya.
It was at a point where it was still equal.
Asik.
Managed to win all of the rounds on their defense so far to break it through. But speaking of
jujur nih, ini gue jujur ya. Gue dukung Boom. Ini sebelum match tadi ya. Gue memang dukung Boom dari awal pas gue tahu dia lolos. Tapi di otak gue tuh kayak OpTic tuh gokil mainnya. Ya, cuma pas ini kayak anjing Boom jago banget lagi.
Good God, is that actually true? Oh wow.
I like pause for the very dramatic effect
beneran
of the fact
ini
they
anjir,
won
teh
a map
botol e-sport
where the
anjing.
Jet main didn't win a first blood. Victor was
Berserk
pulling
first
the
time
left,
LAN goyang
right,
banget
and
ya.
center. Of course, there was
Karena
a
first
big
time dia
first
LAN
blood diff, but
masih
this
anak
just goes to
bukan
show
anak kecil,
me that if we can
masih
have
muda
a
juga
Zerg
kan.
have
Muda.
Kaget jadi dia ini.
first blood as a Jet, you're expected
Nonton kalau
to
pas di
engage
APAC
in
deh
those
guys.
open engagements all the time.
Berserk buset
You can't win
mainnya.
it, and you still win.
Iya.
I,
Di
like,
sini malah
I'm
kurang
just saying,
nyala
man,
dia.
this boom, my bingo card is in file. I'm putting
Belum,
it
ini
into
abis
the
ini.
fire, and I'm just like,
Dia habis nyala nih.
Ternyata bersih gue juga ya, kira teh botol doang gitu.
Total semuanya nyala nih 5-5-nya nih.
Sama second gitu kan, 11-12, pokoknya 12-12.
Tuh ada yang lewat siapa tuh nonton tuh.
We are.
But
Not
before
letting it
we
go.
get into map 2, let's actually do some more over-the-shoulder peeking with our aim lab shoot around. We're going to be lurking on Famous, and this what a great start for Famous. Really showed what was being said in that interview with Brennan Josh earlier about needing a player that would.
Ya kalau anak saya ya kayak for second juga gini kan sama kemarin.
Ryan, I really do think Famous has certainly fit that bill for this Boom Esports lineup.
And he's still just a stand-in for this team. Like, I think if you're Boom, the contract is pretty much on the way in, like at this point, because it has been such a difference, and especially at LAN, just seeing players like him and Tabottle, like we've not really been able to see them perform on a stage like this, but they've absolutely risen. It is one of those cases where OpTic, we've sort of seen this before, it's common occurrence that they lose that first series, but Breeze is the big question mark, because we didn't see that much of OpTic's Breeze at Copenhagen, but Bind, well, it's a different story entirely.
If they lose, but I've already said if they win Breeze, they're in the series. They needed to win Breeze. You've already alluded to it before. To be even expected to be in this. If they win Bind, you already heard. Not only did they win the series, but that for me is an insane statement. That is something that the casters brought up before. Brennan Sideshow, they said Bind is the kingdom of OpTic. They're one of the best Bind teams in the world. If you win against one of the most familiar,
Harusnya bisa 2-0 sih. Kalau 2-1 kemungkinan OpTic yang ngambil. Kalau menurut gue,
The thing about Bind as a fortress is it's been owned by various teams in the past. We look at Fnatic. We look at teams
Boom
like
mating tulus,
obviously Ascent, the win streak that they went on to get to win champions last year. Like this isn't a map that you can rely on to hold on to consistently. But saying that,
ini beneran
when you have
Cok, kalau
Yeo on
sampai
that chamber, when
2-0
you
sih
have
nggak,
those
wah.
kind of performances,
Yeah.
Victor's still looking strong even on a Jet.
Ini
He's now over on that race. It's going to look better.
Jago
And
kan
it's just
katanya si
been
OpTic di Bind.
mediocre. I
OpTic
think
jago di
a couple
Bind
of, series
Map
losses
andalan
in
mereka tuh.
LCQ for Boom. One I think was against Bleed. So it's that you look at the
Berarti
teams
ini
that OpTic
kalau
beaten
Boom
on this map in
menang,
comparison to Boom, it's
ketemu
again night
tadi
and
siapa
day.
yang menang?
Very true, very true. But you know, one thing that was
Loud.
day was
Laut ya.
the emotions. I think everyone
Boom lawan
was
Laut. Kalau
very
Boom main
much
kayak gini Laut sih
feeling the
abis.
pressure in
Laut
this moment.
kalah
There was
udah.
happy moments, there were sad moments.
Nah, ini dia nih.
There
Lu
were
ngomongin.
a lot of screaming, a lot of let's goes as these players went through war on Breeze. And Ryan, you know, you can feel it like every single time they get that big win, it's like, yes, we did it. But oh man, the lows are low, the highs are high.
But the thing about playing on a stage like this is when those highs are high, if you keep those emotions not in check, it
Okay,
makes those
Calvin, good
heartbreaking
night.
losses hurt even more, which is why it's so good that Boom were able to still pull this through with some of the howler rounds
Boom
that
dari
they lost in
di Indonesia
overtime.
itu
And
lawakan
even,
dari game
round
sebelah anjir
24
bentet
before we
Poland
even
Pride
went
tuh
there,
dari dulu
decision to
anjir.
go for that.
Iya
30 seconds
bentet
left for OpTic
Poland
to
Pride.
beat. Boom outboomed themselves at that point, and OpTic were given a lead in. So the fact that Boom was still able to go through all of that overtime and still come out on top, this is a team that I'm glad that we get to see them, because I wish that we saw them sooner on the stage, because it
Enggak.
seems to sit.
Mereka ngeban Pearl.
The worst case scenario is you already
Sama apa tadi?
the fact that it went to overtime and it gave
Icebox.
so
Oh,
many
Icebox.
chances to work
You
out
know what's cooking?
how their strategy would work against OpTic. That is a worst case scenario for OpTic.
Sambal Fajar
Going
Welcome back
into
to
Buyed
Definition
now,
Silver.
They were undefeated at their last LAN event on Buyed. What are they, 13-6, 13
Menurut gua benar.
Tebak skor, tebak skor.
Ini either 2-0 Boom atau 2-1 OpTic.
Surely not.
No, but map
Setuju.
is about to begin.
Gue juga
Live
setuju.
gaming
Soalnya
select is
satu
underway. These
exhausted.
teams,
Mereka pasti exhausted banget.
The smokes a little bit differently. Ryan, I think we might end up getting it again. Didn't see it
Di Bainnya skornya berapa?
But yeah, so
Di
they are
Bain.
going to run the Astra. This is the kind of
13-9.
There's no mirror comp here. It's going to be
13 untuk Boom.
Chamber versus Fade, and then the different controllers
Nggak tahu.
as you mentioned. Blaze King.
Ya skor aja lah ya.
Skor aja,
He was
skor
also
aja.
really good on the silver with the assists that he got. But the
true.
secondary
13-6 gua sama.
for Blaze King.
Gue 13-11 tetep.
Similar trick to what we saw from OpTic. Go into their map pick,
6-7-9-11 ya.
comfortable, and then go into halftime on that
Jo.
defense and hopefully you can do the damage there.
I've already pointed out, you know, the Jet did
Oh,
on
6, 7,
Breeze, but
9,
when we come
10, 11.
combined here, Victor going on to the race,
Nggak ada
I want to
13-4 aja sih,
remind
Nico.
everyone that when
Nggak mungkin. Mereka mainnya begini nggak mungkin sih.
Gue udah nggak mau ini cok kayak gitu cok. Lu ngeremehin banget lu bro, nggak bisa bro.
Setuju anjing.
So for him to come on to a map where he's going to
Tadi hampir 13-4, 8-4
agent for himself, Victor is going to have to
Tapi ini mainnya sengit gini sih nggak mungkin di bawah 5 skor.
do a bit of a step further.
I think the player
Nggak mungkin.
OT lagi nih bro, lihat aja.
Jangan cok.
Xtreamer ini.
He's the only initiator on his team.
Cok, gue digebukin nyokap gua kalau di OT lagi.
Nggak OT lagi nggak apa-apa, tapi yang menang Boom nggak apa-apa. Kalau udah OT yang menang OpTic, aduh gila. Masalah gue mau nonton PPX juga, Cok. Kalau gue nonton PPX juga ini masih OT terus,
Tapi nggak apa-apa sih kalau
suara gue
udah
habis.
Kan jam setengah 12. Saya jam 2 nonton MU gue pas.
The world. Let's go ahead and
MU
send it over to
alah.
Cassis, who thankfully are not
MU
in
nggak usah
the time
ditonton
loop.
deh.
Kemarin sedang lawan Liverpool loh.
Kalah ntar kalah.
Terus nanti PPX nih ya, PPX feeling gue juga tuh PPX OT apa? Map 3. Jadi lu bayangin nih hari ini kalau gue nonton PPX.
Udah mau nonton PPX
juga itu. Tapi nggak gue streamingin, gue nonton pasti. Gue tuh suka nonton kayak gini tuh. Keyboard jantung gue tuh kayak olahraga gitu loh.
Senam jantungnya.
Senam jantung anjir.
I was very impressed with their finals that they played in APAC LCQ when they beat OpTic in order to get here. Their defensive protocols and their setups look really nice, but they're going to be starting on the attack here, and that I think is where they're going to be severely tested.
Anjir, transisinya smooth banget.
Defensive team, and this is slightly
Let's
the
go.
weaker side for Boom as well.
Nge-push tuh.
Buset nge-push nih deh.
Playground bro, kalau udah pede mah.
Hati-hati turu deh.
Ya,
kan.
Aduh.
Turunya lebih baik kita bro. Kamu sudah selesai.
Ketahuan berserk. Di-push.
Pistoler selalu kalah, Boom.
Terus anak baik welcome back to Definition Silver. Gak sampai pagi, nggak bisa guys. Gue kalau sampai pagi, channel gue besok hilang, di delete ma gue.
We've actually seen a bunch of different chambers trying this out after the economy changes, and yay, as part of this big quad push,
Ini kalau udah playground udah susah sih, mereka udah tahu seluk-beluk semuanya
That's
aja.
unfortunate because Boom would love to get one of those under their belt.
I think this is a honestly.
Gak apa-apa, belum panas.
It's like that pistol round with the quad push. If there's no players waiting around there, that's was kind of talking about the composition. Ryan was mentioning it. You know, the fade versus the chamber. You don't have that Sentinel to watch a lot of the flanks. You're going to be susceptible to aggressive takes.
Smoke-nya begitu ya.
Wah, absen bos sama Ye bos.
Health targets of a marshal in his hand.
He has his tour de force. Like if he dies or if he gets this kill. So that's pretty good for the bonus round.
That's quite nice, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Low dia.
And I mean, he's having to work for it. There's no way, Victor.
Wah, flawless.
Okay.
He's not gonna.
Itu smoke siapa sih tadi? Boom atau OpTic?
Merah,
You should have let
sniper.
Ye
Boom.
die. That's a prime game of flawless.
Oh, sengaja buat masuk ke lemnya ya. Tapi merugikan sekali ya. Tuh smoke-nya dulu tuh.
Iya, itu smoke-nya Boom.
You want to put a player like this in position.
Malah rugi dong ya. Lemnya kebuka ya.
That tour de force is going to make a big difference. If he actually can get it up for the bonus, that's devastating to work against.
Yeah.
Mukanya kayak ARGB Lemon.
Tadi udah banyak yang ngomong. Udah banyak yang ngomong, cuma nggak gue tanggepin aja.
Just running over there right now.
It's going to be a snake bite at his feet though if he wants to try and play for this one.
Yeah, and he's not going for it aggressively.
Trailblazer, okay. Pull into this one just in case there is somebody at a slight off angle. Oh, that utility was just being chucked into.
Oh, rapi nih ke hold nih.
Trailblazer on top of
The
it.
stack.
Now their own comes through, crashes. They know.
Oh, utility udah habis bos.
The heavy presence on that attack side.
Both of these teams are going to have the same approach to the defense.
Jir, udah stack 4 loh. Boom.
Boom have double initiator with which to play both ends of the map.
Kok Boom sih? OpTic yang biru ya.
They have to focus on one part that they fight heavily over, and you can see with Crashy's Ye over here. They want to deny control of this crucial extremity.
Oh, jangan.
Ye only has a marshal. This is only a marshal.
Oh my goodness.
And he only has 28 health.
Yeah, I mean, a tap of the orb almost cost Ye his life there.
Jir, tipis banget tuh kalau di Bredetnya kena.
But they were just spamming that one angle, making sure that they could catch it onto a play. Obviously,
Mereka mainnya detik 30 terus loh.
Back up to 100.
Risky play banget.
And Boom have very little map control.
Nah, ketahuan tuh. Under heaven please. Aduh, under heaven. Waduh.
But 3 kills in a round.
Wah.
Almost an inevitability for them, and indeed it is.
Aduh, rugi banget itu.
Ini rugi.
And Boom just not coming up with the right game plan there.
Under heaven cu, angle paling
trying to take B long control
babi.
without actually throwing enough utility and enough bodies in to get the players away and set up a split. You simply cannot have a B hit where 5 players are trying to waterfall out of hookah. It just doesn't work at this level at all.
It's just too obvious as well with the util.
Yeah, and
trickling out one after the other.
There's just too many crossfires as well. FNS just mops them up. So now Ye does finally get the finally, it's round 4. He does get the tour de force online.
Nah tuh kan, tuh sama lagi tuh line up itu. Wallnya.
Kalau lebih ngepick gimana ya?
There is that pace injected into it.
Alasannya apa ya? Wallnya diblokir kayak gitu kalau mereka ujung-ujungnya mau masuk side.
Very fast, extremely quick.
Pasti saya ada yang jagain.
Makanya, kenapa mereka wall yang ngeblokir side kalau mereka nggak mau masuk ke lanes gitu loh maksudnya.
Snake bite to try and vulnerable up. That's famous just trying to get something done with a shorty in his hands. Not quite. At this point, comes down to that discipline. Just make sure they don't lose anybody. Holding these angles. To bottle, how do you get through there? But still, it's better weaponry at the end of the day, and it will be the difference maker.
Aduh. Time out sih.
Yeah, that's a close round though, considering the economic difference between them.
Jangan bikin 5-0 sih.
A really fast short. And this is what I'm saying on Breeze. This team, Boom, is not always fast. They're not always
Time out
slow.
sih.
We've seen some really slow rounds.
Masa iya mau
where they take
5-0.
a minute off the clock without doing a thing. And then they'll throw in a round like this where they're booking it down short. Before you realize what's happened, they're all over lamps. They're into the smoke.
Nggak, bukan masalah exhaustednya di sini guys. Ini playground OpTic.
They just need to find opportunities
Nah,
to do that in gun rounds where they can
kalau nggak 5-0 mereka nih.
OpTic in the head-to-head.
That is going to be the round coming up after this. There's a timeout being taken by Boom. Currently 4 rounds down.
Iya, PRX juga dimainin sama OpTic di bind. Padahal Bind itu tuh juga playgroundnya PRX loh. Jing sama Yorunya si Jason aja di kalah.
Boom have to win this next one. Otherwise it's going to be a devastating start to Bind. And the ultimate situation, very interesting here. You got FNS with the Viper's Pit and Blaze King on the other side with that Nightfall, which is so good at countering Viper ults. You've also got the Seekers in play. There's just so many different tools that will influence how the coaches are trying to dictate this next round coming up. It's definitely one that you want to be throwing all of your ults into for both teams.
Pivotal one.
Ini mah pilihan OpTic bener.
Time is up. What is it going to be for Boom? What are they going to be cooking up in that instance with their coach?
They found a very easy avenue into A on the previous round, so OpTic are trying to reinforce it with 3 players now.
Masih optimis yuk. Bisa yuk 2-0 yuk Boom yuk.
Masih bisa. Comeback tuh always possible.
And Victor's on top of triple, where he can get an angle potentially.
Kayaknya Boom memang lemah di bind deh. Win rate mereka di bind kecil.
Tapi dia nggak ban bind-nya. Kalau dia lemah pasti dia ban.
Pertanyaan gua kenapa nggak di ban bind-nya?
Iya sih ya. Sebenarnya kalau lu tahu lawan lu OpTic, lu pasti ban bind sih. Tapi dikasih deh. Aneh juga.
Mungkin mereka lebih pilih map yang mereka nggak bisa.
Dia pasti kan udah nonton stratnya OpTic, terus dia pikir oh bisa counter nih yang di ban, pasti gitu.
Iya, mending kita ban map-map yang kita nggak bisa.
Ya nyala nih, tapi ini.
Iya.
One after another, and a spam into the smoke. They know the positioning of these players. They know we're going to be coming from.
Nice.
Looks like it might be too much, but it's again Tiboto. He's done a great job so far.
They get it free here, still crushes from the high ground, or I should say Victor.
58% win rate Boom di bind. Itu kecil, guys.
Yeah, and it's Boom with a big set play. If you missed what happened at the beginning of that round, they use
kecil banget sih, cuma termasuk kecil. Dan lawannya Boom gitu. Gila, 11-2 anjing, 2 digit. Dan itu 7-nya sniper, Cok. 8-nya
Yai
sniper.
kembali nih. Yai kalau udah kembali, aduh ngeri banget sumpah dia. Ayo dong, jangan dong Yai. Apa kayak tiba-tiba kelingking lo kecengklak atau apa gitu lah. Dia aimnya ngeri banget masalahnya.
Ya, AWP dia gila sih.
They reacted in time, so they avoided any casualties.
So the idea, whether or not that was set up in that prior timeout, just doesn't quite come to fruition here for Boom.
And it is a devastating beginning to Bind. I said Boom looked better on their defensive
rame,
side.
bro.
You still need to put up some rounds in this half.
Ada.
The more risks you take,
bener-bener ya, buset dah.
taking liberties right into the op sidelines that Ye's going to be holding.
Kena mental ini.
Kena mereka udah. Capek juga sih, memang ada faktor capek juga iya. Tapi mental mereka juga udah kena.
Maybe the jump peak, pre-fire with a shot, a bit of spam being exchanged here and there.
Jadi lemes. Ini kenapa kita jadi lemes semua, guys?
Gue ikutan capek, Cok. Gue ikutan capek. Kan gue bilang. Gue berasa ikutan mikir jadinya nontonnya.
Jadi lemas.
Nice.
2 hero wajib.
Nice, famous.
2 hero wajib di bind tuh Race sama Xtreem yang gue selalu lihat. Mati nih, Finish. Mati lu, Finish. Oh, di Sechel.
Can they hold on? It's only Famous with a Phantom. Being able to get into that post.
Nice, Famous.
Nice trade, nice trade.
With the rifle has to do good work with it. In fact, he's got that nade back online. Even the pull being used to disrupt it, but crashes. He's right in their face. And 2 of the heads ripped clean off. You have to stick this though.
Gila, yay.
Should have it.
Gila, yay. Udah tahu banget bakal lewat mana ya.
And the faith in Ye.
Karena lemnya udah clear 2, jadi udah pasti lewat short.
Another monster round from Crashies. Famous doing a great job of getting in.
Tapi udah bagus banget sih itu.
Udah bagus. Mereka
good, like you said, but Crashy's been able to
outplay aja sih.
the C-Snade combo and kill both of those players, Thermaltake and Famous.
It's just ridiculous.
And then the faith in Ye. Look at him. Look at that smile on his face. Look at that smile. He knows Ye's good for it.
Yeah.
Ye,
the percentage
Ye
play.
definitely good for it, by the way. Look at the scoreboard, 13-2.
He's a menace.
He is, in fact,
Dua
a
loh.
menace.
You wouldn't think the chamber's been nerfed.
Apa tak?
Sangat dikasih poin sih.
You looked at it. You wouldn't think it.
Skornya, killnya
Cok, serem banget tanya. Ekonomi
minimal
mereka
2
stabil.
loh. Minimal 2 loh killnya dia.
Oh, the bait.
Wah.
Aduh.
Ya udah panas banget, Bos.
Iya. Udah kayak di VCT kemarin dia ini begini. Mengerikan sekali ini.
Oh, iya udah panas banget.
Not enough spacing, of course, the collapse brings them all down. There's that pressure though that's being applied. Flipside has made its way into Lamps. Collects the 1 kill onto Crash. He's backs away for a moment.
Lamps has definitely been an area
timing.
that OpTic are not fighting for super heavily. Boom have realized this. Let's go for it. Oh, what a perfect timing.
Confidence to try and do that as well when it comes to the 2v2, but he knew he could catch that timing, and he suspects where Blaze King is. He's got a great idea of it.
And for Blaze King, FNS could be inside the teleporter still.
Yeah.
FNS could be in hookah. FNS could be on site.
FNS has played that majestically.
He really has.
Gila bro, 7-0 bro.
Considering how well Ye did, picking up 3 in shower.
Kemarin waktu PRX on EDG berapa yang map keduanya? 13 berapa? 4 ya?
Close enough for Boom. They're still at the deficit.
Just off the mark by 1 or 2 kills.
Yeah.
Just ever so slightly.
Yeah, it's a fraction. And, you know, Jess was making the point on the desk that with Berserk's not...
Kenapa nih?
Oh, di ini dari sana.
Absolute freeze frame.
Marv's body on the floor as well. Just absurd.
banget ya, buset dah.
Jess was making the point that Berserk's wasn't really able to get those first bloods like you're expecting from
Time out lagi dari Boom.
And Boom was still performing really well. And we're able to get
Enggak.
Ntar pas switch side bisa dapat poin. Ini Bind itu emang map defense, bro.
Like we've seen from him in APAC, maybe Boom have even more to give. But that was also, you have to take into account a big, I think, overperformance from Thermaltake as well. And you need somebody to
Kayak gue tahu tuh apa tuh mouse itu.
And for Boom, there's been moments from a couple of players, but they just can't string it together all into one round. They've all had their own little flashes of brilliance to bring things down.
Iya, yang jadi pertanyaan tuh kenapa mereka nggak ban gitu loh.
Able to put it all together against the might of OpTic on blind.
Tapi kalau bandnya di band, OpTic ambil Ascent.
Better.
Kalau enggak dia ngambil Pearl.
Bind tuh udah terkenal banget masalahnya, OpTic.
Most teams on their defense side are going to have protocols for clearing out. You know, when the Viper wall goes up, and actually this is a different one being used right now for Flipsider, but when that normal Viper wall goes up for Lamb's control, there's a piece of utility to stop people pushing off the back of it.
Pak Yogi mana? Pak Yogi nih hilang.
Instead, OpTic are just giving Boom lamps.
Jentet gak dia?
Here, Boom take it again immediately.
Oh, jentet Yogi.
Thank you very much.
Gue jentet.
Slow field at their feet, but Boombot actually going to be slightly missing there. That's going to be a seize into that orbital strike, and you have nowhere.
Dimatiin wifi-nya,
Flipside has to just cower in the corner. The rest of OpTic
Oh gila.
be rotating. Of course, they're in time. Enough of it's been bought prior in this round.
And if there was any question about whether or not OpTic are still looking like the world's best on bind, they are absolutely dealing with everything the Boom are throwing. They don't need Lamb's control. You saw in that round, Ye just put down his trade to see whether or not it was a fake.
And the element of the game as well that I was thinking about when I was looking at these compositions, Josh, hasn't even come to fruition. You haven't even
Ini kok 13-0 udah mental karena ini.
lurks happening where they're trying to capitalize off the fact that there's no chamber being wound.
Now, OpTic are not particularly pushing on the defense.
Phantom moment loh ini loh, lihat dah. Headshot semua anjing.
But Boom are playing fast enough in these A hits that would be pointless.
It leaves no doubt.
Yeah.
Rapi banget ini OpTic.
Victor, who's having a quiet performance through no fault of his own, has a showstopper online. He just hasn't quite been required yet this map.
Igoy kemana? Igoy jentet guys. Internetnya jentet kayaknya. Streaming dia juga end tiba-tiba.
They've done that in a prior round too. And here's a bit of a push.
After Victor doubling up.
Waduh.
See it happen. Okay, showstopper play. Just
Wah.
doing a bit of team damage. Okay.
Dikasih damage di pur.
Double satchel play into the back of the side.
Di pur tuh sama Victor.
Stop it and boom they dart. Not stopping.
Nice.
This is relentless gameplay at the end of the day.
4v2 yuk. Yuk 4v2 yuk.
Satu angka yuk.
Sampai ini Devin 4v2.
4v2. Iya bang.
Gila ya.
Nice.
4v1 yuk.
Masuk Darren ya tadi?
Ada Darren itu.
Itu poin sih mereka.
4v1 yuk biar nggak kena mental lu yuk. Ada booster dikit.
Duit lu banyak bro, ngapain saving?
Yeay. Kan yang Victor duitnya kecil bro, 250.
Oh iya. Tapi 6.000 semua tuh, Vin.
Iya sih.
Sayang bos.
Nggak mau ngasih duit, nggak mau ngasih duit kill.
Sniper bos.
Yeah, I think that's a big difference between them and ZETA division that we watched earlier.
Oke, satu poin. Yuk.
Ketemu tuh di B.
Enggak.
Oh,
bisa lah, ini comeback bro.
Berat bro.
Bisa bro.
Berat bro.
Levelnya sih gila ya, kayak berasa.
Berat bro. Tapi match sebelumnya enggak Der. Ini emang
kena mental ya.
Bukan kena mental, ini tuh apa ya? Jam terbangnya di OpTic di bind map ini tuh udah tinggi banget. Mereka bangun tidur, bangun di bind.
Di sini mulu ya.
Iya.
At least nggak bertelur ya guys ya.
Satu, Maya.
Nice. Ya tadi dia nengok belakang dulu anjir.
Trying to clear the back of the site, but Famous removes it, so causing that uncertainty. And look at where the spike is landed.
Yang penting si Yai-nya udah mati lah.
Ini sorry. Famous lurking sendiri di A, Cok.
Nice.
Lurking sendiri Famous di A.
Nice gameplay.
Oh, ketahuan tuh.
Nice gameplay.
Kebaca. Diulangin lagi soalnya. Lewat TP, di TP-in balik. Nice. Belajar dari kesalahan yuk. Nice yuk.
Looking like another round secure, Josh. Well on their way to that 4 that we're saying is a
lagi
bare
kan,
minimum.
Manis.
Yeah. And if I'm Famous here,
listen, I don't think using the operator is going to favor Boom, because Boom have been getting value out of the fast hits.
Yeah.
And he's one away from a showstopper. Listen, go
Saving lagi mereka, jaga aja udah.
If that's
Flawless ini bro, mantap dah. Seenggaknya duit mereka kaya lah kalaupun kalah next round.
You look at the other ults available as well.
Iya benar.
A combination of Nightfall Showstopper would be great for cracking open one of these
mereka
sites.
nggak dapat kill
or at least Nightfall into A and then use the Showstopper to stop the retake come through. Something like this. But it is
ini
quite
mereka poin.
Safe, respect.
Pokoknya si OpTic nggak mau ngasih duit kill, makanya mereka selalu mendingan kalah bom. Daripada kalah bunuh.
Senjata juga hilang kan?
Nice banget tuh Famous tuh. Time out, nggak mau ngasih peluang.
Cek gear lagi.
Nggak mau ngasih momentum, padahal udah 8-2 kok takut.
Bang, itu strategi bang, mereka punya hak buat time out.
Katanya playground.
Kecuali technical issue lagi nih.
Technical issue-nya jadi buat mampus lu gue giring.
Tadi awal-awal giliran udah sengit technical issue mulu, ini udah 8-2 nggak ada tuh technicalnya.
Komenton.
Tiba-tiba ada di sini lu Der.
Dia lagi lihat, aduh 8-0 bro, gue datang jadi 8-2 kan bro, lumayan lah.
Lumayan lah bro.
Der kemarin gue nyoba masih bisa Der.
They can see it coming.
Oh, nggak tahu aja.
Lay the smackdown on both of those teams that finished at the very top.
Puluhan baru dapat 2 kali bro.
OpTic have
8-4 yuk.
In their back pocket. But once more, Brent, it's not a map that we've seen a new comp on. Maybe they don't feel like they need to pull them out against Boom, or maybe.
Nah ini bau-bau paperek subuh nih anjir.
Udah pastilah.
You have a lot of good tools with this composition that you are running, but
Ini minimal baru kelar jam setengah 2, Jo. Terus mereka main jam 2, udah mundur setengah jam, mundur 1 jam. Mati,
makan tuh.
Nice.
Makan tuh.
Just trying to make sure that he can
Yo.
take an aggressive position down into short to get some space.
Tor. Jangan ngadi lu, Tor. Oh, kena tuh. Lihat tuh. Nice trade. Nice trade.
Traders there instantaneously though. Some wild moves
Ngapain tuh?
coming out from OpTic at the end. Super strange.
Ke atas.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, kena tuh, itu kena. Famous. Aduh.
This is making it work. Yeah, wait a second. This guy might just be ice cold in the mix.
Nice trade.
1-for-1 with a showstopper exchange, but now up to Blazekin versus Crashies. So good in the clutch. Look at this guy go.
Crashies.
Ya itu nggak ada yang tahu sih. Nggak ada yang tahu.
In these situations.
Itu spray transfer kayak apa dia sempat stop ya tadi ya? Oh, sempat stop. Gue pikir spray transfer anjir.
He's just been slaughtering people in these kind of late rounds.
Nice try. Ayo, 9 triggers yuk. Kars yuk.
Ayo, kars.
Min.
Was the player that made the huge play there.
Blue Jok tadi, Jok.
On site.
Okay.
Kind of recovered from everyone else making some wonky plays on the rest of the map.
Min, kars, min.
Big ultimates to work with in the final round.
Punish being made though, or at least an attempt to now Trailblazer to help supplement. Yeah, he's just tied into the corner. He's got the shot. Strike push them right into him.
Oh, it's just brutal.
Out of the pan.
Oh, it's brutal.
Into the fire. Double satchel playing to their faces, but Crashies is dealing with it quite handedly once more. Moves around. That's going to be a horn revealing its location, but that blind in the eyes of Tavoddle. Nowhere to run.
Gila banget.
22 anjing.
Yeah, that's
Ngeri.
That's more what I was expecting for this series, but certainly threw a spanner into the works. Yeah. Boom's defensive side is good, genuinely. Believe me, it's good, but I don't know whether we're even going to be able to see it at this point.
Have they earned enough rounds to even get anything going?
Anyway, tadi teh botol udah pasti mati sih. Kalau nggak kena ulti, ya kena shorty. Udah nggak bisa mundur dia.
Dia tanya 19 sendiri deh, Cok.
Emang anjing. Kayak hard carry banget.
Boom abis ini masih ada ketemu.
Have the turntables. OpTic Gaming have managed to walk away in this first half 10-2, but Jess, I think it's safe to say that this segment is going to be all about Yay. Made a rhyme.
Guys, kalau udah langsung udah gitu.
Nggak main lagi.
Main lagi. I'll just leave that there because
gila lu lihat ACS.
Exciting thing that we should be looking at. 420 Blazer, whatever you want to say, but 420 ACS.
420 ACS and
what was going into that last round of 4KD, and if that's not surprising enough for you, the man was multi-kill. Yeah, usually we expect get this.
Gua Octo pokoknya pakai Indium semuanya buka Twitch nggak bisa aja nonton.
Hold down certain areas. Doing that, but watch this round. Look what he does here. We love a good collab. By accident mostly, but then Spidey senses bang.
Oh iya, gue mati nih.
180 flick shot. Gets his little, nice little, his Yay senses were tingling. It's the kind of kills you expect from a star player like Yay, but the fact that he does it over most of the map is incredible.
Going on to the attack, I think the thing that I really like about Yay on this map is that he's not going to be going and pushing like crazy. He's probably going to be the one sat passively. He's just going to wait.
Lagi seru-seru nonton, mati lampu, Pak PLN, tolonglah. Gue ngechat.
Victor push in certain areas of the map like
Boy, lu tuh bukan PLN yang matiin, Goy. Lu tau lah siapa yang matiin listrik lu.
With there being a fade out the sky on the side of Boom, they
might
try and be a
Gil
bit
yang
more
matiin listrik lu.
aggressive. I just said that the defense is good, but has it played into Yay? Because he's very good at shutting down any form of defensive aggression.
Yeah, it's actually quite a thing when, like with OpTic, you have so many weapons on this team, but when they're all clicking like this, and then you just have Yay hanging out on the back line, it's dangerous.
One of the best clutches, Crashies. You got Victor's popping off as well, taking room where he needs to. You got Yay. I mean, everyone is on fire at the moment. I bet you Finesse's calls are just prime, so...
Oh yeah, they must be feeling themselves here. If you're up 10-2, and that is exactly what you're expecting from OpTic Gaming, but now it's time to jump back into our next half. Let's send it over to Brennan Saicha, who did not like me saying Blaze it.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It gave me a little chuckle at the end of the day. But 10-2 is the score line. We talked about Boom, what they've got to do, Josh, and this pistol round already. Take a look at the minimap.
Yeah.
High risk, high reward plays need to be made.
It's the same
Iya,
pistol
VPN juga nggak
that
ngaruh.
OpTic went for. The 4-player stack towards short, and Boom are just going to put this into one big last hurrah.
Yeah, this round is going to be over within 5 seconds, it feels like, because already absolutely into the meat grinder. The players are going to be meeting themselves at the pistols, one after the other.
Gila, bro.
It's down to the 1v1.
Gila, langsung di tengah, langsung gitu di tengah, bos.
10 seconds in.
Gila, bro.
10 seconds in, and we've got
10 detik, bro. 10 detik 1v1, bro.
battling against each other. FNS knows this pistol round strat. He knows.
Flips, you can do this.
Air flips.
Into spawn using the wall. This
Air flips, lu dapat momentum lu flips. Air flips.
Flipside are just gonna
Air flips.
bide his time, wait it out, look for a noise cue. FNS is just
Nice,
trying to clear it.
nice
Guess
timing.
what? The
Nice
wrong
timing.
gamble. Boom. They get that pistol round that they were looking for.
Nice.
I mean, just mind games on mind games there. They both try the exact same pistol round. It goes down to the 1v1. You got both IGLs, both big brain. FNS looking to try and catch Flipsider out, and Flipsider's just waiting for the tap. Just purely playing for the 1v1 retake clutch. It looks too easy for Flipsider, but from FNS's point of view, he really was trying to make an intelligent play there. Okay, I like
Nice
it.
ban.
We're gonna get to see a little bit more of Boom here.
Nice flips.
Got some things that I do
Enggak
feel
dong,
are
kan
very
udah kenal.
nice. Flipsider with his
Nice
classic
bunny, nice bunny,
defensive
nice ban.
anchoring here of A. He puts down his Viper Orb on the default spot. So that's doing a lot of decay damage if OpTic try to
Masuknya ke U-Hall
land in
ini.
the expected positions.
There's a lot of space being given up to them, though. You can already see the OpTic players have worked their way into lamps into the back of the site. That's flashes being used one after the other with the pistols, including that nade. Famous push forward.
Nice.
Catching FNS unaware, looking like an AA.
Nice rate. Waduh, mati. Nice.
Let's go.
Famous. Close to that shot.
Nice. Ayo, momentum yuk. Anjing, kalau sampai ini comeback sih, Boom sih udah stongs, boom stongs anjing.
Sahamnya naik, bos.
Stongs, bos. Udah bukan naik lagi, bos. Super duper stongs.
You need to string a series of big rounds together here so that
Kayak Bitcoin mau 1 miliar tuh.
economy snowball turns into an ultimate snowball. That's how you get these comebacks going. But the buy is
Langsung Der, beli Der. Sahamnya sekarang Der. Bisa ini, naikin nih, tar lagi.
Beli dah lu DM. Lu DM dulu, Ton. Mendingan saran gue mah. Lu DM dulu deh.
DM ke ini, Oke Diongko.
Oh, nice rate.
Here you see them go through the teleporter off the back of a haunt. They caught Victor.
Aduh, Famous udah lead banget lagi. Wah, mereka udah plan di A, udah mateng. Wah, sulit deh.
Given up. Pick up the Viper's orb and the plant is down. So
this is the time where you expect OpTic to be
Oh,
pushing.
mereka mau saving
So
kah?
you see from Tebotol's position. He's worried to even get into backside at all.
Yeah, so
far back. Skor segini saving lu.
No support from the rest
King.
of the team. They're all just trying to retake
King, lu ketahuan King. Oh, King. Nice King.
Who comes out on top? A quick tap of it. Position and revealed at least for Crash. He's right round the side, but they've got more to deal with right now. Boom.
Mati
They're
King.
trying to convert
King
this
mati
one.
King.
Oh, quick shot.
Iya, nggak bisa.
Found. That's OpTic.
Miskin gak sih?
Miskin mereka. Mereka Iko ini.
Bonus, but rather win the anti-bonus. But Boom did a
Nggak
lot
mungkin.
of damage
Iko.
there.
Masih bisa.
That's an important round.
Iko.
TForce anjing.
Trouble is Josh.
Hah?
In terms of
Lu kalau ke ini kalah GG, cowok anjing.
Gambling mereka.
They can't even afford to give one, I think.
Yeah.
You know, you need to be perfect from here on out. But this is where, with a slight economic advantage, although it doesn't really materialize into too much, both teams having light armor.
Ini
Famous
udah
needs to be getting value out of this show.
All in ini dia.
All
Famous
in
is
ya.
normally going to be playing with Flipsider on A. You can see
Skor
Blaze King
segini pun juga dia harusnya
ready
udah all
to
in, udah
go
lah
for the
all in.
rotates. Anywhere they see.
Mereka mendingan save energi buat next map sih dibandingin force di sini untuk comeback sulit.
early spam, presence being shown, of course.
Ini udah playground nih, bener. Cuma, aduh, map ketiga ya.
Contact reclear showers here, but look at the OpTic plays. They are holding a slight angle, spam into the corner, to the line of sight angle. It's a double face, straight down. Famous. Oh, he's getting away with murder.
What a sick play with the Vandal there. Doesn't even need the showstopper, just getting raw value with the bullets. Flipsider, just about able to squeak into lamps. He's going to be the key player.
the Seekers were killed for him, so they don't expect Flipsider to just be playing that angle. Only the one going to be found, an instant trade.
Nggak bisa.
From
Soalnya
OpTic.
Brimstone-nya udah mantekin Lamps. Dia udah bener itu.
Slowly creeping across the
Oh,
site,
nice.
not watching
Nice
the
botol.
potential angles.
Nice botol.
And it's a beautiful reset of the
Nice
game for
botol.
Tomahawk to close out that round. OpTic going for the gamble play, contacting in through short, gets caught by Flipsider, contacting around through showers, gets caught by Thermaltake. Really good play by Boom on their defense. But this...
Gila, spray
this is how
transfernya.
absurd.
Spray transfernya bagus banget itu.
What a play by Famous. And that's actually got a bit of momentum now beneath Boom.
Paling chill dia, Cok.
Long way to go.
Ini dia lagi sakit deh.
Score up top, just 2 rounds. That's all OpTic need.
Half buy saat 2 orang half buy. Waduh. Keculik si Victor lagi megang granat. Victor, si Famous. Jangan. Aduh. Senjata masalahnya, bro. Mereka mesti jagain itu.
Mav was thinking about going for an ult there.
Aduh, enggak ada.
At this
Oh,
point,
ada healer,
Berserk
Cok.
becomes an extremely important
Berserk kok nggak nge-heal sih?
Holding onto Octagon is so important right
Oh,
now.
Berserknya jauh.
He just doesn't have a clue that there's two in hookah.
B-nya kosong.
B-nya masuk 2.
Guys, I pushed all the way through Fountain. I
Ketemu nih.
found.
Nengok kanan. Aduh.
Not at all.
Timing,
And
cok.
the players of OpTic, they're already in the site. They've been cautious the entire time. Walking up, not making any sound cues. Little do they know it's a free site for them.
That works. They planted for back site, which is
Ya,
where
Base King udah nggak takut sih. Udah.
about to walk into.
20 health. Bit of spam will do it.
Wah, masuk ketup.
He's gonna be 1 HP either way.
Yeah, the decay kicking in now.
Kelihatan. Oh, nggak kelihatan. Wah, kelihatan.
Side angle, and it reveals it.
Kelihatan merah.
It was almost intentional with the way that Viper's Pit is set up. It looks like just about in range to get the highlight on him.
And this would be
Ya, mendingan save. Aduh.
It just wanders into Marved, and that is a brutal
Match
heartbreak.
point.
You got to be the most careful of when you're on the half buy, when you're up against it. It's so difficult to keep any sort of momentum going.
Ya, mendingan next game aja deh, sumpah.
Misplay by Famous, and then Berserks. As Famous tries to, he doesn't even really re-challenge there. He's just trying to dip his head back in.
Iya, Berserk setengah nengok
and immediately
kanan.
run away, but he gets punished by Victor. And then Berserks with a misread of where OpTic were going. And that is the sound of
delay.
slipped away from them.
A point for OpTic, one more.
Bahkan udah nggak ada timeout lagi. Coachnya juga bilang mendingan next game kayak. Lu jangan buang energi di sini udah.
If they expend them all in this round, it doesn't break OpTic's economy. So they need to be stingy. It's their only way of mounting a comeback.
Double face though, that's going to be taken out Yay. It's going to be throwing a couple of question marks into the overall game plan of OpTic. What do they want to do now? They've lost him, so they're probably going to have to go with a bit of pace now. That's a showstopper right into the play.
Wah, kalau ke bawah tengah dia dapat itu.
Iya, itu kalau ke bawah tengah 3 orang itu.
Absolutely massive. And pound for pound, Victor's going to be releasing his own ult. Halfway on a duration, a pull, vulnerable, Nightfall on top of it, but just pre-fired into the Viper's Pit. Backed away. No more sound cues for them. They're going to be missing a lot of information into this one, but Marv is still holding the position. Drops the smoke, and he's got the orbital strike in his back pocket.
Difficult to find a timing though when you're playing inside lamps, but he's not getting pressured at all.
Player's going to be pushing forwards. It's going to be a cosmic divide to split it across. You have to push forwards here. Boom! They do have an opening, but is it enough?
1v1.
1v1. Time is still going to start to tick now.
Nice. Nice one. Udah. Mendingan next.
It secures map number 2.
Jangan dipaksa. Ini udah playground, bro. Jangan dipaksa.
Kalau dipaksa lagi capek juga nih mereka.
Jangan.
That's the job that they came here to do.
Capek tuh matanya.
Tadi kan teh botol nyala, serang dia nyala. Nah, ganti teh botol lagi nyala nih, ayo dong.
Focus on map 3, you still have chances.
Map 3-nya ini ya, apa? Fracture ya.
How this all played out. Breeze was a
Fracture.
just to try and even bring us at minimum to this map number 3.
Brimstone Viper.
Bridge.
What a pistol round we saw from both of these two teams. Yay picking off a bunch with the Ghost to start things out. And then a wild...
Sama PRX nggak nyampe, nggak nyampe PRX gua, nggak kuat.
But this is exactly the type of experience you need if you're Boom. You know, you get one map where it's all of the adrenaline pumping through your body. You're able to beat one of the best teams in the world on your map selection. And then immediately afterwards, it's the crash down to earth.
Yeah, it's an instantaneous reminder that you're champions playing against the top dogs now. Welcome to the major leagues, because OpTic, they've got the experience to be able to brush off a loss in OT in that fashion. Many rounds being played.
Famous di fracture pasti inisiator.
They've had a microdose of both ends of the spectrum.
Sky wajib sih. Sky itu wajib buat nge-counter Viper.
They've had the heartbreak, and now it's all about map 3.
Okay, well, that's going to do it for map number 2, but of course a short break and the setup
of
map number 3. Fracture map. Don't go anywhere. You know you're not going to want to miss it.
Perek lagi tidur dulu kayaknya Perek.
Lagi makan kebab ini mereka.
Makan kebab. Aduh. Blunder match kedua. Nggak blunder guys. Mereka nggak blunder. Menurut gua mereka itu udah bagus mainnya. Boom. Cuma susah guys kalau ngelawan yang di kandang mah. Mereka nggak ada tag pos ya. Menang streak nggak ada tag pos ya. Mantap emang. Nggak, kalian bisa lihat guys. Ini tuh playgroundnya OpTic. Dari cara mereka nge-defend dan cara mereka pas nyerang pun kalian bisa lihat yang mana yang pede. Itu udah kelihatan banget. BNK lagi cari outfit di Istanbul, lagi direkam sama Yoshi. Berapa harga outfit lo? Iya udah bagus kok, performance Boom di Bind itu udah oke menurut gua. Cuma sayangnya mereka itu mungkin kasarnya gini. Satu, Y itu nyala banget tadi. Gila, aiming Y nyala banget. Parah. Kedua, OpTic tuh udah tahu angle-angle yang enak buat lu. Apa ya, kayak mereka tuh udah tahu nih. Oh, Boom mainnya kayak gini. Oh, mereka mainnya mid. Oh, ini wall mid. Mereka harus jaga mana. Mereka udah tahu semua gitu loh. Kalau Boom tuh tadi tuh kayak trial and error gitu loh. Bedanya. Cuma buat gue Boom pun udah oke banget. Ya sama, gue juga heran kenapa Boom gak nge-ban Bind. Gue juga heran sama. Sebagus-bagusnya performance mereka di LCQ, mereka kan pasti research dong analisnya. OpTic itu kayak gimana pas di Master melawan PRX.
Iya, seharusnya di riset dari situ juga.
Harusnya mereka respect di situ.
When you look at the series overall, and this is obviously going to seem a little bit more on the positive end for OpTic, even though we still have plenty more Valorant left to play here.
For sure.
This was the perfect series for OpTic Gaming because they realized, like, hey, we're mortals and we can struggle, breeze, but we're on Bind and we're thriving, so, they can at least pick themselves up here, Ryan.
Yeah, Brennan and Josh sort of pointed out themselves, right, where it's like the body language of the players is just like, it's done. Like, this is what realistically the series should
Turun
be.
nih dari 420 ke 300.
But you're right, like it almost benefited OpTic to an extent as well to play on Beast to get those nerves out of their overall.
Ini tapi tadi Yay hard carry sih ini. Gila.
Parah.
Yay hard carry kayak teh botol tadi itu.
But as people like Sliggy, for example, Thinking Man's Valor, all those analytically driven content creators will tell you, the way that OpTic played this map is perfect, and so going down to a nuanced level, you really get to appreciate some of the cool stuff they get to do.
Yeah.
It's funny as well because there was another mention of this man by another great analytical content.
Iya, mereka terlalu error banget, kelihatan kok. Sampai 8-0 itu mereka tuh lagi coba-coba itu, dan mereka nggak nemuin celahnya yang mana tuh mereka nggak nemuin. Mereka dapat poin itu terakhir-terakhir karena OpTicnya blunder.
And there is a little bit of discourse at the moment on Twitter, and I'm looking around at the moment off the map. There are people who are saying he is the best bind player specifically in the world. Now, of course, we had a little bit of jokes left and right at the last minute about, you know, best initiator in the world.
Emang beda ya, gila.
Lihat tuh. But he seriously is so incredible. Which is playground for OpTic on this. I really think this is the playground for Crash.
He's just playing great in general. You know, I mean, even look at the last series. He also, even though he was the guy who was left in a lot of situations as the last player left alive,
Itu toko kacamata, bro.
Iya, bro.
solid series so far, Ryan.
Yeah, and it's kind of that play that you want to step up a little bit more. Like, we've seen some good Sova overall, but with the Sova nerfs fade coming in, there's a bit more of a lean in that direction. But the fact that he's able to sort of perform on Sky, and just this comp generally.
Wah, gue juga abis match ini kayak bobok gue, bro. Turu.
Kuat gue. Harus turu gue.
Obviously, you can switch out the controllers, right? That's a bit of a personal preference, but the information, it wasn't really.
Ini kalau sampai OT lagi, gue kayaknya 12-12 turu gue udah.
And so there wasn't really a way back in, despite finally picking up a pistol.
Yeah, that's the very thing I was exactly going to bring up. Is like they get that one pistol, things look good. Mind you, that pistol, if you guys did miss it, go back.
Apa guys, PRX. Ingat gak? PRX game pertama sama EDG menang tipis kan, sama kayak yang sampai OT sih, tapi kayak 13-10, 13-11 apa 13-9, menang tipis. Map kedua mereka dibantai sama EDG 13-4. Map ketiga PRX comeback, Bo.
Nonton lewat YouTube nih ntar nih.
Gue nggak mau hire Devin buat jadi analis, matamu lah.
You kind of had to just factor in like this is OpTic's home map, and like you know this is like you're playing against the I don't know.
Gue nggak tahu sih kalau kalian bilang Essen-nya OpTic juga ngeri, gue nggak tahu ya. Gue nggak pernah ngeliat. Cuma kalau bind tuh gue ngeliat waktu master, gila gue bilang. Sinting nih OpTic nih gue bilang nih di bind.
Paper Egg dibikin tidur di situ.
Paper Egg yang ngebully pakai Yorunya aja nggak berkutik yang di bind.
Thank you. But now we move on to Fracture. And funny enough, both teams
12-12 gak bakal tenang tidur lu bang. Gue tenangin guys daripada nyokap gue masuk matiin PC gue lebih gak tenang lagi. Lebih gak tenang, durhaka gue dibandingin gak tahu hasil matchnya. PRX gak pakai Yoru. Oh, si Jason gak pakai Yoru waktu itu. Bukannya pakai ya?
Even more dominantly to PaperX. They lost even more dominantly to DRX. And then only time they played Fracture, they won it against
pasti Viper, pasti Sky, yakin gue. Sama Chamber, bener sama Chamber. Chamber wajib di Fracture buat trap-wire-nya itu.
Who's currently aware, very thoroughly aware that they can beat the Kings of, you know, I don't think there's enough in the mentality of this for OpTic now.
Oh, for second pakai Chamber. Oke.
They have to play a way better Fraction than they've shown us.
I would look at it as well, where both teams run the same comps, or at least they have done in the past, which I think people refer to them as the OpTic comp, right? The Victor Neon kind of stuff, being able to put the pressure in. So that's something that Boom have also been going for.
Kalah ataupun menang, Boom abis ini mereka udah bangga sih. Udah sangat amat bangga.
Which they were on the opposite side up against when they played FPX, right? So it does kind of moments where like this comp, I call the OpTic comp because they were one of the first few teams.
Udah pernah mencatatkan sejarah, bro.
But it hasn't really been that great on an international stage. Can you beat an international debut at least with it?
Yeah, very true. It is fascinating though how like, you know, we're getting a lot of these very similar compositions, right? Just goes to show the innovation that OpTic Gaming have put forward for the broader global VCT community.
It's kind of cringe though. Kind of cringe comps, aren't they?
Wow.
They are leaning into it.
I
To
didn't
be
understand.
fair.
I was here with Ender. I didn't, you know, just say these cringe.
Brutal.
Bit brutal, yeah.
Boom kalau kalah turun lower belum.
If I talk, I'm in
Boom
trouble.
kalau kalah nanti bakal tanding lawan ZETA.
ZETA.
Kalau Boom menang lawan ZETA, mereka bakalan decider match.
Buat nentuin juara 2 yang masuk
Nentuin
ke
juara 2. Siapa yang
Playoff
masuk
ya?
ke upper? Ya, siapa yang masuk ke playoff dari group stage. Jadi kalaupun Boom kalah ini sebenarnya nggak apa-apa. Mereka masih bisa menang lawan. Kalau performance Boom yang ketiga ini bagus, mereka bisa menang lawan ZETA.
Exactly. I have a really big problem with his first kills, and he does a little bit better on
Oke, ini dia nih, agent pick.
We could talk about the Neon as well because one of the things is just how isolated he got. Like if he's executing on the site with Neon, he'd get stalled out and go through it. And so yeah, like this is so far looking as you'd expect when it comes to.
Oh, mereka pakai Brim gantiin Viper. Oh, Brim sama Bridge. Oke. Oke.
Bridge.
Oke.
Sama sebelah tuh.
Iya. Nggak KO. Oh iya sama ya. Oh iya sama. Oh, exact same. Oke, berarti mereka pakai meta yang kedua nih. Brim sama Bridge, meta bapak-bapak dua ini emang.
Aku nggak mau nonton, takut ah.
Lah?
Oh gitu?
Takut.
Kenapa takut?
Kalah.
Kalau kalah kita harus bisa berbesar hati dong.
Betul.
Kalau menang biasa bro.
Lemah.
Maaf.
Coach Anton hari ini diem-diem aja. Coach Anton nih analisnya nggak ada nih.
Sambil kerja goblok.
Katain lu, hati-hati nih lu sama coach.
That Boom struggled with when they were attacking, because they're attacking first, is any form of defensive aggression. They just kept running at them, kept winning those fights, catching them by surprise. Look at that comp from OpTic.
Ini meta di Fracture, dua karakter ini emang lagi meta sih. Bridge Brim. Ultinya barengan kan, waduh. Ngok dah tuh. Yang di tower sama yang di ininya. Di side A. Asik guys, energi gua habis di match pertama Boom tadi, teriak-teriak gua.
Sama gua juga anjir.
Gua ngantuk banget sekarang.
Asli, sama gue juga udah ngantuk ini.
Anjing banget. Game pertama kayak gitu, anjing banget. Game ketiga kayak gitu.
Alright, well, this is it. One final map to determine
Siapa nih tag duluan?
in this group. Let's find out which
Merah.
team
Yang
is
merah
going to be
OpTic
taking
duluan.
their first
OpTic.
steps towards the championship. We're going to be sending it back over to Brendan Sideshow.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Yep, map number 3 is what we're looking at here. Fracture for OpTic
Let's go
versus
into Pride.
Boom. It's all come down to this one. We kind of teed it up right at the very beginning of this series as well. And it's an interesting one, honestly, because you're seeing a mirror composition, like the desk has already been talking about, Josh. And it's the thing that OpTic, they've kind of set the stage with this one. They've honestly, they've become known for playing these neon comps in themselves. But I think that comes with some weaknesses as well. It's been a while since OpTic were the innovators. It's been a while since they were setting the meta on certain degrees. And the neon comps, they've been around for a while now. The weaknesses are known to a degree. It does give Boom a bit of an opening.
It gives both teams an opening, I think. I would expect OpTic to have a pretty decent advantage here.
Ini agent sama persis, tinggal siapa yang lebih jago aja nge-aimingnya nih. Sama penggunaan util.
Look how fast Berserks are trying to collapse onto these Hall players.
Yep, and they've just pinned them right into Halls here. The
Nice.
there from Blaze King, that's a great trade. The positioning was there.
Gua nggak pernah lihat nih map nih.
Map baru tahun ini, Tan.
Map baru sih ini, tak.
Tuh udah nggak main.
No time wasted though.
Nice raid.
A lot of the ammunition just going straight from the
Nice pistol run, nice pistol run.
Bodies there to get a reload off.
Oh, Boom tag Vin.
Trade and swing through, even with the plant on top of it.
Oh, Boom attack ya? Oh iya, tadi warnanya merah anjir OpTic.
Just taking space aggressively, making sure that you're able to
Ini map baru.
posture the players.
Enggak, map kedua baru. Ada yang lebih baru lagi, Pearl. Lu belum lihat.
Udah kemarin, kalau nggak salah ada tanding ini. Terus gua nggak paham gitu.
Oh iya, kemarin ada itu kan.
Oh kemarin si map kedua di Pearl, si tim Liquid.
Map pertama.
Oh iya, sama pertama. Iya di Pearl ya, benar-benar lupa gue.
Gue nggak paham gue.
Sebelum Pearl ini Fracture Ton. Season sebelumnya lagi.
Oh ada 3 berarti yang gue nggak tahu.
Icebox.
Icebox tahu gue.
Breeze ya, yang tadi ya.
Breeze tahu gue.
Ya udah cuma 2 yang nggak tahu.
Xbox tahu.
Lu cuma nggak tahu 2 berarti. Fracture sama ini.
Pearl sama ini gue nggak tahu.
Iya.
Raw spam? Why not? And while all this was
Kondol.
happening as well, Horse was being pushed out early on by OpTic in this round. It's a double face
Ya,
from
bisa
them.
nih.
But are they going to have the discipline to clear this one through? Jump
Nice.
in play. It does set up Ye nicely
Mati
for
itu.
the kill, but
Ye.
still working with very
Aduh,
poor
dapat lagi.
weaponry. However,
Apa nama senjatanya Jo itu Jo?
Bulldog.
Bulldog.
Can he do some damage with it?
Oh, di plan di situ, bro.
Wah. Nice.
Bisa menang ini.
Bisa nih. Fracture-nya boom lumayan.
Fairly cleanly. Get a B site hit working. So they're gonna have some decent weaponry. A bulldog, a vandal at least.
Oh, PRX ya? Oh, PRX Pearl. Sorry. Kemarin PRX di Pearl. Oh iya, yang map ketiganya ya, decider match-nya ya.
I think the pistol round was a nice idea. I'd like to see more of.
Decidernya itu dong.
Apa sih?
Headphone.
Gak tau, gue udah ngantuk aja. Gue udah ngantuk. Lu diem deh semua deh, ngantuk gue.
Marahin gue.
Tahu. Oh bisa gelantungan gitu ya?
Bisa, ada flying fox-nya di mid. Tapi itu one way, jadi lo nggak bisa balik sekali lo udah masuk. Wah anjir, berserk ngapain lu berserk? Waduh. Nggak bisa. Berserk.
He should have been caught dead to rights.
Yeah, blessed by God apparently.
Yeah, and Crashies finds 3, Marv finds 2.
Mutnya biru. Ngapain skill?
And the anchors held
Lari, bisa lari kenceng.
Lari. Ultinya tuh kayak
laser.
And then full blind. He's stunned and he's full
Ultinya
blind.
kayak Jet kan ngeluarin kunai, dia ngeluarin listrik. Listriknya
juga.
Harus, tapi lebih gampang ngarahinnya. Karena dia laser.
Kayak lu nge-aim ini aja Ton, nge-aim senjata.
Tapi nggak dari coil. Lurus.
Ya.
Itu ultinya.
Oh berarti bisa terus-terusan kayak Jet gitu?
Bisa, tapi ada energinya.
Iya.
Tiap nge-kill dia reset jadi 100 lagi.
Oh iya berarti basically kayak Jet.
Iya kayak Jet.
Oh my goodness, the orbital strike does split them up. It's only Berserk who's got themselves onto the site with the rolling thunder, but already the OpTic players, they've lined up for it. Oh, so much damage being done. It's the Portal again who comes up with the kills. Lining up the kill feed,
nice.
with a slight off angle, and he's found his target. Victor just
Bisa
wandered
ini.
right into the sight lines.
Keculik,
And this is a great post plan for Blaze King. Has the molly,
Bisa.
orbital
Udah plan
strike,
soalnya, bisa.
huge tools to work in.
Aduh kena, wah kena Blaze King dari belakang. King. Aduh.
And that's the molly down, that's the orbital strike gone.
All of the Berserk taking the fight straight up now. Blinded straight into his eyes, but he avoids it just for about a moment. Finesse wins it out, and
what a great retake.
Yeah, even if he went down, it's going to be Ye able to help him out immediately there with the swing.
Just fantastic identification from OpTic on where the players would be, and therefore how to pick them apart and force 1v1s. And FNS using Ye as a
Udah ngantuk banget, sumpah gue gak bohong.
to go back into halls.
Capek, anjing kekuras sih ini.
Sends his most powerful piece to duel the player with post-plant utility.
Kita aja yang nonton capek, apalagi mereka ya.
It was kind of curtains for Berserk.
Tapi kalau mereka sih adrenalin sih. Kelar game ini nih mereka tepar langsung.
Very business-like on map too. Now you're seeing the
Siapa ya saya ya?
start to come in. And I think it's inversely proportional to their expectations. You know, when they think they're massively favored, it's just cool, calm, collected.
Yeah, another day in the office.
When they know they're going to get pushed a little bit, as they're anticipating on Fracture.
Wajib. Nice banget.
Why you don't do that peek. We saw Marv doing it on Bind.
Nice banget.
Easily enough to get punished with just the jump peek. He had the smoke.
Ah, elah berserk. Kocak nih berserk nih.
Has been a nuisance.
He lives in Tower. He was born in Tower, molded by Tower. You will never.
Ini si berserk dari tadi mainnya kacau nih anjing.
Apart from when he wants to wander himself.
Yeah,
nice.
He can give you it, but you can't take it away from him.
Yeah, listen, the no command
Mati
is
loh,
blocked off.
famous. Oh, nice trade. Nice Blaze King. Nice. Aduh, ye.
He's got a great lurk timing there, up through the back as Crashies was focused on Tree.
Bisa ini, tinggal post plan aja, post plan.
Mainin.
Nggak, mereka nggak tahu kalau si ini muter. Nggak tahu mereka, nggak ada yang tahu. Wah, mati deh nih. Oh, please.
Oh, ada.
Please. Aduh. Kena hit.
Still gets the better of it. Down to that 1v1, he's forced it into this situation.
Aduh.
He's given away with his positioning.
Aduh, jadi tahu dong posisi lu.
Flash through the box as well. It's dodged, but time running.
Aduh, ketahuan. Aduh, gila.
A side angle, the shoulder peeking through, and it gives Ye every opportunity, all the information.
Harusnya pas nge-flash langsung pick dia ya.
What a sick play from Ye. That is a
Sayang banget flashnya jadi sia-sia itu.
He even managed to dodge the flash that came out too.
Yeah.
Putting Thermaltake under so much pressure that he just decided.
Iya, refleksnya sinting banget itu. Maksudnya dibanting kayaknya deh.
I mean that's a great shot to start.
Lu lihat nih ya. Lu lihat nih. Aduh, gak dikasih lihat pasti flash.
Boom should not have had too much of an opportunity in that one.
Iya sayang, lu kalau udah tahu lawan si Ye nih, lu flash. Udah munculin aja gambling daripada kayak gitu.
Yeah, safe hands from Ye to secure that round and a steady lead. Precarious, isn't it? Just the one round.
Ini berasa 4v5 sih. Si Berserknya mati pertama mulu soalnya. Nih.
Able to secure the final few kills, the clutches, the leader.
Victor's starting to feel it now. Heat being applied to him as well. You can see the players have already dropped themselves down onto side from drop. Has to take a fight, and he's lucky to get the one, but
nice.
Berserk finding these then straight through
Nice,
the smoke.
Ngadi-ngadi lu, Sir.
Finesse taken out.
Nade being held, trying to deny the plan, but it's not a default. Berserk's falls, forced out of position.
Aduh.
Marv snacks on Flipsider.
OpTic not wasting any time of taking this space, but they
Main
realize
line up.
these post plans that are being played. The overstrike held down, waiting for the movement. It does force them into the line of side angle.
Yeah, line up nih.
Again, cuts across. Misses the shot off onto the corner. The aftershock to push them away. It's on hard, but the volley does miss. Blazekin doesn't realize he's still on it, but now with that spam, he's got the information and a tap. Blazekin, he has to make the play, but 3 bullets, not enough. Doesn't know he's there, running it around in circles. Marv eventually wins it out.
With such little health, Marv is still ice cold there in the clutch. Just playing around, putting the pressure onto Blazekin, making him think that he has to
ketawa ya ngeliat itu chat si Catherine aja.
Catherine, jantung gua nggak jadi ngantuk.
Maybe he thought he had one and it just missed, but I don't think from his angle on Dish there's a great one unless you have a big arcing lineup.
Iya, kenapa mainnya di atas, bener. Itu pertanyaan yang benar.
They're getting things down to winnable situations, but they just can't close it. They are running down FNS though.
Tadi si Boom udah mulai debat antar anggota ya. Aduh, Sir, lu ngapain, Sir? Ya Allah.
Lawak banget.
Aduh. Wah, gila. Aduh, Sir. Berserk kayaknya udah capek deh. Gila, Ye. Aduh. Aduh.
Oh no, leftover players, no crumbs whatsoever.
It feels like the comp structure might be falling down a little bit here for Boom. When Victor
Berserk
finds
ini
the
lagi,
first pick onto Berserk,
semoga aja Berserk pas di loser match bersinar deh. Ini lagi nggak bersinar dia, nggak tahu kenapa. Lagi bad decision play terus dia.
Run and gun gitu loh dia.
Nggak, emang run and gun, Ton. Dia lagi pakai ulti emang run and gun, cuma terlalu polos.
Terlalu open.
Terlalu open dan terlalu polos, dia nggak ada backup.
Cenut-cenut tuh kalah.
Where they've been taken. Yeah. Open in 10 seconds, you're seeing moves being made, and honestly, the round's just ending almost instantaneously.
They are really struggling to get rid of these site anchors. You think about one of the big execs where they had that long molly lineup, and yet Crashies found 3, Marv found 2, and that was it, the round was over. Yeah. In in some of these other rounds, it's been so difficult to get crashes out of tower. In that round there, Victor manages to get
Devin
2 while he's anchoring the site. You know, there's just so many situations where Boom, if they were cleaner on getting rid of the player that's dug into the site.
Bacot lu, bisa nggak kayak dia sampai sini? Cermin mana cermin? Lah, lu lebih bacot lagi, bacotin gua, nonton doang, miskin lu.
Timeout hopefully going to be correcting it for them to try and get back into this map, maybe bring it even.
It feels like Boom might be thinking a couple of steps ahead.
Gua ngomong fakta nggak? Gua ngomong fakta.
Refocused on every step of their attacking executes is going to be important here. Meanwhile, by the way, Ye in back-to-back maps just absolutely pounding.
Ngantuk dibikin emosi
The guy
gua.
had a slower start to Copenhagen, if you remember, but he turned it around certainly.
Oh, bobo miskin bang, otaknya miskin anjing, bukan miskin harta, otaknya miskin.
El Diablo, and this time not missing a step, is he?
No. Early fault line over towards Halls, but it doesn't stop the Boom guys whatsoever. They fake a little bit of control in that direction, and now the Spike's going to be coming back for a B pinch. Victor, though, jiggle peeking. He's going to start to get this info.
Kita ngomong karena kita main juga gamenya gitu loh.
Have to be concerned though.
Terus tahu masuk-masuknya gimana.
Weaponry situation, they're worried I think about op angles that are being held down, but look at this, the stun.
Netizen juga menilai suka-suka gua.
Jadi lu yang ngamuk anjing.
Oh iya maaf. Itu salah satu trik mencairkan suasana, bro.
Gliding across, that cuts up the angles and it allows for an instantaneous response. Boom. Taking all the space in the world and they're winning every single fight.
Nah.
It's over in an instant. Just decided to go for the execute even without.
Begitu kan enak crossingnya. Backupnya dapat semua, saling pada backup.
Fast lane. Nah, gini.
Tadi siapa tuh namanya? Tadi siapa yang namanya yang komen? Gini kak bang mainnya? Oh gini.
Bit of a difference may it be in the fact that they weren't able to hold that tower control too easily, were they?
Wow, also OpTic.
Raja terakhir nih emang nih anjing nih ya ini. The last standing king.
Udah nggak usah dicari, cowok. Udah.
Mereka juga nggak nyari, Jo.
Oh iya. Ya udah Siton ngamuk-ngamuk mulu, ku cantun nih anjing.
Itu lo lihat mereka juga diem doang itu.
And if you want to focus on Flipside here as well, this is the role that he used to play. Before Famous was brought into the team, Flipsider was the heavy hitter for the squad, who was playing more of the chamber, more of the classic sentinel roles as well. But he's a nasty player.
Enemy remaining.
I think you can tell in this round with that flick onto Crashies, who was putting some
Ini
pressure
udah
from tower.
pengen dikeluarin semua nih.
Flipsider's back
Udah
in his comfort
terbendung
zone.
nih.
Kok ngantuk
Orang kalau udah ngantuk tuh gampang bad mood ton.
Gampang emosi tak.
Bring this one forwards, but this looks like presence being made now over towards the dish. Fight being taken, not enough to remove Ye from the angle though.
Ya itu apaan sih nih orang? Gue benci banget sama orang-orang. Gue benci banget sama orang-orang kayak Ye sama kayak si Kangkang.
Kenapa Vin?
AWP-nya nggak normal anjing.
Emang bukan manusia lagi anjing nih orang-orang.
Robot semua anjing, bisa-bisanya pakai AWP kayak gitu gitu.
Gue udah males anjing bisa proko, biarin dah habis-habis dah. Ngantuk gue anjing.
Wah, line up nih, double kill nih.
Please dong, jangan.
Aduh.
Victors everywhere, all around the map right now.
Whoa! Goes for it again.
Wah, kena ding.
That's a lot of damage.
Berserk kena ding klasik.
Dropping the gun.
Ayo.
Okay, over to strike to try and push them back.
Mati dia.
Eventually fall.
And Marv just seems
1 versus 4 bro.
Unflustered, anchoring B. Blaze King doing what he can. Current top fragger for Boom.
Yeah, this guy is
Kanan lu tot. Nah, belakang.
Dia
Nah.
nggak tahu bang.
Oh iya maaf.
Dia nggak wallhack bang.
Berasa dia pakai wallhack anjing.
Lupa gue kalau map kita tuh terang anjing.
Dia nggak ada.
Dia nggak ada biru-birunya gitu bang. Gila lu ya.
Nah gini kan pada ceria lagi nih Discord.
Entot lu ya Jo ya.
Sudah berantakan ya Bung Devin. Thank you RF 1000-nya. Itulah.
Rasa pemain Boom lagi satu Discord anjing lu ya. Di kanan.
Yeah, okay, ice cold. Make no noise.
Tell you what though, the
hack team speaknya kali ya, terus kasih tahu gitu.
seen in this series. Look, there's the operator being picked up, and he goes for it and sets up on this line.
These adaptations are less to do with the compositions for OpTic and more to do with the micro of like.
Jam 1 gue udahan sih, nggak kuat gue.
They're doing unexpected stuff. You remember Crashies was opping on greens, and now Victor's doing it here. Maybe the adaptation and innovation is going to be smaller.
Oh, but a big compositional changes, but another fight taking place. And again, no one's really looking down at one angle. It's a crossfire.
Iya, disantet kali ya.
Warbang kills abound. Flip side though, he's eventually going to return. That's a nice trade. With FNS
Ambeien
gone,
gitu anjing.
utility to push them back. Bit of noise being cut and a push through the smoke with the flash to try and help it
Monster,
out.
cowok.
Good trade from Ye, despite the fact he has an op.
Dia berani banget loh pakai op-nya tuh nge-push anjing. Gak cuma nge-pick angle doang, nge-push.
A little bit stuck.
Yeah, he's pushed back into the corner here.
Yeah, doesn't have his rendezvous whatsoever. Crashes with another
Wah.
one. Ye with a headshot.
Wah, sumpah monster anjing nih orang.
Wah.
Guessing where's the position?
Wah.
Jumpy.
Wah, ketahuan.
Gives him all the info.
Wah,
He's already got 3 on the round, and for Crashies, he can just play to
Saving
contain.
manis.
He just needs to take a
Gue
look
jadi
at
dia
the
sih, gue saving.
and stop Blaze King from rotating.
Menurut lo, Cok, 3 temen lo ditembak pakai AWP,
2K in the bank.
lo mau nantang raja terakhir. Aduh, ketahuan.
That's it.
Ketahuan
That's the
lagi.
information that he needs, and that's the info that Ye can use.
Di-push sama Ye, lo lihat tuh. Oh enggak, Ye-nya muter.
Enggak.
Oke.
Oh, ini udah bisa lagi nih buka Twitch nih.
He has been given a lot of free reign here because Crashes has been just avoiding it.
Mati.
Through main, positioning, still avoiding it. Short tags him. There it is, slowed down to a crawl, enough for Crashes to eventually catch up to him.
And Crashies is saying to the rest of his team, what's he doing planting there?
Yeah, it's like a horror game, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Crashies was just around every corner.
Waduh, ditibek.
And now Ye goes back for his
Ditibek.
operator. He had picked up a Vandal to try and help.
Ditibek bos sama Ye, bos.
Oh enggak, ambil ini, ambil OP, ambil OP.
Oh, ambil OP dia. Tunggu dulu gitu.
Goes on delivery duty for him. But that's a very well played 2v1. Crashies was never at risk of actually being killed and just played around with
Bang,
Blaze.
jangan lemas bang, ayo bang.
Very safe, always making
Saham naik nih bang, kalau menang nih bang.
He was setting them up for the 2v1. So joyous.
It really is.
It's so joyous from the OpTic players. Normally they're all just scowling.
That's a tough kid from Brooklyn.
Yeah, is that true?
You didn't watch the piece with Bala earlier? Fake
Boom.
fan.
I'm a fake fan, sorry.
Fake fan.
Yeah, you caught me unaware.
Well
actually,
played.
just for lacking.
Lu udah well played banget, Boom.
Have a half buy.
Lu nunjukin ke dunia bahwa lu bisa,
Might
Boom.
still be good enough if they can set up a decent execute.
Mulai nih anjing dramanya kalau udah ngantuk nih.
Ngomong gini ya, apa memotivasi diri doang nih.
Tahu.
Wah.
Wah.
Es anjing.
I don't think we
Wah.
will ever witness anything like that.
Wah, udah kena mental nih.
Ever
Udah.
again in VCT history.
Waduh.
Oh, kalau kayak gitu nggak bisa nembak.
Nggak bisa. Cuma nggak guna lu mau coba nembak pun.
Udah nih, es pertama ini.
Oh no.
Nggak, mereka ngapain sih?
Look at Crush, he's smiling. He's smiling when he's kind of picking it up. He's just smiling. He's just smiling. He's a
Mereka ngapain?
Ngelawak kan.
Mereka ngapain? Pertanyaan gue, mereka ngapain?
Troll anjing.
Gue mau ngeliat komen chat nih.
But you gotta rally back. You gotta rally back.
Rally back.
The map isn't over.
Lu tahu kan itu bakal dimasukin ke klip.
Rally back.
Itu udah pasti masuk klip itu.
Udah itu jelas.
Wah.
They got weapons. Listen, they got weapons.
Wah.
Anjing.
No.
Sahamnya cenut-cenut nih, naik turun.
Waduh.
The problem here as well, though, seriously, is that OpTic have so many ults to be able to work with here. Boom going for the classic B exec.
Ayo dong bro.
Ye's in a great position
bro.
to grab a kill.
Yeah, on top of Jenny, not really being cleared out here. Stunned up, and it's being watched for. In the smoke,
Kena
FNS.
mental ini udah. No.
3 kills
Kena
on
mental
top of
itu.
it. Cherry on top, isn't it? The prime gaming flawless for a 9-3 half.
Udah ente, boom.
Udah.
All I ask.
Boom tahu gue udah capek katanya. Ya udah kita end ya.
Brent, is that the desk don't bring up what
Terus tiba-tiba abis
They
ini
wouldn't.
ganti
let's all
champ.
agree
Map langsung ini, Cok. Comeback, Cok.
Jangan deh.
Anti kers kan.
16-3, 15-8.
Kars bang.
Kers bang.
I don't know what you're talking about. You know?
There's round 11 in Valorant? I don't think there's a round 11.
I don't think there was a round 11. I think we were from 10 to 12.
Posnya bacot banget ngikut bayawan sama gua anjing.
Right? We're just gonna swipe this off the table.
You know what?
Just gonna move on from that.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so let's talk about
Bang, dia dibayar buat baik ngomong, Bang.
Ya juga ya.
Take it away.
Yeah, I think the thing about Ye as well overall.
Dibayar kagak diem doang mah kagak dibayar dia mah.
Chamber, he was so good on it through the last chance qualifiers over in APAC. He had a 275 ACS on this map. Ye had 280. And right now, Ye seems to be building on that performance, playing Chamber on this map. But not only that, the way that Boom are playing this is so they have like 4 players roaming around together to go for executes, and then Flipside is going for like lurks, trying to go through like underneath towards B, find those peaks. And FNS has been finding him every single time. Why? Because that's exactly what OpTic like to do. Yeah, he's the one that likes to go for those lurks and find space. So it's not only a case of one chamber is diffing the other, but OpTic know exactly how to deal with a problematic chamber player when it comes to the micro as well.
It's not even about just problematic chamber
Boom
players.
Sport dari Indo,
you
ya
the
dong.
fact that they're able to lock down areas because they do the same thing.
Yeah.
We said on the pre-desk, you have to do the very thing that OpTic does, but better. These are the masters. They've created this. This is their recipe, and you're somehow trying to make it better than them. Nonna herself who created pasta. Good luck. I don't think that's going to happen. And I think overall, the amount of I had to put an Italian pun in there at some point. But I did notice Crashy's over towards Tower. How many times was he given free reign? Where were the neon stuns to push him out of position?
He's certainly been given a lot of free kills.
Absolute free reign of Tower. So there's a lot of areas, a lot of power. I don't want
guys, yang mau udahan aja guys.
We've got to go back in the match because I have got to free my brain of this.
Well, Ask and you shall receive, my compadre. Let's go ahead and send it over to Brennan Sideshow. Do you count? It's 10 and then 12, right, guys?
I don't count past 10.
No, I mean, I never learned. That's the UK education system.
That's where my fingers run out.
Yeah.
And I normally wear socks.
Valorant's been pretty good for that, actually, for the education of me counting.
What, because you end up getting to 13?
I've had to learn new numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is going to be an extraordinarily difficult comeback for Boom. I mean, 9-3 down, the pistol round, an absolute necessity.
I'm out of here.
And the pistol rounds have been fairly decent, and it looks like they've got the right read.
Yeah, this crossfire is pretty brutal, I think, as well, especially if they try and evacuate out of drop here that OpTic are gearing up towards. They have the presence, the smokes are dropped down, and the
belum guys, Boom kalau kalah nggak turun keluar bracket.
At the end of the day, and like I said, the
masih ada harapan.
It is ready and waiting. The Boom players, they managed to deal with just exploding out onto the site, but how do you deal with FNS? Just wide swinging into it. The classic makes it look like a ghost.
Yeah, good headshot from FNS. Immediately puts the aim punch down. And Flipside is in a 2v1, 1v2 rather.
Ya, ketahuan deh.
Jump peek.
A single bullet in the headhunter.
Yeah, it's difficult. A difficult ask.
Aduh, Ye udah megang gituan lagi.
He has to take the fight one step at a time. Has to try and bait.
Ente.
The favorable fight.
Kenapa dia nggak wide swing ya?
Swing from him, Justin Halls, making sure that he's covering the IGL's back.
Yuk 13 deh, yuk. 3 yuk.
13 yuk.
Yuk. It's okay, Boom. Kita udah bangga sama lu kok, no matter what.
At the global stage. Bind was destructive, and this map seems to be going in the same direction. But I think, you know, if you take a big picture look at this, I think everyone would have expected it to be a 2-0. So the fact that they were even able to take
Boom, please. Lu simpen energi lu buat lawan ZETA aja. Lu bantai ZETA.
Anything that they can get out of this map, any little bit of experience they can get, stress testing their defensive side, is also going to be useful.
Oke. Nggak apa-apa, Boom. Nggak apa-apa, Boom. It's okay, Boom. It's okay, Boom. Kita mengerti. Kita tetap bangga sama lu kok.
Not the weapon for the job.
Not at all.
T4 gitu.
Remember as well that this is probably the most difficult team in the group. The Boom are facing off the rip. You've got a ZETA division that looked like they were struggling a little bit this morning, and sure, Loud have been at the absolute heights of Valorant before, but they got grouped last time. These kind of things are not impossible.
Gila, mereka keliling ngambil orb, bro.
Experience for Boom. It's a long tournament, but for the moment,
Mereka keliling ngambil orb, bro.
Yeah, one after the other. The rounds are just piling up, aren't they? And just 2 more away until the series is carried away by OpTic.
Famous down at the bottom of the scoreboard as well, 2-12, kind of struggling on the KO. We were talking about how much depth there was to this guy's agent pool. Playing the Raze as an entry, playing the Chamber sometimes as well, and some of the more supportive initiator roles like Sova and KO, just depending on what map it is. But something just hasn't quite clicked for him on this map so far, with his job being to, you know, get in there, support, and trade out. Sure. Berserk's maybe just an extremely supportive role. Flashing for the Neon. Rifles in hand. This is the round to win if you boom.
You have to win it, but already this aggressive play into the spawn. No information gathered, but a slight whiff there from Victor.
And he's mad enough to stun Crashies.
Yep, lucky that he doesn't get punished in stunning his teammate, as you mentioned.
This has just dragged so much attention away from B. And the spike, the spike was making its way into the site.
And it is pure chaos. Pandemonium has been injected into this round. Damage is done with the shots that are being rattled off. Shot there off the famous, dragging him down to very low health. Indeed, just no one really keeping a mindful eye on tower control. Still being locked down by Mark. The molly pushed through. That's the model. Trying to make the most of it right now, but it is that 2v2.
And for Crashies, he
Belum
doesn't
tahu
know
kapan
right
lagi.
now. Still with the stun, still with the flash, playing in tower.
Asta babi.
Enak.
Running around, a single bullet will do the job, and eventually it's all going to be spectating the rest
Udah
of the
ente nih bro, ST bro.
Emang mereka sengaja mau kalahin ini udah.
Just a bit of an easy one, even with all that chaos of
Ketahuan dari cara mainnya aja udah mereka udah sengaja ini.
Point for OpTic.
They were always favored to move on into the
Ya
upper
lu
side.
masuk-masuk tanya Vin terus nge-mute dia, sopan banget begitu.
Jeje lagi sambil arpi lagi pingsan.
For Fracture though,
Anaknya arpi banget bro.
another win on the board after, as Jess was talking about before this map kicked off. It's been shaky.
Kalian nonton apa sih di kemarin?
And I don't really
VALORANT.
think that they're doing anything spectacular here. But more so they're executing their game plan extremely well.
Lawak banget.
Tor anjing.
Desperation plays being made.
Nobar
Heavy
Tor
push up
di
through
YouTube.
into B main through tree. It's up to flip side and out. He's got the judge, but way too much discipline from the OpTic
Dengar,
guys. They know
dengar,
it's
Jo.
a second
Dengar,
bullet.
Jo.
Flash play, Crashes covers it.
Gak mungkin dia nggak dengar.
Anggap aja denger udah.
Footsteps are
Yalah.
found. They can hear where they're coming from. The flash play pops right into it. One singular player left standing. It's all down to Blaze King.
GG Gimang bro.
GG guys.
GG.
Damage, a lot of work. Dropping, Crashes down to his knees.
Get another one for the stats, Blaze King.
GG.
The time running so short.
Ya, tembak
Gets
dah
another
udah.
kill. He does actually have orbital
Dah.
strike online.
Smoke as well.
Nah, tuh, lawan tuh, lawan.
Udah dikasih 1v1 kok lu. Ayo.
Anjir. Lawannya AWM anjir.
Aduh, AWM Jo.
AWM banget nih.
Apa sih AWP?
Aduh, AWP Jo.
GG.
GG.
NT boom.
GG.
OpTic kan menang kan?
Iya.
Iya dong.
Ih, siapa lu? Dateng OpTic lu.
Kemarin doang nonton hari tiga. Iya.
But for OpTic,
anak happy diem deh.
A slow start. They had a slow start to begin the first map.
Ya guys, gue langsung cabut guys. Udah gak kuat gue. GG. Thank you semuanya. Selamat malam.
Thank you. Saya juga menghilang.
Bye guys. Selamat malam. Good night.
Malam.
So far with the win at Reykjavik as well, they weren't able to get the back-to-back at Copenhagen.
Ya guys.
However, at this tournament, if they go deep, if they're able to win.
Thank you semuanya yang udah nonton ya. Gue udahan dulu. Have a good night, have a good day, have a good sleep. Stay safe, stay at home. Love you, Live Nation. Cheers guys, and bye-bye. Good game, well played buat Boom. Peace out. Fam.